And John, welcome to you, first of all. Glad to be back working with you once again.
Thank you,
You're one of my
Charles.
favorite guys to work with, and I've worked with a lot of folks through the years. I'm always excited when they say John Matthews is going to be with me.
Well, now I have something to a bar that has been set that I have to live up to. So welcome, race fans. Thank you for joining us, whether you're on Facebook Live or YouTube. We appreciate you joining in for this broadcast. You're looking down from the drone at the track here just outside of Dawsonville, Georgia. Charles and I are in the building off to the right where it says AMP Kart Racing. We're broadcasting from in there. But you can really see from this track a lot of dark color on this track. It has been a wet morning, damp. There was rain in the area yesterday. Currently we're in the low 50s, and Charles, it is a damp, raw day out there. Now for December, we should feel blessed that it's on the warmer side. It is mid-50s, but the wet conditions that we're seeing on track has been creating some challenges for the drivers. Some of them went out with rain tires for qualifying. Some were out in slicks for qualifying. So really, as the day goes on, the track should dry out, but really it becomes a guessing game. How quickly does it dry out? Most drivers that I saw on my pit walk had switched over to the slicks, but a couple, at least the last time I saw, were still going to try, or still had rain tires bolted onto the kart.
Well, it's going to be a great day of racing. And before we actually get action going on the track, we'd like to have a quick word of prayer to ask God to bless our days, bless our drivers, and the safety of all of our officials and drivers and crews at the track. So I'm going to ask John if he would to lead us in a word of prayer.
Please join with me in a moment of prayer. Race fans and teams, we just give thanks to God for this day, an opportunity to enjoy what we love, which is racing. I just ask that your hand be with all of the drivers and the track workers when action is happening on the track, that you just keep them safe. And as we advance towards Christmas, I just ask that you keep our hearts on you, that you, our Savior, is coming into the world that we celebrate on Christmas. And with that, I just lift up all these prayers in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Now let's get ready to tell you, we got some cars on the track. Let's tell you who's bringing you the broadcast today. Our executive producer is Will Rigdon. Our producer today is Michaela Denny. Also, our director for the day today is Mikey Lane. We have various folks on the track that are on cameras on our drones today. They'll be bringing you some great shots. Jeffrey Farver is out there on one of the drones. Also, Daryl Cannon goes by Killboy. He's got his sky cam in the air as well. On tower cam, it's going to be John Michael. Nathan, check that. Nathan Woodland is here today. He is in turn 1, and he'll also be doing our Victory Lane cam today. So we're looking forward to having our Victory Lane interviews. And Ethan Denny is on our track cam. He'll be over on the back straightaway. So you will check all of those guys out today, and ladies, as we present to you all of the things going on there. You see our first group that's on the track right now. This is our pre-final, getting ready to go with our LO206 cadets. They're making it through the cutoff jelly bean. Let's see if we get a good, clean start from them as they get ready for racing to begin today. This will be 12-lap pre-finals. You know, normally we run pre-finals as 10 laps, but since this is the Winter Series and we're concentrating it down to third and fourth divisions today and tomorrow, we're going 12 laps. So 12 laps for the pre-final today. Then the final is going to be 15 laps today, John.
Yes, a great chance for these drivers to get even more seat time, and that is so important for these younger drivers as they're going to come off turn 17. They're somewhat 2x2. Let's see if we will get a green flag this time by. And
we are green. We got a good start. So we head now down to turn number 1. And John, you explained a little bit about how turn 1, you see it being off camber there. You were in a kart here recently. Take us through turn 1.
Yes, the last time that I was here announcing was the finale of the summer series. We see almost some 3-wide action off turn 2 and up the hill. They had a dad's race at the end of the night. I had a chance to jump into one of the rentals here at AMP. A rental's probably a little slower than these LO206s, a little less pep. Charles, that turn 2 is an absolute signature turn as they're side by side down the back straightaway, heading to that braking zone in turn 9 on a damp track. But Charles, they say turn 2 is the most exciting turn in karting in America. You drop about 3 stories, do a U-turn, and then head right back up those same 3 stories that you gave up. I'm convinced there's a point when you're cresting the hill before you get to turn 2, you see nothing but sky as the track has dropped away from you. So it's a harrowing experience in a rental cart, let alone what we're seeing here in our LO206 cadet class.
Well, you told me that the adrenaline and the old heart was pumping when you got out there and went off into turn number 2, and I'm sure that happens for our drivers as well. Lincoln Massey is now our leader of this race, as you see him going to the top spot right now after one lap is complete. We're going to continue to get John's expertise as a driver as we go through the racing action today.
Charles, it's a pretty short bit of expertise. You were mentioning about turn 1. It's a left-hander that they say you can take it full throttle. In a rental, I wasn't quite comfortable with that because that track, that turn is slightly uphill, but it rolls away from you, that the camber, since you're coming across a hill, the track tends to drop away to the right. So it makes for an interesting turn here. Now we have some more passing down the back straightaway into the braking area in turn 9. Looks like Giacchino Vino Figueroa was able to get past Axel Robards there as they go through the turn 9, 10, 11, and 12 complex.
Well, we see them working up the hill right there. There's a little bit of a bump drafting going on with those drivers. As you mentioned before, it's okay whenever you're in a straight line and doing that. There's some issues whenever carts get together when they're not necessarily in a straight line. Here comes our leader by for our second lap completed right now as Lincoln Massey still holds force over this. So you think the term that I used, expertise, might be a little strong. Experience might be a little better word, correct?
As opposed to a book, Charles, my expertise might be a tweet at this point as we see our drivers head down into turn 2. Really, from this angle, you get a feel for how steep that hill is. And then these carts really lumber coming up that hill as we're going to try to go side by side into turn 4. That can be difficult driving. Looks like Robards was pinched on the outside there and lost a spot to Nybert.
John, you mentioned something to me earlier off camera about the fact that coming up out of turn number 2 is sort of a chance for you to regroup mentally because there's not much you can do except wait on that cart to work itself up the hill. So it's a chance for you to kind of back off and mentally challenge yourself as to what's coming up in 3 and 4.
You do get a bit of a respite there where you just have the gas pedal to the floorboard or the firewall, whatever you would call it on a cart, but right down to the pan. So you're trying
almost
to
the ground.
Yeah, you're trying to go as fast as you can, but the car just tends to lug. All of our classes except shifter today run 1 gear, and that gear has to be able to take the high speeds near turn 9 down the back straightaway. What it means is you're not turning a lot of RPMs as we're going to follow some of our carts coming up the hill, and they really seem to lug right at that point where you're on that steepest part of the hill. When we see our shifter carts later, it's a totally different ballgame because they'll just shift down to a lower gear to get the RPM band to where they get maximum horsepower, maximum torque, and they literally seem to launch like a rocket up that hill.
I take great shots from the drone. It is so exciting to be able to follow these carts and see them in action and follow them all the way down.
And there we see, Charles and I were also talking about that little start-finish line on the back straightaway. They can break this facility into a few different courses. And, Charles, that was my breaking point down the back straightaway going into turn 9, which the back straightaway is the fastest part of this course. The total course length is just shy of 1 mile. There's 17 turns. And now we're sweeping down through turn 14 and 15. There'll be a braking area just out of sight in 16. And then the interesting turn 16, 17 complex, and drivers want to get back on the throttle as soon as they can down the front straightaway as they put lap 4 on the board.
Yeah, Axel Robards right there. Got a little side-by-side action going on as he leads Ruben Greer right now. That's back 4 positions, 4 and 5 on the track. Lincoln Massey led lap number 1 and has led throughout so far. So he has got the advantage right now as we are into the pre-finals for our LO206 cadets. John, you mentioned earlier that there is obviously a lot of elevation changes and a lot of camber changes in this track. You said some of the places that as an announcer we have not thought were that treacherous on the racetrack. Actually, once you get out there, you realize that's a pretty tough area to negotiate.
Yeah, things look a lot more comfortable from the announcer's booth, Charles. I won't lie about that. But when you're in a cart, maybe an inch or 2 inches off the ground, where the drivers are right now, turn 14 is a blind corner. You can't see what's coming ahead. At this level of racing, drivers just pin that throttle to as far down as it'll go and trust that the cart will hold them. when you go out for the first time in a rental, maybe you're blipping the throttle a little bit there because you don't know what is going to happen.
You were talking about the braking point earlier, using that little start-finish line that's down toward turn 12, turn 9, using that as a braking point. And I think you said that as the laps went on, you wound up going further and further into the turn to brake. I remember a story, Jason Keller, when the Xfinity Series, it was the Busch Series back then, went to Darlington. And he said he got on the track and he had slow times. Couldn't figure out why his times were so slow. So he got behind Mark Martin and decided to follow Mark around and see what Mark was doing. And he said he drove like 150 feet further before he ever got off the accelerator where Jason had been braking. He said, I didn't even know the car would stick that far down in the corner. So he said he started doing that, and the lap time started to improve tremendously once he had the gall to take the car that far into the corner before he braked.
Well, and sometimes just following another driver and learning from what they're doing can be a great experience. We're talking about cadet drivers here that are maybe 8 years old, Charles, I think, some very young drivers. And one of the most important things as they get the cross flags, so they're 6 laps in of our 12-lap distance, is for these drivers to get that seat time. We think a lot about, the shade tree mechanic. You go into the garage or in the backyard and you work on your car, you work on your cart. It's really so important to get that seat time, to learn where the braking points are. Where do you want to roll out of the throttle and then mash back down on the gas? So now obviously this part of the track, drivers will be flat out setting up for turn number 9, but it's so important in those more technical areas of the track to figure out where your points to brake are. Right now, these drivers will be hard on the brakes as Greer moves to the inside of Robards through turn 9, and it looks like he's going to hold that through 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah, Greer going to be able to move up a spot. It looks like they're and take over 4th position. John, you talk about these drivers at the young age on the racetrack, and it's unbelievable now that we have opportunities for kids that are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old to be behind the wheel of a race car. Back when I started racing, the minimum age was 18. You had to lie about your age if you wanted to race earlier than that, and if you were at 20 years old, you were still considered one of the youngest guys on the racetrack at 20 years old.
Well, I think early 80s, a driver that was 30 was young on the Cup Series.
Right.
And now a driver that's 23 coming into Cup Series is normal.
Yeah. Well, Kyle Busch will always be the youngest driver ever in NASCAR because that's before they changed the age to 18.
Okay.
And he raced in a Cup Series race at 17. Then they changed the rules, so nobody could ever do that again. So that will never be broken, I don't think. I think you're always going to have to be a certain age, limited by NASCAR as to how you can race in the Cup Series.
So we're following along with Ruben Greer, who's in 4th place. We're 7 laps into our LO206 Cadet pre-final, where the drivers finish in this race determines where they'll start the 15-lap final later in our afternoon. So, Charles, now we can really see from our great drone shot parts of the track starting to dry out. Here we see some patches, and as the day goes on, if these drivers are currently running those wet tires, I think we're going to see just about everyone on slicks for the finals.
All right, well, our drivers working through the S's. Let's talk a little bit about that combination of 9, 10, 11, 12. A lot of action in there because in turn 9 and 10, we see a lot of guys spinning out just because that is a very treacherous part of the racetrack, and it's a hairpin turn. But that's immediately followed by those little S's, which you have to drive a little differently. You may think you drive those in a straight line, but you certainly don't. The rear end of the car is just swapping ends almost immediately. And, of course, your swapped ends more than you really wanted it to, I think.
Well, somebody had wrecked in front of me, and the choice was either to go on an off-road excursion over the curbs at turn 12 or to just absolutely lock up the brakes, which spun the cart. And unfortunately, I was then pointed backwards on the cart, on the track. It took a while to get straightened out, and by the time I did, the rest of the field was gone. Not that I think I could have hung with them, but so here we're following along with Lincoln Massey. He's on the brakes into turn 9, and Charles, right there, it was weird. How much do you float out after turn 9 before you get to turn 10? And then you're not really on the brakes once you come off the brakes to enter turn 9. At that point, you're just using throttle control. But really, how tight do you swing turn 9? I think really you want to arc it out, almost out to that striped area on the outside of the course.
John, having talked with drivers through their entire careers of racing, some racing 25, 30 years, there you see the 2-to-go sign being given right now to Lincoln Massey as he comes up toward turn number 1. You find out from these drivers that every time they go to a racetrack is a learning experience. You find something new, some little nuance, some little place that you can turn in better, something that you can do better. So it doesn't matter if you're a kid that's been out here and you've raced this course 100 times in your career, you find something new every time you're out there. So it's not just man versus machine, it's man versus machine versus track versus everyone else on the racetrack.
Absolutely, and especially today where we're under these damp conditions. You know, it's mid-50s, it's windy. It's not raining, but you can definitely feel that dampness in the air. And as the day goes on, this track is going to slowly dry, especially on the line. But if you go offline to pass someone, you might be in for an adventure. So you're right, Charles. You're not just learning, you know, you don't just learn the track once and you're done. It's a brand new experience, a brand new chapter today.
You talk about moisture in the air as we come to the white flag. Moisture in the air will help to produce more horsepower. I always like those moist days whenever the air is heavy and thick, and that transfers into the carburetor and just gives you a little more oomph.
I thought dry days would get more air into the carburetor in the cylinder, and I thought it was for dragsters at least. I thought they like cool, dry air.
They do, but now there's a difference whenever you've got nitrous and those kind of things involved in it. But whenever you've got that moisture in the air and it combusts in a regular combustion chamber, I think the steam helps explode it as well. So I'm going with that theory. Now, I'm not sure that's scientific, but I'm going with that theory.
All right, so Lincoln Massey is working on his final lap as he comes through turn 10 and 11. And then he will be full gas here, and he has a sizable lead, Charles. You can see no one in the camera shot. Oliver Nyberg is in second, so white flag comes out. That's Axel Robards coming around in 5th place. Brandon Rivers will be locked in as 6th. He had to drop out halfway through. But here, coming down the front straightaway, our pre-final winner in our LO206 Cadet, Lincoln Massey, takes home the checkers.
Well, we've not mentioned Giacchino Vino Figueroa very much during this race. We talked about him getting passed once, but he is a strong 3rd place right there. We mentioned Ruben Greer and also Axel Robards. Oliver Nybert, by the way, your 2nd place car in that. And we're going to go down in just a moment. Lincoln Massey is the winner, a convincing win here in our LO206 Cadet. So we'll go down in just a moment, hopefully, and get a word with Lincoln Massey. Let's find out. I think we've got somebody that's going to be there with a microphone. We'll find out in just a second who's going to be interviewing Lincoln Massey on his win.
And what we're seeing here is drivers just going across the scales. They have to have a minimum weight. If you don't meet that, you will unfortunately be disqualified in the race, but each class has a different weight. Looks like that is Lincoln Massey pulling around for that interview opportunity.
I believe Will Rigdon is on his way over. We see Will now heading over there. I think he's going to have the microphone, and he'll be talking with Lincoln Massey. I wondered who was going to appear in our camera shot here that's going to be doing that. So let's go down to Will right now. As soon as Lincoln gets that helmet off, we'll be able to talk with him as we get Victory Lane underway for the LO206 Cadets. We're getting the camera set up down. We're going to get a good shot of this. Normally, you just go down and hear what they have to say. We're going to get a good shot in Victory Lane. Nathan Woodland is going to be down there with the camera shot, and Will Rigdon will be interviewing our young winner of race number 1 as we head down there. So Will is ready right now. He's got our winner, Lincoln. Let's go down to Will Rigdon.
All right, Charles, I am down here with your pre-final winner, Lincoln Massey. Lincoln, Take us through that race real quick.
Starting off, Oliver got in front of me, and I thought, well, he's probably going to be in front of me for the whole race, but I passed him coming down the hill, but then I got passed, but I came around him, and I don't know what happened to Oliver after that. I think he may have slowed down or either spun out. So it was a good race. Oliver was catching up, but other than that, good race, and yeah.
Well, that was a hard-fought 12 laps. The 14-lap final race coming up.
Well, probably going to be a little bit more competitive because Oliver, he's probably going to be right there with me, so going to try my best, try to get a win.
All right, well, congratulations to pre-final winner. Good job. We'll give a see you up here in a minute. Oliver, you want to come over here? All right, good job, Lincoln Massey. All right, Charles, we got second place here, Oliver Nadbert. Oliver, take us through that race real quick.
So I got a really good start, but Lincoln got me on the outside, and then we almost touched, and then I went wide, and then I can't remember who passed me, but someone passed me, and I came up in third, and then it was really good from there, and then the last turn I tried to dive bomb someone, and they spun, and I hit them, and that's what caused me to fall back. But luckily I made up the positions and made up second.
Well, that's awesome. Well, it was exciting to watch. Anything you're going to do different for the final race?
Beat Lincoln.
Well, we are definitely looking forward to seeing that action heat up. Charles, we're going to send it back up to you.
All right, thanks, Will. Good to talk to both those guys. Yeah, Oliver just wants to beat Lincoln his next race. That's the goal right there. It's so good to talk. You know, we've been announcing these guys' names for so long. It's really good to see their faces and see these youngsters out there. And Lincoln, he just wants to get better next time. Man, how could you be much better than you were that time around?
Well, Charles, also just the exuberance of youth on display in the interviews there. As our second pre-final race rolls onto the track, our tag, Junior, Senior, Master. Tag stands for touch and go. Biggest difference here, the LO206s were four-stroke engines. Tags are two-stroke engines, which usually means they have a little more pep, and you will see a plume of blue smoke,
little more smoke, yeah.
come out of that muffler, as well as if you were here, the pitch of these engines is much higher versus the deep rumble of the LO206s. So it looks like drivers are getting just a little extra chance to get acquainted with this surface. They'll probably do the cutoff. You can see them weaving back and forth, trying to heat up these tires, especially on a cold December afternoon. The tires won't stick too well. They'll be out there like a rock if they're cold, so they try to get them warm to get them as sticky as possible.
But, you know, we could have much cooler temperatures than we do. We're fortunate to have fairly mild temperatures on this December afternoon. Early December, the leaves have changed now. The leaves have actually fallen pretty much. You see a few evergreens out there on the hillside. You might see some deer actually playing out in there if you look closely enough.
Let's not go there because we've had incidents when we were here announcing last, at least we were here, of deer getting hit on the main track. So we don't want any repeat of that today as they're 2x2 down the front straightaway. Green flags out. We're underway in our pre-final for our tag Junior Senior Master Division race.
They're heading up to turn number 1 right now, getting ready to take that big 30-foot drop down into turn number 2, and we've got one driver who has started to do trouble already in turn 2. Everybody takes evasive action, but we'll have to get that cart turned around and ready to go. John, they rumbled by us over here in turn 4 as they get ready to go down the hill.
And we can hear that high-pitched whine of these two-stroke engines. Business picks up as these carts will be several seconds quicker than what we saw in our opening LO206 race. For the most part, drivers are single file working down through the S's, and then they'll start to come back uphill towards turn 14.
Now, these are tag master and tag seniors. So we've got high school and above, I guess you would say, is about the best way to describe the age groups here.
That's right. And master, well, I guess that would be adults is what we think of it. Not quite as old as Charles and I, but on the first lap, Sam Machado is tag senior leading.
I'm old enough to be your dad. I think we got generational things going on here, I believe.
Well, let's not get too weird in the announce booth this early in the morning here. Hey, once again, race fans, we appreciate you joining in and watching, whether it's on Facebook Live or on YouTube. We just ask that help us out, help this video reach more people. go down into the comment section, give us a like, comment on this video, and share this video with a friend so they too can enjoy the racing happening here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, they work their way through the S's right now. They come up toward turn 13, and it's you talked about this turn 14 a while ago. You don't really know where you're going when you get to 14. You don't know how sharply it turns back toward the right when you're actually behind the wheel of a cart.
Not until you have some muscle memory. You also don't know if there's an accident up ahead. You're just praying that it's clear as you keep that throttle to the ground.
That's why it's important to be the leader.
Yes. Now, one other difference on these tag carts versus the LO206s, to the left side of the drivers, you will see a small radiator. These are water-cooled engines. Most of the classes that we have here just use air cooling, where they'll have fins on the top of the engine housing to try to get that heat out of the engine. But here in the tags, they do have a small radiator, water pump, and that helps to get a little more cooling so they can get a higher performance out of these one-cylinder engines.
Let's tell you who we got on track right now. It's Sam Machado in the 06. He's your leader right now. He's in the Tag Senior, also in the Tag Seniors. Leonardo Oliveira in the 340. Mike Conrad is our top Masters driver. He's in the 19. James Schumann is a Master, also in the 384. Karsten Gregory as a senior in the 007. Milko Simonov is a Master, and he is in the 96. And we've got, I'm not sure the name on, first name on cheek. I can't read that clearly from here. That is the Tag Senior. He is in the 04, and he has completed 2 laps. Everyone else has 3 in the book, so he's lagging back just a little bit. But Oliveira is now at the top of the leaderboard in that Senior in the 340. So we've got 3 laps complete right now out of the 12 that are in this pre-final. You saw somebody wiggling just a little bit, rear end getting a little loose on that cart.
And that was Mike Conrad. One of the most enjoyable places I found on this track to watch the karts is on the entrance to turn 16. You can be just beyond the tire barrier as the drivers are entering that braking zone. And I don't think this morning as I watched, I saw a single kart straight entering the braking zone or through the braking zone. So they're really working these karts. Most of these karts, compared to the rentals we have here, will have front and rear brakes, which means they can be more aggressive. They don't have to worry on a rental. If you have just a rear brake, if you lock it up, you're going for a spin. But these drivers can be even more aggressive, where they'll have some sort of brakes on both the front wheels.
John, drivers have always said that in order to be a great race car driver, you've always got to be on the edge of out of control. Were you on the edge of out of control?
I don't know if I was on the edge of out of control. I'll tell you this. I understand really in racing, if you're not on the edge, somebody else will be, and they will pass you. So you have to get to that edge and try to stay there every single corner, every single, not just corner entry, corner exit. You have to try to be as perfect as you can every single lap. As we're 5 laps into our Tag Senior Master pre-final, Leonardo Oliveira is our leader. Sam Machado second. Mike Conrad right now rounds out our top 3.
Karsten Gregory is shown in 4th spot. He's also a Tag Senior, so that puts him 3rd in the running in Senior. Mike Conrad is the top Master driver. You saw another little wiggle right there going into turn number 9 as they get ready through the S's. And you see these karts, the rear end kind of steps out on them a little bit. I wonder if that's because of the slick tires on the moisture, if this is just getting on the throttle enough that it spins those tires a little, or exactly what the situation is with those cars and the handling right now.
I think it's maybe when you look down the back straightaway, that part of the track seems very wet. Compared to turn number 1, very dry. The downhill in turn 2, very dry. So I think as you move around this track, some of the spots are pretty dried out. Some have just a little bit more moisture. And I think that the entrance to turn number 9 hasn't fully dried. So we're seeing some drivers really having to chase the kart as they get through that braking zone. Let's watch them here again. Oh, we switched camera angles, but yeah, definitely a challenge in every corner for the drivers today.
And you start to see some areas graying up, especially those areas like through the S's where every cart goes exactly in the same spot there. You start seeing quite a bit of drying going on. A lot of elevation changes at this track. One of the most widely attributed tracks with elevation changes. It's widely known as probably the most elevation changes in any of kart racing. And it does give the different aspects of the track. You've got lower areas, which would tend to dry slower, and the upper areas that might get a little bit of wind starting to dry more. So elevation has its perks when it comes to the drying of the track as well as the racing of the track.
Well, and as much as we talk about turn 2, where all the elevation happens, the rest of this track still has a lot of change. Drivers are slightly uphill into turn number 9, and then as they come through the S's, it's relatively flat for here. But as they come out of turn 12, right about where Sam Machado is right now, then he's back uphill through turns 13, and then they hit an inflection point. They'll be downhill in 14, and it will flatten out for the braking area where they go into 16, but then immediately it drops downhill. So right there, Machado's dropping downhill through 17 and down the front straightaway. And right about at the start-finish line, they start to climb back up into turn 1. So several different inflection points around this 1 mile facility.
And even going into turn 17, we saw that shot a moment ago. That's that last corner coming to the start-finish line. You see a little bit of a rise. It's just a slight bit of a rise, and then the dip down to where start-finish would be. So even an elevation change there. It's kind of cool that they built that into the track when they could have made that just a level turn, but they put an extra little bit in there to make it even more interesting.
And that turn 17 really is one of those where turn 16, you kind of want to be close to the curbs on the inside of the corner, but 17, you have to let the cart float back out. You don't want to pinch it off, and really you want to get on the throttle as soon as you can so you can see the drivers sweep out wide and almost clip the curbs on the outside there, as we are 9 laps into our pre-final here for the tag seniors and masters.
John, the cart that you were in, I know you said they're heavier than obviously the competition carts that the kids and so forth are in. What do the carts generally weigh? Do you have a weight on these carts?
The carts vary by class. I think you could see as low as maybe 250 pounds for the kid carts that we see. The shifters that we'll see later as the day goes on, those could be over 400 pounds. Part of it, let's be honest, Charles, the drivers get older, which means they're just flat out heavier, so they're going to carry a little more weight. I've heard the rentals are probably about 500 pounds, that they just have the fenders. They have more substance to them to, how can I say this discreetly, protect the carts from the drivers that are out there that are maybe not so experienced but bold out there when they're going around in a rental, which it's really a fun thing. So listeners, really want to encourage you. Atlanta Motorsports Park's karting is really a great time to come out and enjoy some speed, as we have Mike Conrad. Looks like if he didn't spin, he might have broke there as he's trying to bobsleigh his way up the course. So something not going right for Conrad, who was leading our Masters. But Charles, as I was saying, this is a great time to come out, whether it's for a bachelor party, a corporate team building event. It's a great place to come out and enjoy some adrenaline and some speed here at Atlanta Motorsports Park karting. And with Christmas just right around the corner, you can head to the AMP website, atlantamotorsportspark.com, and figure out ways to get gift cards so you can give the gift of speed this Christmas.
Well, that's something that everybody would like to have in their stocking, is a gift card to Atlanta Motorsports Park.
That's a real stocking stuffer for the lead footers in your life.
That's exactly right. Make sure you put it in the right stocking, correct? So that way you want to be able to get on the accelerator instead of on the brake. Now let me ask you this question. I've had distinctive conversations with drivers over the years. Did you brake with your right foot, or did you do 2-foot driving, brake with the left and accelerate with the right?
The way the kart is built, you have to 2-foot drive because the steering shaft goes between your feet.
Got you. So there's no option.
A lot more like a sprint car. There's not when you drive a passenger car, you have a sort of box where your feet fit. As we're coming down to the checkered flag, Leonardo Oliveira is our winner. With maybe Sam Machado actually pulled off the win there. I think Leonardo dropped off the timing and scoring.
Yeah, Sam Machado gets the win in the senior, and Mike Conrad was having some difficulty. Let's see if he's going to be able to pull out that Masters, and he does. He pulls out the top spot in the Masters. So we'll be talking to Sam Machado and Mike Conrad and possibly another driver or two. We'll see who all Will Rigdon gets a chance to corral down there once they bring them off the racing surface. So congratulations to Sam Machado, our winner in the tag senior, and Mike Conrad, the winner in the Tag Masters. John, we talk about the left and right braking. Drivers in full-bodied cars tell me that you don't want to waste that millisecond that it takes to take your foot off the accelerator and hit the brake. You want to either be on the accelerator or on the brake totally, and no in-between time, no coasting whatsoever.
Well, and again, if you're in a passenger car or what we'll call a stock car, you have an area where your feet are almost in a box and they can move around. In a kart, the steering shaft goes between your legs, between your feet. So you would really
You're prohibited.
You would have to be struggling to take your left foot from the braking spot and bring it over to the gas. Or
yeah, 2 minutes later, you might hit the brake.
You
correct?
might, yeah. Trust me, it just wouldn't feel good. So I do see our intrepid Victory Lane reporter Will Rigdon down at the scale house. So we will get ready for him. We'll see who he grabs for an interview. So we'll send it down to Will Rigdon for some driver interviews. Okay. Well, Charles, while Will's looking to grab one of the drivers, once again, if you go to AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com, right on the top of the page, we have the banner for gift cards on sale, so you can give the gift of speed to the adrenaline junkie in your life, and really they will greatly appreciate it, an opportunity to come out and get upwards of 55 miles an hour on one of those rental carts. We also have other things you could get gift cards for, including the kart racing school and different driving schools here. That stunt driving school we've talked about, Charles, the Bobby Orr driving school. So a host of speed opportunities here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And this facility is used for a lot of different things other than just kart racing and car racing on the main track. Corporations rent this track for various things. Matter of fact, we were here a couple of months ago, I guess it was now, and Cadillac had rented the entire place, and they had the new I think it's called the Intrigue or whatever, the Cadillac electric car. They had 50 of those things sitting out there.
Oh, wow.
And they were doing some practicing and doing some endurance testing and so forth with the new Cadillac, electric Cadillacs. And it was a joy to look at those things. Let's go down to Will Rigdon right now. He is ready to roll.
All right, Charles, I am down here with your race winner for tag overall, Mike Conrad. Mike, take us through that race.
So we kind of figured it would be a decent start. Qualifying on pole with all the kind of difficult. But, somehow we managed to make it happen. A little bit. Trying to get up the hill with the extra weight on the Masters is kind of hard.
Now, is there anything you're going to do different for the 14-lap final race coming up?
May make a few changes. Just a few.
Well, hopefully those changes work, and we'll see you back here in Victory Lane. We appreciate it. Mike Conrad, your winner in Tag Master, and we'll see if we can find somebody from Tag Senior. They were so quick to get out. We might have to catch them at the finals. But thank you, Mike, and good luck. Back up, Charles.
All right.
Thanks, Will. Yeah, we had Mike Conrad down there as our winner, and of course trying to track down our Tag Senior champion as well of that race. We've got our next group out on the track, so we'll be bringing them out in just a moment. And John, so far today, everything's just clicking right along as normal. I hate to say that.
Why do you have to say it? There you go. There you go.
It's like being at a late model race and say, you know what, we haven't had a caution yet. That's always the kiss of death when you say that.
Yellow flags are falling out of the sky at that point. Kid Kart is the next group that will be rolling onto the track. These are our youngest drivers, and they don't use the full track. They will use what we call the jelly bean. They will come down the front straightaway, go through turn one, and then they'll use the cutoff, and they'll suddenly appear on the track over by turn number 15. They'll take that down through, as we're seeing here, through turn 15 into the braking area and around 16 and 17. 12 laps. Looks like they already have 3 on the board. Jackson McNeely, your leader. Bo Stowers and Hunter McBride comprise the rest of the field.
A small field of kid karts today. Normally we see more of those. It may be the cool weather. It may be that they just decided not to try to do the winter series, but only 3 karts in the kid karts today.
Now, as we've said, youngest drivers out there, these are also the slowest karts, lowest amount of horsepower. So they might be, Charles, anywhere from 5 to 8-year-olds out there. So really you're thinking kindergartners. If you're an adult watching this, these are kindergartners that are out there learning how to drive, trying to get that valuable seat time. And these laps click off pretty quick. We're seeing some 25-second laps just because they're running a portion of the full race facility.
And we talked about how young kids nowadays, Olympic athletes, for instance, you see these kids competing in the Olympics. Well, they've been doing their gymnastics or whatever they're part of since they were 4 or 5 years old. That's right. How you have to start. And it's the same way now. I remember when Jeff Gordon first came in to the NASCAR world, and everybody learned that he had started driving quarter midgets at 5, 6, 7 years old. Now everybody realizes you've got to get those kids into those vehicles at a very early age if they're going to succeed in whatever discipline of racing that they're involved in.
The last time I was here, I ended up having a conversation with Raiden Nichols' father, and he just really espoused how important seat time is and said you could work on your kart, or maybe you need to, every time the track's open, you need to be there logging some laps. As we have one kart that's come to a stop on our front straightaway, we'll see if they're able to bump him along and get him going. I believe that's Hunter McBride, and it was. So let's see if he will be able to resume or if he'll turn off and head to the pits.
I believe he's going to hang on and go through the jelly bean, so he will continue his racing. We have 8 laps complete right now from Bo Stowers, our leader, as the rest of the field works by. Pretty evenly spaced out now around the race course. We're looking for deer.
Yeah, we're looking at an interesting part of the race course there. Again, it's Charles, from this angle, you really get an idea that it is still pretty damp. On that front straightaway, you don't see a line where it's drying out yet. And this is also the first part of the track that would be shaded as the day goes on. So a damp front straightaway, but it will change as the day goes on. So we'll see how that happens. Bo Stowers continues to lead. And right now we have Jackson McNeely going through the cutoff, and he's going to head back down to turn 15. He's riding in second place.
John, one of the races that you weren't able to attend, you had a conflict earlier in the year. I remember you called me and said, what was the highlight of the day? And I said, the highlight of the day was the fire over on the back straightaway.
That was the opener, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the opener, and that was a situation where we had very dry conditions, and all of a sudden a fire broke out, and we had to, they had used everything in the fire extinguisher, and they were taking the fire extinguishers and pounding them on the ground to put the rest of the fire out. So still the fire extinguisher was effective, just in a different way than it was intended.
White flag comes out. Bo Stowers will have just one more time around the jelly bean to capture this pre-final win. Charles, I do recall that day was also not just dry, but very, very windy.
Yeah.
That the tents that teams will set up in the pit area were just about falling over or being blown over. As the checkered flag comes out, Bo Stowers, our kid kart winner in the pre-final this afternoon. Coming around in second, we should see Jackson McNeely in just a moment, and Hunter McBride will round out the top 3.
Yeah, here comes McNeely by. He will take his spot in second right there as Hunter McBride comes on, and McBride works his way out. He just decides to go on.
I think
to the
that
pit.
was Bo.
That was Bo completing his run. Yeah, he took his cart down toward the pit area.
Right.
So we'll be talking with him in just a moment. Will's going to round him up, and we'll find out who goes there. We're sitting inside that building. We're in a nice, warm, comfortable position on our big screen monitor here to see what goes on. And, of course, all of our great action brought to you today. Man, the drone shots are just magnificent. We've got Ethan Denny out there on the back straightaway. He's bringing us all the action from turns 10, 11, 12, 13, even into 14 from his shot. So a lot of good shots that we get here today. And this is one of the best camera crews and the best broadcast crews we work with.
I think this is one of our pole cams that's out for we're getting an instant replay of what happened to pole cam that was stationed down at the center of turn 16 and 17.
Yeah, pole cam went the way of the.
He's had a hard life. Pole Cam's had a.
Yeah, pole cam started out as a hard life because let me give you a little anthology.
I know what. Yeah.
Pole cam started as sky cam, and of course, after a terrible accident with the building, the sky part of sky cam went away. All that was left was the cam. Right. So that cam became pole cam. It has since regenerated itself as truck cam at one point, and now we find it back as pole cam once again, and it now may be dirt cam.
Woods cam out there, yeah. Something that I want to call to the attention of our viewers, when we see the drivers getting interviewed, note the safety equipment that they have. They're all in a head-to-toe fire suit, and some of the drivers, I think all the drivers wear them, but some of them take them off. They're almost wearing pads on the side of their ribs, and that's something that in these karts, the seat slightly wraps around the drivers, but it is still a pretty hard plastic or carbon fiber, and to hit that with your side or where your side ribs are, that could be uncomfortable. So the drivers have on, it's almost like an upside down Hans device where it comes down and goes around their back and then wraps around their sides, and it gives them almost a flak jacket like protection, just so the drivers might feel a little more comfortable in the seat so they're not getting banged, flesh against a hard plastic seat. They have a pad with some armor there protecting them. And Charles, I feel the building shaking, and that has to mean our LO206 Seniors and Masters are getting ready for their race, which traditionally has been one of our most competitive races.
Yeah, it's always great to see the LO206 Seniors and Masters out there. They bring the most excitement, I guess you would say, overall, because it's a big field, and it's very competitive. There you see a shot of Ethan there for just a moment as he's getting ready. There he is, getting ready to take his camera to the next bit of action that goes on, and he's sitting right now at the top of, I guess that's turn 13, right at the top of turn 13, and that's fast part of the racetrack. That's even though it's an uphill, it's still a pretty much straight line. You're able to get as much acceleration as possible out of those karts.
Drivers say that once you exit turn number 12.
Hello, we're looking at all of it. There you go. There's Ethan smiling at us. Yeah.
They're probably saying hi, Mom. We just can't read their lips from this distance.
On the tower cam, John Michael is out there as well. So hello, John Michael. And there you see a shot of that is our driver that is going to be in turn 1. Our cameraman is in turn number 1. He'll also be going over and doing victory lane, Nathan Woodland. So congratulations to a great job he's doing out there as he's getting a shot of what's going on in the pit area as we line folks up.
But Charles, you were saying about the section turn 13 being fast. Once a driver exits turn 12, they will be flat on the throttle through turn 13, through turn 14, and really through turn 15. So it's one of the periods of time you're on the gas. Maybe not quite as long as down the back straightaway, but it is one of the longest parts where you're just flat out until they're lifting to brake into turn 16. There we see our drone cam, one of the drones helping us out today.
How about that? A shot from a drone of a drone. That's pretty cool.
I think that's our tower. There's our tower shot. So we're sweeping. That's back into the drone, actually, excuse me, sweeping around our facility there. You can see those rental carts. If you want to join us, once again, AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com. You can buy a gift card for the adrenaline junkie in your life, starting, I believe, as low as $20 all the way up to $200 for a 10-race pack. So a host of opportunities for stocking stuffers.
And this facility is open every day except Monday. So it's open for rental. Of course, closed on days when we're having events like this, but generally every day Monday, except for Mondays, throughout the week. So let's check out our lineup right now.
Well,
Alyssa Vascu.
Charles, absolutely. With Alyssa, if you've seen any of the media that the staff here at AMP has produced, Alyssa was highlighted in some of those interviews, and she will be, looks like, on the pole. She's in the pink driver's suit in the number 07 car. So it's great to have Alyssa out on the track. Chris Orencia looks to be alongside.
David Fusco is in the 102. Alistair Edwards, those are names that are familiar to us. Ryan Florentino, also Wesley Bacon. Now, we've seen Wesley doing some great racing. Danny May is another one of those that we see on a regular basis. Jeb Thigpen is also out there. Brant Estes and Brady Turley. So those are our drivers as we bring them off turn 4. Let's see if we're going to get a green flag. Yeah, man, first time out. We got a green flag. That is somewhat unusual for us.
And there was a second group of carts at the back, so maybe they're separating out maybe some of the masters here. So we see some carts getting awfully wide off the exit of turn 1. They're going to try to go 2 and 3 wide down the hill. And there we are, 3 wide up the hill, and some contact. Has 3 drivers going around. And there we can see the second group coming. So Ryan Florentino in that number 2 cart looked to be the one that was spun around at the bottom of the hill.
And it looked to me like, if I have my driving suits correct, Danny May may be the driver that's out front right now. Doesn't that look like Danny May to you, or am I a little off in my thinking there?
Well, we'll see as they come around to the scoring first time. Alyssa Vaskew's definitely in second. Charles, something Mike Conrad mentioned in his interview down after the pre-final, he mentioned how difficult it was for the Mstr to get up the hill, where it's just a heavier car. And we may see that today as well, where the juniors and seniors are a little bit lighter, so they might be quicker on the track, where the Masters are literally lugging more weight, which, 20, 30 pounds on a cart that weighs 300 is actually a significant amount. So we'll probably see, in this case, you're right, it was Danny May, our leader, Alyssa Vaskew second, Harrison Browning, the top 3 right now.
Well, Danny May knows this track well. He's raced it often, and he races in shifter carts. He's in a lot of different vehicles that are out there, but Alyssa's not letting him get far away. Alyssa Vaskew right in the tire tracks of Danny May. Danny goes very wide off turn number 4 as he heads down toward turn 5 right there, and Alyssa's tightening up on him as they head into turn number 9.
Will she look to the inside? She does not, just follows in the tire tracks of that white number 9. That has Danny May in the lead, so Alyssa Vaskew just hanging in second place right now. She's running in the junior class, which might give a small weight break and advantage to her. You can see her take a peek behind, and no pressure from behind. So right now, Danny May with Alyssa Vaskew pulling away from the rest of our field as Harrison Browning and Brant Estes have paired up in 3rd and 4th. And Charles, it's almost become a dance floor out there as our top 6 are in pairs with Jarvis Lee and Carson Craig in 5th and 6th.
Yeah, I was just telling you about Carson Craig having some opportunities that came his way. I was talking with him this past week. He's got some great opportunities coming up. Excited for that youngster and what's going on in his racing career. He's a great student, and yet he's also a great racer. He is excited about what he's got going on in his future, and I'm sure that's hard to keep your focus on your schoolwork when you've got so many great opportunities coming your way.
School comes first, though, as now we see Alyssa Vaskew reel Danny May and back down that back straightaway. Once again, we saw Danny May really wide through turn 5. You have to wonder if maybe it's the moisture on the track causing that, because normally drivers are not straying out to the curbs, as Alyssa Vaskew right to the rear bumper of that white number 9.
Well, in the last 3 turns, I've seen Danny May turn his head around twice to see how close Alyssa was to him, and I have a feeling he thought, oh my, she's closer than I thought. Let me hammer down as we go into 17.
So again, we see our top 2 paired up, 3rd and 4th paired up, and 5th and 6th paired up. The engine power that they get from these LO206s really lends to drafting, and that's what we're seeing here. Normally, Charles, will see where 5, 6, 7 cars get together almost in a road train out there like you'd see at Daytona or Talladega. But today they've paired up, again, as we see Danny May go right out to those curbs at the exit of turn 5, and he heads down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Alyssa closing in once again. She gets right to the back of Danny May, but she doesn't seem to ever want to pull that move off. Now, maybe she is trying to see what she's got for a possible move on the last lap. You don't want to do something too quickly, so let's find out how that's going to play itself out. There you see Danny taking a quick look back to Alyssa to see how close
right
she
there.
is, and she is there. Always, she is right there.
The other risk, Charles, could be is if you start racing, you're going to lose time and the people behind you will catch up. So at least at this point, early in the race, it's a 12-lap race. Drivers just want to log some time, and if they can get to the last lap or 2 with a big gap, then they can get to racing. But if
they are racing tight. You see those race cars, carts getting sideways as they came off. They are giving it everything they've got right now. And going up the hill, that just seems like takes forever to get up that hill. Like, let's get some power behind this thing.
It does. So there we see Danny May again wide through 5. But for now, Vaskew just following in the tire tracks.
Oh, there she
now
goes.
She's making the move. At least shows the nose, as we say, on the dirt track. So Alyssa Vaskew down to the inside, but she slides back in behind our leader. So once again, Charles, if they race too much, it'll be a 4-cart race. So maybe right now Alyssa Vasquez just wants to make it a 2-card, although there she goes up the inside of turn 13. That's tough passing territory, but she gets it done. Alyssa Vasquez moves to the point in our LO206 Senior Master race.
I've probably seen Alyssa make that pass for the lead more than any other place on the racetrack. Right there in 13, she always looks to the inside, and she finds a way to get around. And for Danny May, didn't have to turn the head to see Alyssa that time. She was right there at him and went by him.
So now we'll see potentially where a LO206 Junior has a slightly lower weight than a senior. Let's see what happens if she's able to draw clear. Now we see Vasquez taking a look to the back there. We'll see if Danny May is able to use his experience to find some way to get by. And, Charles, I'm almost starting to see 3rd and 4th, Brant Estes and Harrison Browning, maybe reeling in our top 2 as they've been side by side. 3rd and 4th have been nose to tail.
Okay, so Alyssa is running senior today.
She is,
that
all
is,
right.
How about that? So she is actually in the senior competition today. You see her starting to pull away over Danny May right now. Now, what this is going to happen, you see those 2 carts behind them.
Drafting.
They may wind up catching Danny May here in a moment, and that may slow Danny down just a little bit from trying to catch Alyssa, or the 3 of them all together may make a little train and run her down. It's going to be interesting to see as these laps start to wind down.
Halfway with the cross flags in the air, 6 down, 6 to go here in our LO206 Senior Master Pre-Final. Charles, we said before that these carts in this race normally is one of our best of the day, and it is not disappointing as now we see Danny May willing Alyssa Vasquez up the hill, but no question about it, Estes and Browning are closing in 3rd and 4th.
Now, this was the spot where Alyssa made the pass. She took a look down to the inside, then made the pass in 13. Let's see if Danny's going to try to repay the favor right now. They go into turn number 9. Alyssa hugs that bottom corner down near the curb. She drifts out a little bit. Danny right in her tire tracks as they work their way through the S's.
These LO206 carts, once again, 4-stroke engines. They give that deep rumble that's very satisfying, and we're seeing great racing on track as they can draft a little bit. Alyssa Vasquez leads Danny May, and then it's a small gap back to Brant Estes and Harrison Browning in 4th.
Well, Estes and Browning have now separated themselves. They're not exactly nose to tail as they were. There's some distance between them, and the same situation we got going on back in 5th and 6th spots. Now they've separated themselves. So Carson Craig and Jarvis Lee are separated as they work their way around.
Alyssa Vasquez went wide off turn 2, opened the door for Danny May. He could not capitalize, but now we see Brant Estes in striking range. It's going to be a 3-car battle for the top spot here in our pre-final.
Wow, Harrison Browning and Carson Craig are your top 5. They round out the top 5 right there. You see them both coming into the picture. 88 of Browning and the 55 of Carson Craig. But Alyssa Vasquez leads this entire group right now. She comes through the S's once again. We're past the halfway point. Now we've got almost a 4-cart breakaway from the rest of the field.
You can see Vasquez and May taking a look over their shoulder off the exit of turn number 12. And we do have it, Charles, a 3-cart battle. Let's see if Harrison Browning's going to be able to put his helmet into the ring. But as we come and put lap 8 on the board, Alyssa Vasquez in that pink 07 is your leader.
John, they look like they're going in slow motion when they come by that last shot you see there at start-finish.
It doesn't feel like it, I guarantee it.
Yeah, I can guarantee you they're not doing that. Browning takes a quick look right now. He is trying to – okay. And we get the word now, Alyssa is still registered as a junior, so she is not running as a senior today. She is running as a junior, so we had that information just a little wrong. But right now, Alyssa leads this group. As a junior, she leads these senior drivers as she heads down to turn number 9 once again. Danny May has got a lot of competition right behind him of Brant Estes, and trying to close in is Harrison Browning.
So a 3-cart battle. I could see just ahead we might have some lap carts getting involved as well as Vasquez takes a look over her right shoulder and sees that number 9 cart, Danny May, hounding her down into the braking area in turn 16.
I got a feeling this race isn't over yet. We've seen Danny May come back from 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th in the last laps to take the win. We've also seen Alyssa do that over the years, so it's going to be interesting to watch these 2 drivers as they sit atop the leaderboard right now. They drop down that 30 feet into turn number 2. They've got a cart in front of them. Oh, look at this. Alyssa went wide.
And she lost 2 spots with Danny May able to get to the inside. Maybe something wrong with Alyssa. She's lost 3 spots up that hill as they're working through slower traffic. So Danny May goes back to the point. Brant Estes second. Harrison Browning now in third with Vasquez. You can see her losing ground. Something appears to have gone wrong on that 07 machine. She had her hand out there. Something has gone sour for her ride this afternoon.
Yeah, she's a stroke or two off of the 4 strokes here in this particular event. So right now, Danny May is back up top. Brant Estes in second spot. You see those drivers heading into turn number 16 now. They've cleared most of that. The slower cart that you see going by. They've cleared that cart. So now it's those top 3 that are racing against each other with 2 laps to go to finish this one up. Browning, or Estes, I should say, right on the back of Danny May at the moment.
Lost in all of this, we do have Masters on track as well. Alistair Edwards running 13th overall. He's your Masters leader. Charles, the Masters started with a gap behind the seniors and the juniors out there. So they're having their own battle, race within a race, as here we see our top 3, Danny May, Brant Estes, Harrison Browning down through the S's with just 2 laps remaining.
Carson Craig trying to catch that trio of drivers. He runs in 4th position right now. May taking another quick look behind him to see exactly where Estes is on the racetrack. And they're about equidistant between them right now as those 3 carts work up the hill toward turn 14.
Charles, how did geometry class just break out in our race? Equidistant, good call. So now they're almost bumper to bumper. There we can see Danny May favoring the inside, but now we see Estes getting down to the inside.
Now they're congruent.
Yes. They're going to be side by side as they see 2 to go. Estes able to take the lead.
Wow.
But now May looking back down to the inside. They're going to try side by side through turn 1. Danny May reclaims the lead after Estes had just pipped him at the line. And now I think Browning actually got by, and he's coming up the inside. So a great 3-cart battle on our final lap.
Boy, Danny May has had a very exciting race so far. Started back way in the pack, worked his way up to lead by the end of lap number 1, then got passed by Alyssa Vasquez, who then had problems on the track. May regained it. Now he has Harrison Browning behind him. Browning may be the fastest cart on the racetrack at the moment.
Well, we'll see. Browning's coming under some pressure once again from Brant Estes, so we will see what happens. Less than half a lap remains. May has about a 4-cart length lead as he heads up the hill, and now he'll sweep through that long right-hander into the braking in 16. Charles, it's never over here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Let's see what happens as they come to the line.
Well, Danny May's bringing it off 17 right now. Checkered flag is in the air. Danny can breathe a little easier. He has won this one. Danny May gets the win. Harrison Browning in second. Brant Estes third. Carson Craig is fourth. And rounding out the top 5, at least for the seniors, we've got Elijah Skaggs in the 05.
Alyssa Vasquez pulled off 2 laps early, so definitely some trouble for the youngster in that 07 cart. Let's hope she's able to make some repairs and get back on track for the 15-lap final that will happen later this afternoon.
And our race is a little longer today. Normally these are 10-lap pre-finals. These are going to be actually 12 laps. They are right now 12 laps. And then, of course, the finals this afternoon are going to be 14. They're normally 12, so just a little bit longer racing today.
So last few carts coming around, 20 carts total in this race. So once again, a large field, and they did not disappoint with the action. Danny May was our winner. We're going to see all the drivers roll across the scales and just make sure that everyone has the proper weight. That's Harrison Browning there in that sort of white and red striped, almost a candy cane type colors.
Yeah, it looks Christmassy out there. Yeah. And I hope Will's going to be able to get over and talk with Danny May. Be interesting to get his perspective. I see him heading over there right now. We'll be interested to find out what Danny May has to say, because this was a tale of a lot of different things that happened in the race for Danny May.
A season's worth of intrigue packed all into 12 laps.
Yeah, I think he started like 23rd or 24th.
No, I think he was
way
right
back.
He was right up on the front.
Okay.
He was quickly to the front. Sometimes timing and scoring doesn't click in for the first lap. So we're seeing all the drivers coming across. They have to meet the weight for their class. Masters will be a little bit heavier than the senior class, which really impacts their speed, so they get their own race at the back.
So we will hear from Danny May. We just got word that we're going to corral him in just a moment, and we'll have some interesting words from Danny May on how this race went with him. So as we get ready for that, let's tell you a little bit about what happened with him. He started out, he got the lead at the very beginning of this race on lap number 1, and then lost it, got it back again, and hung on for the victory. So let's go down to Will Rigdon right now as he's with Danny May.
All right, Charles, I am down here with your LO206 Senior winner, Danny May. Danny, about half that race you were running behind Alyssa Vasquez. Take us through what was going on there when you made the pass about halfway.
She's a handful. She's a great driver. So I wanted to settle in behind her, kind of see what she had. And being that we're in different classes, I was prepared to push her to the win. But I saw Brant coming behind me in the 17, and we had to go. So we just had to check out, and luckily that lap traffic kind of played into our hands there, and we were able to navigate well and get through it. So,
well, that was quite the race to watch with the three of y'all running second, third, and fourth for most of it. What are you going to do different for the 14-lap final race?
We got a setup change a little bit. I think Brant's the strongest card out there right now, so we might do a gear change, try to keep up with him, because he came up, and I think he had the cart to beat today. So this kinetic competition motor, OTK chassis, I think we can get it done today, though.
Well, it was definitely exciting to watch. Congratulations on the pre-final win, and we look forward to watching you in the finals. As your senior winner, Danny May, and we're going to try and get Alistair Edwards here in a second. He is just rolling across the scales. So when he gets done, we'll bring Al Edwards over here and see what he's got to say.
All right, thanks, Will. We'll be back down to him in just a moment. Interesting that Danny May talked about doing a gear change. That's one of the things that I wondered about, how much change they can do to these carts between the pre-final and the final. Many times when we're at stock car races, everything's locked in. You can't really change anything. And then again, you get plenty of time to change from heat races or qualifying into race trim. So it just depends on the rules at that particular sanctioning body or at that particular track or for that kind of car. But Danny's going to be able to change gears. He thinks he might possibly do that in order to have a stronger car. He felt like Brant Estes had the fastest car or the strongest car on the track, and we had pointed that out, that he might have been the fastest car on the track at one point. So it's going to be interesting to find out if Danny does make that gear change and see how that's going to affect him as we get to our final coming down. Alistair Edwards is down there with Will right now. Let's find out. He was our Masters winner. Let's find out what Will's got to say from Al.
Thank you, Charles. I'm down here with the LO206 Master winner, Al Edwards. Al, dominant performance. Take us through what was.
Yeah, Chris got by beginning, and I was like, where did it come? But it's cold, really hard. Understeer is really bad, so you got to dance around that, try and brake and rotate. Woo, what a race, though. It was a lot of fun.
Well, we got the 14-lap final race coming up. You going to make changes going into that?
We're definitely going to make some setup changes and see what happens there.
Well, awesome. We look forward to seeing you back up here in the podium after the final race. Maybe we'll get to this interview again. Appreciate seeing you out here. Thank you. We'll send it back up to you, Charles.
On the track. This will be our pre-final for the tag cadets and tag rookies. So tag cadets and tag rookies are on the track right now. Let's see this time around if they're going to get a green flag and be able to go with it. Lining them up 2 by 2. And in just a moment, we'll find out if the green. Yes, we got a good start this time. The green is out, and we're underway. So they're under full power as they go into turn number 1. You heard, oh, trouble. A lot of carts getting together. Doesn't look like there's anybody that's worse for the wear. They're all into their own power, but they've got some ground to make up right now as they're well behind the field as they head down into turn 2. There you see the rest of the drivers coming off of turn number 5 and heading in front of our vantage point as they go down through that little kink area in turn 7, heading toward the little uphill turn 8 and then into that turn 9 where we see so many people spin. Not so much these professional, well, I call them professional, these regular drivers that are out here, John, but we do see a lot when we're over at the main track. Boy, we see a lot of the amateurs that are out here for kart rentals. You see the kart swapping ends, and especially in turn 9. They just go in with such a full head of steam, think they're going to be able to power their way through, and they wind up way off the race course.
Well, Charles, for the rental karts, where we see that, they come out of the clubhouse here, head down that long back straightaway, and really it's their first time using the brakes on one of these karts, and it's so easy if you're not experienced to lock up that rear axle. It's a solid rear axle, and once it locks up, you're going for a ride. So that's what we see a lot in the rental karts. These drivers a little more experienced here, as we've traded the full-throttled sound of the LO206s for the mad fury of the Tag Cadets. Once again, these are two-stroke engines. We'll see those occasional plumes of that bluish-white smoke from the two-stroke engine where they mix the oil right into the gas, and a little more power out of these. So, Charles, you were talking about Danny May might change the gearing on his car. For some of these drivers, that can be difficult because they might hop off one kart, hop into a second kart to run a different division. They might run tag, then they might come back in an LO206 for their age. Maybe they run KA. So these drivers can be awfully busy, might not have a set piece of time to change a gear.
Yeah, if you've ever, for us up here, we see the action as it unfolds on the track. But if you're ever part of a race team and you're involved with them, you see how much goes on. And drivers were telling me, some of the drivers that were at the Dome in St. Louis racing last week told me that they were one of the things that they noticed was how little time there was available to work on the cars. They would go into the Dome, they would make a qualifying lap, and they said you had to wait so long to get back outside where they parked over in St. Louis at the Dome that it took them forever to get there. Then they had just a couple of minutes before they had to get back in line and come back on the track. So I think people don't realize how much goes on and how much needs to be changed and how little time you have to do it when you're involved in the racing world with a team. Right now, we see Gabriel Lopez Velarde as our top cadet in this group in the 825. 2 laps are complete, getting ready to complete lap number 3 right now as those drivers work their way off of turn 17. Adam Durst is also a cadet. He is listed in second spot in the 81. It's Maiten Fanin in the number 99, or Fanian in the 99. Colin Berghofer is a rookie. That's our top running rookie, Colin, in the number 26. Also, Francisco Puerta in the 77 is a rookie, and Ruben Greer is a rookie in the number 20. They occupy the top 6 spots on the racetrack. Ryan Perez in the number 12 is 7th. He's also a rookie. And the rookie in our divisions, the rookies are following right now the cadets, as the cadets are out front with Gabriel Lopez Velarde, your top racer at the moment in the 825. You see him crest the hill there in 13, and that blind corner off 14. As John mentioned, you don't know if someone has spun ahead of you. You don't know what's there because you can't see as you head off 14. It's a tough right-hand turn, and you don't know exactly where the cart needs to wind up. It's hard to figure out how to enter that because you don't know where your exit point's going to be. Anybody that's involved in road course racing, or any kind of racing for that matter, knows that your exit point is going to dictate your entry point into the corner. If you can't see the exit point, you don't know exactly how to enter and where to brake. So that's a very important thing to get that muscle memory built up. There you see them closing in right there. That's our top spot of those drivers working their way up the hill. Lopez Velarde in the 825, Adam Durst in the 81 as they crest the hill. We got another great battle going on. I believe that is for 3rd and 4th. Mateen Fanian in the number 99 and Colin Berghofer in the 26. Those are the drivers that are battling out there as we see our leaders coming off turn number 17 once again. Lopez Velarde with quite a lead over Adam Durst. Bo Stowers, you saw him cross the line. He is back in that rookie division in 10th spot, but he's being passed by those guys up front at the moment. Mateen Fanian in the 99 is third, and Colin Burkhofer in the 26 is fourth. Francisco Puerta in the 77 runs in fifth position. Drivers work off of turn number 5. You see going wide again is Velarde. Did almost what we saw Danny May do in the last race, and that is have a very wide exit off turn number 5. There you see the 81 of Durst and Fanian in the 99 as they battle through turn number 10. They're heading up through the S's right now. They're trying to chase down Velarde, who's our race leader, as they work up the hill right now. They got one of the slower carts. That may be Bo Stowers that had been passed earlier by Velarde. I believe that's Stowers that they're going by. You see Velarde coming by right now. He comes through to the crossed flags that are showing halfway through. Now we've got halfway being shown to Durst and the rest of our field of drivers as they make their way through. Velarde got a handy lead over the rest of the field. Remember on that first lap, we had 4 carts right there that were running in mid-pack that got together, and it put them at the end of the field. So if they are, in fact, fairly fast carts, which they would have to be to qualify mid-pack, you know they're going to be working their way back through. So we're going to see some of those drivers working their way back up into that lead position or into that lead pack of cars eventually. There you see second, third, and fourth position with Durst, Fanian, and Burkhofer all working together as they come up the hill through the S's into turn number 13. They have a monumental effort to try to chase down Velarde. He's already crossed start finish, and he is on a mission. Look at him up the hill into turn number 1. He heads down off turn 2 as those drivers running second, third, and fourth just now crossing start finish. Wow, Velarde has such an advantage. He's already in turn number 5 and heading his way down to the kink. You'll see there's his cart just going through the kink. My goodness, what an advantage he has over these drivers right now. They're going to have to try to really hook up in a train to try to get some drafting going to see if they can track him down. It's going to be hard to do with 7 laps complete out of the 12 now in the pre-final for our tag cadets and tag rookies. You see a quick look to the inside. That's Fanian in the 99 taking a look to the inside of Adam Durst, but he pulls it back in single file. Durst hangs on to that top spot in these 3. Now again, Velarde is way ahead of this group. There you see some battling going on once again between Durst and Fanian as they go into turn number 15, heading down into 16. They'll drop down the hill in 17, and that interesting little dip and then coming back up as they head toward the straightaway down to start finish. Second, third, and fourth now take those places as we have completed 8 laps of the 12. Into the 30-foot drop into turn number 2. They go up the hill. You see our second place driver. Take a quick look behind him to see exactly what's going on with Durst, who is in third spot, and he's trying to keep an eye on him. You saw Velarde just barely out of the side of the camera shot then, as he is well ahead of this group. They're now in turn number 9. He's already in 14, heading into those final turns to complete another lap. Velarde has just really checked out on the field. Velarde now crossing start finish while they're just running into turn 14. John, these 3 drivers, they are going, we got a caution out for the moment. I believe caution is on the track. Let's see if that continues to be a short caution. They're not showing caution flag to any of these drivers, so I believe we're good to go. But they are going to have to team up to try to chase down Gabriel Lopez Velarde.
So, Charles, as you mentioned, yellow flag comes out. They do use local yellows here in road course racing, but you're right. Lopez Velarde's gone, Charles. I think with 3 laps left, Durst, Fanian, and Burkhofer, they're going to be fighting it out for that. Who's going to be on the outside pole of the 14-lap final a little later today, assuming Lopez Velarde would have to drive off track at this point to have a problem. You already see him through turn 10 as these drivers are on the back straightaway.
But we saw that with Alyssa earlier. Something messed up with her cart. So again, it's not just necessarily the driver; it's also the machine that has something to say about how the finishes go in these.
You're right. Things can fail. I had stepped away for a minute, Charles. Grabbed a bite to eat. They have catered lunches here. So Atlanta Motorsports Park does it upright in all aspects of their racing, including here at the kart track, as we see 2 to go for Lopez Velarde.
And we're not going to tell you who caters the thing here, but we will tell you it is my pleasure to always eat what they bring.
So great 3-kart battle continues here. Durst, Fanian, and Berghofer. As Charles said, that cannonball drop down into turn number 2 and then an immediate U-turn and back up the hill. So far, Durst has the measure of both Fanian and Berghofer. Needs to hold on for 2 more laps. But now we see Fanian fan out a little bit off turn 5. Let's see if he can maybe take a peek to the inside. He is gaining, but he can't. He shows the nose there just for a moment, but cannot make anything happen. So a great battle continues. A slower kart they're going to have to work by. This is a thing, Charles, will they get by at the right time? It almost looks like Durst, maybe it might have been pinned back a little bit there, and that's going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons there. But now Durst really was able to break away as they go 3 wide, splitting the slower kart.
Wow. You never know whether to go to the inside or the outside. We've seen drivers over the years make the right choice and somebody make the wrong choice on occasion on those when a slower car gets involved in things.
There's no mirrors on these karts. It's more akin to reading downfield blocking on a running play in football than it is, having a spotter tell you where to go and some coordination. So Durst, for the moment, in second place. They had taken the white flag. So less than a lap to go for Gabriel Lopez Velarde to capture the pre-final win.
But, of course, you've got the drivers like Danny May who are trying to see if they can mimic Linda Blair and turning their head all the way around to try to see exactly what's going on behind them. You may be too young to know all about The Exorcist.
I'm not too young, but I didn't expect Halloween references as we're coming up to Christmas time here. Again, following this great 3-kart battle, Fanian takes a peek to the inside of May, but the man of the day, Gabriel Lopez Velarde, already has taken the checkered flag. Wow. He's going to be hitting the showers before these drivers are finished. But here we come to the line. Durst is able to hold on for second, then Fanian and Berghofer. 3 karts under a blanket. Francisco Porta rounds out your top 5. And Ruben Greer, who we saw earlier on track in the LO206 Cadet rookie class, he came home in 6th.
Yeah, we may be setting up with our winner Velarde in victory lane before the rest of these drivers even get to the checkered flag. He was so far out ahead of everyone. So a great job here this afternoon. The dominoes just fell into place perfectly for Gabriel Lopez Velarde, and we'll be over to talk with him in just a moment.
And, drivers probably always wonder, why can't every race be like that, where all the tumblers just fall into place and it turns perfect. So with that, we see an excited Gabriel Lopez Velarde down with our intrepid pit reporter, Will Rigdon. So in a moment, we're going to throw it to them. But I think they're just going to let Gabriel get the helmet off, and there it comes. You can see the helmet. You can see the Hans device, all the different safety equipment they have to keep our drivers safe every lap around this course.
I will mention this while we're waiting on Will to be able to get set up down there. Jim Downing developed the Hans device. He is the inventor of the Hans device. And I was talking with Jim one day, and he said that, he was trying to peddle this thing, and he would go to some shows, PRI show and so forth, and a few people were buying the Hans device. Then we had the Earnhardt situation at Daytona. And he said all of a sudden the phone rang off the hook. He could not produce them fast enough as people felt the necessity to have more safety equipment. And, of course, he's now in the Hall of Fame for inventing that Hans device. A great thing, and it has saved a lot of lives. I think we're ready to go to Will. He's got our winner down there in victory lane. Man, what a great race. Let's go down to Will Rigdon.
Thank you, Charles. I'm down here with your race winner, Gabriel Lopez Velarde. Gabriel, take me through that last race. What'd you do to put it in the P1?
Well, I don't know how, but I just drove like how I always do, and it worked out, I guess, and nothing.
Now tell us a little bit about the kart you're driving, the division you're in.
And I'm right now on a cosmic, but rookie, and so technically we drive in the same we drive at the same time, but just that the pack cadets are a bit faster because they don't have.
All right, cool. So are you going to do anything different for the final race?
I drove the race and see it did right. Yeah, everything.
Well, that's awesome. Look forward to seeing you in race number 2. Good luck. That is your winner, Gabriel Lopez Velarde, and we're going to go ahead and get our rookie winner up here in a second. Thank you. We'll see you on the next one, Gabriel. And we got Callan. All right, I got your other winner from the last race, Callan Berghofer. Callan, take us through that race.
So it was tough. I was starting in third. So on the first lap, second spun. So I got around second. So then me and first were going down the hill. It took me a couple of laps to get him, but I got him.
Well, that's awesome. Are you going to do anything different going into race 2 today?
I'm just going to try to do the same thing and hope to win.
Well, that's awesome. We look forward to seeing it. Congratulations on the pre-final win, and good luck getting ready for the 14-lap final. We're going to go ahead and send it back up to you, Charles.
And thanks to our drivers down there, Callan Berghofer and, of course, Gabriel Lopez Velarde. John, it's interesting to watch these youngsters and to hear their perspective on things. And something you alluded to as we were going down for the interview, you hope you can, you had a great race. You don't want to change anything. And I've talked with drivers over the years about that. I said, you won convincingly. Do you take the car back to the shop and just let it sit and go back out next week? No, you got to tear it down. You got to nut and bolt it. You got to do everything that you would do normally and just hope you get it back. And you may put it back exactly like it was, then go the next week and it's records instead of checkers. So you never know.
Some days you're having your day of days, and then other days you just can't seem to get out of your own way. So we see our next group of karts in the staging house. This is our KA100 class. These are two-stroke engines, but you don't see the radiator on them. These are air-cooled. So they have maybe a little less performance than what we see in our tag class, but they usually still put on quite a show, Charles.
But the air cooling, it's a little better when it's 50 degrees than it is whenever it's 90 degrees. So air cooling is a little more efficient today, I would think.
I would 100% agree. You almost have to wonder if they might have to slow the cooling so they don't run too cool on a day like today. Once again, we're in the mid-50s here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We're located in the North Atlanta metro area, just outside of historic Dawsonville, Georgia. Drivers having maybe a little fun here scrubbing the tires.
Sorry to say, that is some getting a little heat in the tires to the max there, I would think.
Yeah, they're having a little showtime there on the parade lap. Once again, we're going to go 12 laps in our KA. Coming up after this, the apex predators of the karting world, the shifter karts, will be waiting in the wings for their pre-final.
I always like the shifter karts. Those guys fly around this track. It doesn't take long to get the shifter karts underway. We had the interview with Danny May just a little earlier after his win, and Danny's one we normally see in the shifter karts. I haven't seen the lineup yet. We'll see if Danny's going to be in that as well. Green flag's out. We're underway. Got a good green flag start first time in, so that's good for these drivers as they go side by side down to turn number 2.
Maybe some side-to-side contact there. All drivers able to make it through turn 1, down into turn 2. Our last race, we had 4 karts get around here. Even though they're 2x2, they're going to make it some more contact through turn 3. And for the most part, they're going to file down through turn 4. Turn 4, maybe the most difficult turn to be side by side here in this complex, Charles. The wall of the building we're in really just seems to jump out at the drivers.
Yeah, these drivers making it quickly through the turns there, through the S's as they come through. Everybody's single file right now except for that group in the very back. Somebody stepped out of line right there to take a look to the inside, but they stepped quickly back in line with everyone else. So we'll complete lap number 1 here in just a moment as we get ready for these 12 laps to come your way in our KA100 junior and seniors. I believe it's junior and seniors. Anyway, Zach Frank is our race leader right now, the number 98. He is in the K100 seniors. So Spencer Mast runs in second spot. Jacob Hughes is third. Theodore Simonov is fourth, and Sam Machado is in the top 5 right now as those drivers head down toward turn 9.
Charles, something we haven't talked about yet is we see a great side-by-side battle happening with Spencer Mast losing second to Jacob Hughes for the moment. Let's see if Mast can battle back. He cannot, so move Hughes up to P2. Charles, the Atlanta Motorsports Park team has announced the schedule for the main track for 2023. We're in that week. We're at PRI. They're announcing all the dirt racing schedules, but Atlanta Motorsports Park has announced theirs. An 8-race program for the Miatas. They'll start April 29th. They'll return to action May 13th, June 17th, July 18th. Excuse me. Let me get my numbers right there. That's July 15th. Then August 12th, September 9th, October 7th, and they will finish up their season November 11th. So a great 8-race program on the main track. We're excited every time we're here for the karts, but the main track also has racing in the portfolio of events that happen on that 2-mile facility.
John, of course, last year we had an opportunity with it was karts and Legends cars on the main track, and that was an interesting day and an interesting afternoon to have both of those divisions and both of those types of cars racing on the main track here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
So we see the main track in the background there on the right of the screen. That's the Turn 4, modeled after the Nuremberg Ring's carousel. So one of the signature turns on the main track. So really a complete motorsports portfolio of events here. We have karting, we have main track. They have the paddocks open with different drifting events as well as stunt driving schools. We haven't mentioned the skid hill or the ice hill or the skid pad if you're looking for defensive driving. If you have a 15-year-old that you might not feel comfortable teaching them to drive, you can have them come here. And once again, if you go to atlantamotorsportspark.com, right on the top of the webpage, you can get gift cards for all of these things that we've talked about, whether it's enjoying a time on the rental karts here or all the way up through the Primal Driving School on the main track. You can have the ultimate stocking stuffer for the adrenaline junkie.
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice to have a $60,000 Primal car sitting in your stocking on Christmas morning?
Well, I love that when you drive by, even coming in this morning behind me, there were a couple old MG Roadsters. You see so many amazing machines here. And then as you drive in, you pass those beat-up red Ford Fiestas and Ford Focuses from the Bobby Orr driving school. And when they have that school here, if you want to be a stunt driver in the movies, Atlanta area produces a lot of movies nowadays. You could get the training, get the certificate to be a stunt driver in one of those movies at the Bobby Orr School. And
an interesting fact, Georgia is the #1 movie producing state in the nation. It outdoes California and New York now. So Georgia has done a really good job on the film industry and attracting films to our area. I have a lot of race car drivers work during the week with those movie studios, preparing cars, transporting cars back and forth from one movie set to the other, fueling cars and fueling generators that they have on set. So I've got a lot of friends in the racing industry that are involved in the movie industry as well.
And there's a lot of professional drivers that are on the staff here as well as on contract for different events. A lot of the times when they do those ride-alongs, those are professional SCCA or IMSA level drivers that hop into a car and do ride-alongs for some of the patrons. Charles, I've done the karts here. I've also done a ride-along and a drift ride-along on the main track, and wow, just adrenaline here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. As they say, it is a country club for motorsports.
Yeah. I was involved somewhat with the Richard Petty driving experience, and I used to tell the drivers of those cars, always introduce yourself to the ride-alongs, the people that are going to be in the car, because they want to know, who is this? Is this a young, up-and-coming young driver that's going to be in NASCAR one day? I want to know who I rode along with. Introduce yourself to them and make sure that they know who you are for future use down the road. You may say, hey, man, that little new NASCAR star that was out there, I rode with them 5 years ago in a Richard Petty driving experience.
Yeah. 2nd through 6th on your camera right now. Our leader, Zach Frank, has pulled clear, but there we see Jacob Hughes, Spencer Mass, Sam Machado, Theodore Siminoff, and Camden Trachtenberg running pretty close together. Hughes maybe has a couple of kart lengths, but then it's pretty close quarters there as we see Trachtenberg trying to find his way around Siminoff as they sweep down through turn number 15.
Well, Hughes had a difficult time getting around Spencer Mast. We saw that happen earlier. Now that he's done so, he is settled in pretty much in that second spot right now. Everybody's still trying to chase down Zach Frank, who is our overall leader at the moment. You see those top 6 cars have already crossed start-finish, and our leader is heading up the hill in turn number 2, getting ready to come right in front of us in turn 4.
Again, more close-quartered action with Siminoff and Trachtenberg on your screen right there. They're going to head down through the S's and down the long back straightaway. Once again, Zach Frank, the leader. He's already through turn 9 into turn 10, so maybe a 3-second lead. But there we see some side-by-side action in that great turn 9 passing zone.
Yeah, they are trying to see if they can battle it out. They quickly go back into single file, but it was a big moment there that could have been a moment if those karts had gotten together, as Jacob Hughes and Spencer Mast continue to battle it out for second and third spot. There you see your leader, Zach Frank, come across the line. Hughes still in second with Mast in third, but they are, and Mast goes to fourth. Machado was the one who jumped out of line and got around Spencer Mast for that third spot.
That's a name we've called earlier today, Sam Machado. So we see again drivers doing some double duty, working their way up the hill, but Mast glued to that rear bumper of Machado for third, looking for that final spot on the podium. Let's see if Mast might make a dive to the inside. He doesn't. Maybe Machado playing slightly defensive there as we're 8 laps in. So best battle on the track is right here. Sam Machado in that green and white 06, almost Brazilian colors when you look at his helmet, and Spencer Mast in the 41 right behind, sort of with a blue, white, and red kit.
There comes our leader. He'll clear start finish. Now our second and third place karts, that's where the big battle is going on. Actually, third and fourth is your best battle with Machado
look at how they
and
step
Mast.
out. It almost looks like they're loose the entire way through that turn 1 corner there, Charles.
And entering or coming out of turn number 2, they took separate lines. Check this out as we go side by side into turn number 3.
Tough sledding for Mast, and he's going to lose a spot to Siminoff as he swept wide trying to get around Machado through turn 3, and it backfired on him. So that's going to move Siminoff up into the 4th spot. Now Mast is struggling to maintain a spot in the top 5.
Wow. Siminoff doing a great job of holding his line as Spencer Mast went wide off turn number 4. Now Mast is going to have to try to pull a comeback and see if he can get back up into that podium area of the track. Zach Frank coming off 17 right now. We will see him cross start finish. Then it's still Jacob Hughes in second.
2 to go here as best battle there. Still seen with Mast, and now Trachtenberg, some side-by-side action through turn number 1, and they're going to drop down into the hill. So in that shot, it's Hughes, Machado, and Siminoff, then a gap back to Mast, Trachtenberg, and Vincent Capetillo, a name we haven't mentioned yet today. So a great battle here, 3rd through 7th.
And we got a little tight action right there at the back of that pack of cars. You saw some side-by-side stuff going on. Now you see the 33 of Siminoff looking down to the inside, going to try to take that spot away.
Siminoff, for the moment, looks like he was able to move ahead. Siminoff has that vivid red fire suit, and he was able to get by the green fire-suited Sam Machado. So that's going to put Siminoff on the podium, but we might see Machado fight back on the inside as they're side-by-side for 5th as well with the white flag in the air.
Wow, you see these colors out there, and there you see another tight side-by-side battle going on with Machado and Siminoff. It reminds you of the World Cup. You know, World Cup action is going on right now. The U.S. didn't quite make it as far as they had hoped, but better than what they were anticipated to do. But at any rate, we see these multicolored events in World Cup racing, and we see some of that on the racetrack.
Side-by-side through 4, and then a crossover. Can they go side-by-side through the S's? Not advisable. They get single file. So for the moment, Zach Frank is your leader. He's already through turn number 10. Then it's Hughes and some contact, maybe a little bump and contact again with Siminoff and Machado. Siminoff getting by. We'll have to see what the stewards say about that. Then it's Trachtenberg, Mast, and Capetillo battling for 5th, 6th, and 7th with Capetillo looking to the inside. Let's see what Machado does down into the final braking area in 16. Siminoff played defense on the inside, but Machado got back down to the inside. So Zach Frank, your winner. Jacob Hughes, 2nd. Sam Machado's able to get by Siminoff for 3rd with Siminoff in 4th. And then Spencer Mast able to hold on for the 5th place position. So, wow, what an exciting KA100 race here, Charles, this afternoon.
Yeah, Zach Frank had this thing from the very beginning pretty much, but Spencer Mast had an exciting race. He got up to 3rd at one spot, then just made a bad move coming off 4. He thought he was going to try to pick up a spot and wound up losing an extra spot there in turn 4. So for Spencer Mast, it was an interesting day for him, and not the most positive way you want it to be interesting.
And Charles, you can point out that you can see the green fire suit and the red fire suit. That's Sam Machado, who finished 3rd, Theodore Siminoff, who finished 4th. Talking maybe just, it seemed peaceful, if my body language reading is correct. I've seen a lot more passionate drivers at the finish, shall we say. So maybe they're just working things out. They did have maybe some paint swapped when they went through turn number 9 on that last time. So now we see Zach Frank getting his cart onto the scales. He should hopefully get a thumbs up, and he will roll on in a moment as our KA100 winner. Our intrepid reporter, Will Rigdon, is down there, and he will grab an interview in a moment with Zach Frank. Next group of carts coming onto the track will be our shifters, so the speed and the intensity will pick up. But first, a calm moment down in Victory Lane.
John, we've seen several races today where the winners just prevailed heavily over the others. It wasn't even close at start-finish with the battle for the lead. We've called a lot of those races where you almost photo finishes between first and second spot. Today it seems like one person hits the setup right or one person hits the corners right, and they're way ahead of the rest of the field.
Or it's like Moses. The C parts, and just everything goes their way. And that's how it was for Zach Frank in our KA race.
I think we're ready to go down to Will Rigdon right now. He's got our winner. Let's go down to Will.
Thank you, Charles. I am down here with your race winner, Zach Frank. Zach, take us through that.
Well, I knew that there was some good competition out here today, and so starting on the pole, I just knew that I just had to get out front and just make consistent laps.
What was your best part of the race?
Probably just not having to, worry about, defending too much, just keeping it clean, keeping it smooth.
Are you going to change anything up going into the 14-lap final race?
Well, I can't say too much, but I got to keep some things a secret. But yeah, we'll probably make a little bit of change, but nothing too crazy.
All right, well, it's a good race to watch. Congratulations and good luck on the final race. We're going to go ahead and get second place here real quick. As your race winner, Zach Frank. Now, Hughes. Jacob, take us through that race.
Qualifying wasn't great, so we started fourth. Had to make a good move on the first lap and then set it up for Spencer. And once I got past him, it was kind of manage the gap with Zach and figure out what I want to do with the final.
So you're going to be starting second for the final race. Anything you're going to do different to be able to hunt down Zach?
I want to change something with gear and just got to be aggressive in the start, because if you let him get away, he'll just walk away. So got to be on him the whole time.
Now, Jacob, you were the winner of our shifter class race in the summer season, and you're racing KA100 today. Is there any different going from shifter back down to KA100?
There's a big difference, mainly in tire, especially on a day like today. Like on reds, the damp track is pretty sketchy, but on yellows, it would be fine. So that's the main difference, is the tire, and the speed difference isn't really noticeable once you do a couple laps. So,
well, we look forward to seeing you in the final race. Good luck, and appreciate the interview. Charles, we're going to send it back up to you.
Good to talk to both those drivers, Jacob Hughes and also Zach Frank. Zach Frank getting the win in this one, and Jacob Hughes coming back to a second-place finish. We're going to be bringing out, I believe it's time to get out our shifter carts. I think they're going to be lining up right now. They'll start from a dead start position, a standing start we call it here. So the shifter cart drivers are bringing them around, and we'll get them slowed down and in their starting boxes ready to get this race underway. John, it's been an exciting day so far. Pre-final is just about ready to wrap up.
Well, and with the shifters
I was using my Elmer Fudd voice. Did you know that? Wrap up, yeah.
With the shifters, intensity is really going to pick up. They use a standing start in the shifters. This is the only time they'll use the clutch on these carts. So these are two-stroke engines, water-cooled, but they have that sequential transmission in them. So what this means is drivers will always be at or near peak torque and peak horsepower, and that could be up to 12,000 RPM. So what you'll see on this start, the driver uses their right hand to shift the gear. I think if they pull towards them, it's going up to a higher gear. If they push the shifter away, they are downshifting. The left hand can grab. It's a hand-operated clutch. This isn't a three-pedal car. Gas is on the right, brake is on the left. The clutch is the left hand. At the start, they'll be in first gear with the clutch pulled in, where their hand is clamping inward. When it's time to go, they'll wind up the revs. You'll see it. You'll see the plumes of smoke come out. You'll hear it. And when the green flag drops, they'll, with the left hand, release the clutch, and they're going at that point. And from there, maybe they need to blip the throttle a little bit to shift up to a higher gear or to downshift.
It's much like a motorcycle gearing is, except instead of using your foot to to go up and down the gear box, you're using your right hand. Same thing with the clutch. I think most of those of us who have been in the motorcycle world understand that kind of gearbox and that kind of changing of the gears. There you see them. Everybody's sort of in rhythm. They're getting their engines ready to roll.
The plumes of smoke coming out of these two-stroke engines, and the green's out, and now you see some of the karts maybe sluggish and some really get a good launch, like a Mario Kart type launch there if you hit the lights right, and we are underway. This is the exciting part for shifters. Watch how quickly they gobble that uphill as opposed to lugging like we see in the LO206s. They just pop a couple gear shifts, and they're going to try side-by-side through 4, and they're going to be a crossover move. So the sound and fury has picked up here as the shifter karts are on track. The first lap will be slow, but, Charles, we'll see some probably 48 and 49-second laps once they get up to speed.
Yeah, they'll get through in less than a minute on these drivers and these karts right here. Right now, Robbie Campbell is your race leader, and then I'm not sure who's in second spot. That's up in the air right now.
It's like waiting for data, except it doesn't say waiting for data.
That's right. All right. Let's see if Campbell continues to hold that top spot.
Perez.
Daniel Perez goes to the top spot. So Campbell is now third. Owsley Cheek is your fourth place driver. And I'm going to give you a stab at our fourth place.
Finn Heidenreich is running in fourth
place.
Finn
Heidenreich, okay.
So Daniel Perez, our leader, that's a name we've seen in other classes in the 2022 season. So he's out to an early lead. Looks like maybe a kart went around. There we see at the end of turn number 9. Don't know if he went around or had a mechanical issue. These shifter karts, as we've said, they're the fastest karts. They also have the most parts on them, and they seem prone to break, Charles, whether it's something in the transmission. Really, this is the only class where they shift. So you have maybe the clutch can go. You can have a transmission problem, as well as the water cooling system can go out. A lot of things that can go haywire. But when these karts are running properly, and there we see it, Daniel Perez in the 49-second bracket. There's nothing faster in the karting world than shifters.
Yeah, these karts are going up. You can actually have competition going up the hill in turn 2. Everybody else just tries to survive the hill, but they can actually jostle for position on turn 2. They're so fast.
Well, and race fans, we appreciate you watching today. Want to let you know we're going to be back at it tomorrow with the 4th and final round of our Winter Shootout Series. We should start once again right about 11:30, and we encourage you to, if you're on the East Coast or maybe in the United States, enjoy maybe an early lunch or breakfast with us. And we know we have some viewers over in Ireland that we've heard before, so maybe grab dinner and settle in with us for the final round of the Winter Shootout Series.
And what are they, about 5 hours different than us in Ireland?
5, yes.
Yeah. We were at our daughter in Italy, in Rome, and it was 6 hours difference in Rome. So I would think that somewhere in that 5-6 hour bracket difference.
So
working our way down the hill right now, Daniel Perez, your race leader. And again, boy, you see the jostling around that these drivers do. You talked about the rib support.
That's
and
right.
you see there's a lot of action going on to your mid-body, your rib cage with these drivers.
And there you can definitely see all the harnessing that they have on them, so that padding as they're going around. And, Charles, something else we don't talk about. These karts don't have any suspension on them. There's no springs, there's no shock package. So all of the bumps and the cracks that they roll over translate directly up into the driver's body. And the faster the karts go, the more you're going to feel that. So we know these drivers are feeling that. It takes a great amount of strength and cardio training to be able to endure through a 12, let alone a 14-lap race coming up. The intensity of what they're doing, the focus they need to have, really all comes to a point here in the shifter class.
And they're not really sitting on a heavily upholstered, heated and cooled seat like you might have in your luxury car.
There's no plush leather. If it's not plastic, it's going to be carbon fiber.
Yes,
it's a hard seat.
No Corinthian leather in this one at all.
No. Something else we had noted the last time we were here, Charles, for the conclusion of the summer series, the shifter karts drive the lines a little bit differently than the normal karts. Normal karts tend to arc through the corner. With the shifters, you'll see that they almost turn early, and the reason for that is they want to turn early and get the cart straight at the exit as soon as they can so they can get full power back down to the ground. So you won't see it through 2, but turn 4 would really be a good example of it, of where it almost seems like they're loose on the entry to the corner, and it's that they just want to straighten the cart out. and be able to mash the gas and start going up through the gearbox as soon as they can.
And from our drone shots, you can see that the rear end of these karts slide around a lot. They really put the power to them and slide those rear ends out.
And
you don't get that shot any other way except from that drone shot.
And when we talk power, they're about 30 horsepower, which is a lot when you're in a maybe 400-pound kart. So that's a pretty impressive power-to-weight ratio. Something else we haven't mentioned today, shifters are one of the few karts that use the soft tires. I forget if it's red or yellow is the color, but they need those softer tires since they're so hard on the gas at the peak RPM point. If they had the hard tires, they'd be spinning them on corner exit when they stomp on the gas. So that softer tire helps them hook up onto the asphalt and get all that power to the ground.
We heard Jacob Hughes a moment ago in his Victory Lane interview talking about the fact that it was iffy on the tires today. Yellow would be maybe, but reds are you know, which tire do you go with? Because you are in that transition period. There's still a little bit of moisture on the track. So the yellow might be the better choice, but is somebody going to step out and go on the reds?
Do you recall from that if yellow, which one was soft, which one was the harder compound?
I would think by judging from that, the yellow is the softer compound and the red is the harder. Somebody stick their head in there. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, the red's the harder tire.
So we were already past halfway, 7 laps down out of 12. These laps go by quick. We've seen some 48-second laps from our leader, Daniel Perez. He has a comfortable lead right now. Charles, like we've talked about, the leader seems to pull away. He is about 5.5 seconds clear of Robbie Campbell, who's in second.
Yeah, Perez just doing a great job right now of working his way through the S's and coming up through there. We've got a good battle going on, but these drivers, you talked about the 48-second laps. We're having that, 48, 49-second laps. Drivers just clicking off through this race. There you see the radiators. You got a good shot of the radiator on the side. These are, again, water-cooled engines as well.
Just a real small pump that's driven off the rear axle. They have a glorified rubber band, Charles, that is able to take a little bit of power off the rear axle, and that turns the water pump that runs the water through the engine and into the little radiator that you see to the driver's left.
You know, John, we talk about the little things that can go wrong. I mean, you've got your major things like a steering problem or the engine going sour, but you've got that little belt that can break. We've seen drivers with the chain come off before. I mean, just things that don't always happen, sometimes happen on the racetrack. Oh, man, what a battle.
Great 3-car battle. We're going to see a couple of karts look to the inside under braking in turn 9. And the third driver there was able to follow. I'm trying to get a number. I think that was Eric Hugh was able to get down to the inside. I think Owsley Cheek lost 2 spots on that. We'll see when they come around through timing and scoring. But, Charles, you're right. The brakes, the front and back balance, and let alone, Charles, we haven't talked about this today as they come around to put lap 9 on the board. So that drivers can actually adjust the air-fuel mixture as they're driving. There's a couple of knobs down to their right side. We have one kart going well to the inside there. Don't know if the stewards might have a chat with him after the race, but drivers, as they're driving, can adjust the air-fuel mixture. How they have time to do that, I can't even imagine, Charles. Maybe down the back straightaway, but between shifting, upshifting, downshifting, and having to set up for turns, there's not a lot of idle time here on this facility.
John, I think I've mentioned to you before that back in the days when I first started with NASCAR, before all of the technology and the things that you've got computerized right now, there would always be some old guy in overalls. This is my picture. I remember this car specifically. It was the number 8 Snickers car. And this guy in a pair of overalls came out, and he had an ash about 2 inches long sticking off his cigarette. and he would, whoa, and rev the engine up, and he'd take his screwdriver, and he'd turn the jets on the engine and get it just like, and with all the technology they had, it was some old guy just listening to the sound of the engine and running the throttle up and down.
It sounds like in Six Pack where the kid takes the stethoscope out to listen to what the engine's doing in there.
Just about that same kind of thing. It was amazing to see that with all the technology he had, that was the last person that touched the car, was some old geezer that was out there just listening to the way it rumbled.
White flag flies for Daniel Perez. One more time around this 17-turn complex for him in this pre-final. Robbie Campbell second, Owsley Cheek rounding out your podium so far. Perez has far and away been the class of this field with 48-second laps, 49-second laps. He works down through the S's. You can see how quickly the asphalt just gets soaked up by these karts. He's on the brakes through 9. Now, maybe at some points here you can see the driver's right hand reach down for the shift, just depending on our camera angle. And already Perez is up the hill in 13. He'll sweep downhill through 14. Again, the kart sideways seemingly at all times. He'll be on the brakes through 16 and 17. And just in a moment, he sees that checkered flag in the air. Daniel Perez, your shifter, pre-final winner this afternoon. And you can see he had a comfortable margin over Robbie Campbell coming home in second. Owsley Cheek in that turquoise kart comes home in third.
They will be heading over to the tech area in just a moment. We'll get some final words from the pre-final, from the winners there as we get the field set for the finals later in the day. I would have thought the track would have dried out a little more. You would think there would be no dark gray areas on it with the running that we've had so far. But, John, it stayed pretty much like it was most of the day.
No, it is a cold, raw day, 53 degrees right now. So when it's that cold and still pretty damp in the air, there's not a lot of place for that moisture to go up out of the track. So we may continue to see some drying as we get into our finals. But you're right, Charles. The moisture has held in the track surface reasonably well so far. So I see Will Rigdon, our intrepid reporter, getting prepped as we see our drivers coming across the scales. Shifters will be the heaviest class as we see that 582 machine. Daniel Perez rolled across. Looks like everything was copacetic at the scale house, so he will catch a word with Will Rigdon shortly as they set that up. And coming up after this, we're going to move into our finals. 14 laps in all classes, and those lineups were set up by the results in the pre-finals. So the first group to go out will be the LO206 Cadet class getting on track. And there we can see in the background some of the hills here of North Georgia. Charles, as you had said when we were here a couple months ago, beautiful foliage. Now it looks pretty dead out there through the forest as we have just a few evergreen trees and then otherwise just sticks out there.
Well, it's always good to be in the North Georgia mountains regardless of what the situation is in the woods. It's just great to be out and enjoy Mother Nature, and you can do that more at a road course than you can where a bunch of red dust is flying, which you and I tend to have lungs full of red dust on many occasions. So they're getting set up down there for the Victory Lane interview. We'll be talking with them in just a moment. Remember, finals are coming up. Finals are 14 laps today, so just a bit longer than normal. So 14 laps coming up as we get ready for the finals.
We get some bonus laps is what
That's
it
right.
means, Charles. And once again, race fans, we'll be doing it all again tomorrow, starting right about 11:30 Eastern time here for round number 4, the concluding round of the Winter Shootout Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
So I believe we're going straight in. Are we taking a break between now and our race? I hear some rumbling going on, so I believe we're bringing our first final of the day out.
That's right. Lincoln Massey had a magical ride in their opening pre-final earlier today, so he will start on the pole, and we are going 14 laps here in our LO206 Cadet race. Lincoln Massey will be on the pole. Brandon Rivers, I believe Oliver Neighbor will be on the outside, then Brandon Rivers, Ruben Greer, Axel Robards, Vino Figueroa, and David Gilkowski rounding out your field. 7 karts scheduled to go 14 laps. Drivers right now just working around on their pace lap, trying to get maximum heat into these tires. They're going to try to get stacked up 2 by 2. Let's see if we get a start here on the first time by. Drivers just putting their hands up, trying to get organized. They need to be side by side throughout the field so they get an even start here. So our stewards just encouraging them to slow down so they can get lined up. Let's see what happens here as we come. And a false start. First one of the afternoon is Mikey Lane's going to be joining me on the mic. Welcome aboard, Mikey. You're coming in for the final here, 14 laps in our LO206 Cadet class.
How's it going, John? Yeah, filling in here for Charles. He took a step away to grab something.
I think he's getting one of our catered lunches here. Once again, they do it up right here at Atlanta Motorsports Park for all the different events that they have at the venue.
All right, so for false start that first time by, it's pretty typical around here.
But, you know, that was our first of the day. We were saying we shouldn't have said anything. There weren't any problems, and now here we go. So Lincoln Massey is the pole sitter. He had a real convincing win in the opener. Once again, this is one of these great camera shots that we have here as the drivers are creeping around turn number 16, still weaving to get heat in those tires.
Yeah, originally we had that pole cam out in turn 16, but we've upgraded to so many drones and different cameras, we don't need it anymore. We get a good shot of them coming here.
And looks like another false start, so we're going to go back around through the cutoff.
I might be bad luck, John. I sit here for 1 second.
We can blame you. I guess it's something we can blame you. Now, Mikey, I do want to ask, have you seen the Adventures of Thurmond that's happening here at Atlanta Motorsports Park?
I have not.
Thurmond is the elf on the shelf that they have here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And race fans, we encourage you to connect with Atlanta Motorsports Park, whether it's on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. You can follow along and see what hijinks Thurmond is getting into. The last pictures I saw, he was taking out one of the rental carts. I don't know how he makes the height requirement, but Thurmond, the elf on the shelf here, he's been out at the front gate getting pictures made, and he's been caught on a rental card. So you want to connect with us on social media.
Do we know what lap time he posted?
It was probably faster than when I was out there for the dad's race a few weeks ago. Elves have that special power. As the green flag's out, we're underway in our first final of the afternoon, LO206 Cadet.
Lincoln Massey, the number 7, he's going to lead the field through turn 1, all of them making it through with no issue down that big hill into turn 2.
Now, Mikey, have you been out on a cart on this track? Oh, so we got one around. I think that is Axel Robards going around. Yes, it is in the 44.
I have been at the track. It's been quite a bit. Maybe about a year ago I went out. Not that the track has changed too much.
But you were in the rentals, I imagine.
In the rentals, yeah.
Boy, when I did it a few weeks ago, it gave me new respect for what these drivers are doing out here in faster carts, actually racing competitively.
Yeah, I mean, you just do 15, 20-minute session, and you feel like you just came out of a Grand Prix. And those are just the slow rental carts. And by slow, I mean compared to these, they're still 55 miles an hour.
Right.
But, yeah, it's a workout. And
the way your heart rate comes up, your breathing, I believe your pupils shrink as you really so focus in on the task at hand.
Yeah, it is something else. It's hard to describe. The only way is to just force someone to get in the cart and go around the track.
Right. So Lincoln Massey is our leader. Not that same big lead he had in the pre-final. Oliver Nabert right there as they sweep down through turn 2. Now Massey's able to open up a couple cart lengths, and they lumber up that 3-story hill with 1 lap on the board. Right now, Gino Vino Figueroa will be the final spot on the podium, but we still have 13 laps to shake things out.
Side by side on the backstretch, Oliver Nybert looking on the inside. Is he going to clear Lincoln Massey? He does.
Well, Massey might be going with the crossover, but the way that Nybert passed him on that back straightaway almost looked like he had the Mario Kart power-up going there, Mikey. He really had a head of steam coming out of the S's.
It has been a Mario Kart type of day with our starts and the passes and just sliding around on this damp track. But Lincoln Massey not able to hold off Oliver Nybert. He'll inherit the lead here as they come around to the start-finish.
In their interviews, you could really tell that Massey his goal was to still beat Nybert. Nybert really had a difficult start and was able to recover into second. And so far, he has capitalized. It looks like he's starting to draw clear of that number 7 cart in second place.
A lot of racing left in this final for LO206 Cadet, so I wouldn't count out Lincoln Massey. Ran a great first race, still hanging with Oliver Nybert, about 3 or 4 cart lengths back. And we've seen it a lot where someone will win a pre-final and lose the final, and whether that's just making a mistake in the final or maybe the second place cart saved their stuff in that first race to really go all out in the second. It's hard to tell, but definitely a trend we've seen here at Atlanta Motorsports Park where some drivers they show up in the final.
Well, it's about a 5-second gap back from Massey to Vino Figueroa in third place. You can't even see him in the shot. So for now, it's a 2-cart battle for the lead. Let's see if Massey will be able to reel in Nybert, the leader. But Nybert comes by to put lap number 3 on the board. And per timing and scoring, his lead 1.4 seconds.
So if the race keeps running like this, Oliver Nybert will probably have quite the lead. But you know from experience running around this track, one mistake and you take a little visit to the grasslands out there, and 30 seconds go by.
I can tell you I did end up in the grasslands that time I was out here for the dad's race a few weeks ago. So far, Nybert keeping it between the curbs and on the asphalt. Really seems like the back straightaway drying out quite well. The front straightaway, Mikey, really seems to be the part of the track that it doesn't get much sunlight. Not that there's much today, but it doesn't seem to dry at all on that section of the track.
Yeah, and fortunately, it's because it's a straight. Not too much of a worry for these drivers. It's those turns when they're wet you don't want to be stuck in. But not too much passing going on in the front stretch. And if it is, it's right before the start finish, so it's not too big of a deal for it to be a little damp.
Forecast for tomorrow looks to be less clement than we're seeing today. Today is cloudy and the track is drying out. Tomorrow we have some rain in the forecast, so it'll be interesting to see how drivers would adjust to that. Also, a smidge cooler will be about 50 degrees, so less inviting weather, although this is very typical temperatures for the Atlanta metro area in this time of year, being in the 50s. It's kind of a typical day. We've been a little spoiled, Mikey, where we were up in the 70s earlier this week.
Yeah, it has been a little bipolar these past couple weeks. I feel like we've had days go down to like 30 degrees, and then it'll be sunny and humid and hot one day. So up and down, but that's just Georgia weather.
There you go. Well, Charles and I were talking also about the background with all the trees being gone. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was the wintertime is when they'd go out and make all the moonshine up here in these hills and then take it down Highway 9 to Atlanta. So there we see some of the, the defoliaged areas of the forest. I think it was, we'll have to ask Charles that when he gets back. When did they run, when did they brew shine here in the mountains?
I should know that. I lived in Dawsonville for like 15 years. But Charles is the man to know to ask about that. But maybe with these drone shots, we can see a distillery hidden amongst the trees.
Well, you'd see a smoke. The pole cam that fell off earlier looked like it might have been, lost in the woods there for a while.
But surprised, they were actually able to recover that. We had the replay of it.
What happened to it?
I think he was backing up to get a nice wide angle and just ran into a tree branch, and they're the natural enemy of drones, tree branches.
What was a drone that he hit there?
Yeah, so he was on a drone.
Oh, I thought it was the pole cam. It was another drone.
No, it was because we have two drones today. So Daryl, our second drone pilot, he just backed it up into a tree.
Okay.
But it's good. The drone survived. It's back up in the air. It's getting us great shots. So not missing a beat here.
And also not missing a beat, Oliver Nybert just continuing to build on his lead. He's coming around to put lap number 6 on the board. Normal races, this would be halfway, but we get a couple bonus laps here in our winter shootout series, so 8 more laps to go. But per timing and scoring, Oliver Nybert just continuing to slowly draw away from second place Lincoln Massey that time around. 2.4 seconds was the difference. And,
in our normal race series with the shorter races or slightly shorter races, we always ask the question, if this race had gone on a couple extra laps, would second place have caught the leader, or would third place have caught second place, et cetera? And we saw that the last winter shootout series on that double weekend we had in November, there were a couple races where the longer time benefited some drivers. Maybe had better long run speed than other drivers. So
I missed that. I was down at Sonoy Raceway for a dirt race that weekend, but definitely always excited when I can get up here. We've really had some great races this year, and the LO206 class is one of the best ones that we field.
Yeah, when we get that LO206 field with 20 karts out, it is a treat to watch. Doesn't really matter what kind of fan of motorsports you are. Seeing that many just vehicles in one small little area is just it's too much fun to watch. As Oliver Nybert, 7 laps in, posted the fastest time. He is the leader, so not much changing in the order here. In fact, I don't think the order has changed at all.
Really, Nybert got by Massey on, I think, lap number 1 or lap number 2 going down the back straightaway, and he has not looked back.
As he rounds that turn, we'll get a good shot of the S's here.
Also a good shot of the condominiums that they're building in the background. So race fans, not only do we talk about main track and kart track, you can actually live here. You could have a condo that you have for the weekends to show off one of your show cars and be able to roll it onto the track in just a couple of minutes. So one of the options and amenities that they continue to develop here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, we've had a great opportunity being able to see those basically from the start of the construction to them now being finished. You could go back and watch all of our broadcasts and sort of make a time lapse of the buildings popping up.
And they're still building down towards the right end of that building off by turn 1 on the main track. They still have some buildings going in. I think they've sold out that phase, but I've heard in the future they're going to add another phase somewhere down towards turn 13 and 14 on the main track.
I've heard rumors of more condos in other parts of the track. Were you the one that got the last condo there?
You know, I cannot afford one of these condos, but I've heard they're in the signs outside say from the mid-200s, so whether it's from the mid-200s, you get an open shell where your unit's about two garage doors wide, if you think of it as a 2-car garage wide.
Okay.
And the inside's a shell. You can build it to be what you want from there. If you want to have bedrooms, you could build those in. If you want to build one of those lifts for your car to be elevated into the second level to become the showpiece of your unit, you could do that. If you want to have it as more of an open office space, a place to come and work or meet with clients, that's an option that you could do as well.
I don't know if I can get any work done if I have my office here. I mean, there's too much fun going on. It might be counterproductive.
So there we see Oliver Nybert carving through turns 4 and 5 under our vantage point and down that long back straightaway. There you can see the main building of Atlanta's main track off to the right. So there we see Nybert on the brakes through turn 9 and then sweeping around. Nobody else in view. I think at this point, Mikey, he just needs to lay down consistent laps, and we're going to see our first winner of the afternoon.
I think you are right. As he makes his way, a great shot of the drone. You see up in turn 4, the carousel on the main track.
Yeah, that long sweeping triple apex based on the Nürburgring from the German Grand Prix, their carousel. So there we see the lap, almost a full straightaway lead for Oliver Nybert as he puts lap number 10 on the board, officially scored 5.8 seconds.
Yeah, so now, Lincoln Massey's gotten to the point where he's not even seeing Oliver Nybert when they are on the front stretch or back stretch probably. Maybe just seeing the end of his cart as he goes around the corner.
Running out the rest of the field, Giacchino Vino Figueroa was in 3rd, Ruben Greer in 4th, Brandon Rivers in 5th, with Axel Robards in 6th. Robards unfortunately spun on that first lap going down into turn number 2, so we'll have to see if maybe he can reel in Rivers and battle for 5th, but that's a tough way to start the race, to spin. I've done that. You spin out early on, and then the rest of the field is just gone from view.
Yeah, they go by pretty fast, and not something you want to do is spin out early. But I think he's not running as fast lap times anyways, so.
There we actually see, there's Robards in that turquoise colored cart, about to go a lap down to Nybert. Something interesting we haven't talked about today, seeing the drivers duck their heads as they go down the main straightaway, trying to get almost an aero tuck like you'd see on motorcycles or cycling, just trying to get every aerodynamic advantage they can to get a little bit more speed.
Well, you see some drivers do it and some don't. So I think some believe that it gives them an advantage and others don't. I don't know the science. I mean, I think it checks out. I feel like
it would, but I don't know if you can do it long enough to make a difference. I think you're right. Maybe drivers just feel faster when they do that.
I think it's in the same category as when they, give those shoves going up turn 2. And
the bobsled move. Yeah.
I don't know if it really helps, but if it helps them in their mind, and then it does help them.
Well, sometimes that's what it takes to keep your mind on track, as we see Nybert able to put a lap on Axel Robards, continuing to just corner after corner, lap after lap, just lay down very quick times, sometimes about a minute, 3 seconds, so a 63-second lap, and that just puts it in perspective with 2 laps to go. The shifters were running 48 and 49-second laps.
The shifters, they would have already been in the parking lot enjoying a snack.
Well, the shifters, you also have to figure at a cadet level, you're talking about drivers that are maybe 10 years old out there. Not quite ready for shifter, but again, building that valuable seat time, building just experience behind the wheel. And by the time these drivers are 16, they'll be able to say, hey, I've driven half of my life already.
Well, you know, these have comparable speeds to the rental karts, so now you've been on track. I've been on track before. Do you think you could even handle a shifter kart?
Oh, God, no.
I don't think so. It's
I don't know if I could idle around on a shifter kart. Having to think, Mikey, I can tell you, I had such a death grip on the wheel. The last thing I'd want to do is take a perfectly good hand that's clenching the wheel and reach down and do something with the shifter and then come back to the wheel.
Yeah, it does feel a little insane that you're just basically driving with one hand around a track that has this much elevation change, these hard of turns.
Yeah. White flag in the air. One more time around for Oliver Nabert for him to claim victory here in round 3 of our LO206 Cadet Final. He works his way up the hill. No bobsledding that time. He just took a quick peek behind him and didn't see anything of note, so he sweeps under our vantage point and has about a half a lap to go. That time around, he was 6.7 seconds ahead of Lincoln Massey. So Massey had a magical pre-final. Things did not go his way as Oliver Nabert sweeps through the turn 9, 10, 11, and 12 complex on his way to victory.
Lincoln Massey is running, you know, considerably faster times than the rest of the field. So it was kind of always those top 2 karts in the top 2 position, no question about it.
So he sweeps through turn 16 and 17 for the final time. He looks down the straightaway and sees the checkers. Oliver Nabert, your winner in LO206 Cadet here in round 3 of the AMP Winter Shootout Series. Coming home in second across the line, Lincoln Massey with a wave of his yellow gloved hands takes home second. And then it's a gap back. We should see Giacchino Vino Figueroa coming home in third. That's the lap car of Robards. So Robards will post a 6th place finish. And we see now Nabert's going to cross over the scales. The last challenge, he just has to make weight, and then he will get a victory lane interview.
The true last challenge is having to deal with Will Rigdon down there. So he's not out of the woods yet, Oliver Nabert.
Well, we can see Nibert pulls around. Doesn't seem like there was any problem as the rest of the drivers will roll across the scales. This is one of our lighter classes. Not only are the karts light, the drivers are light as well. So they're probably about 300 pounds. As Oliver Nibert pulls out, hops up out of his cart and gets a fist bump from Will Rigdon, our winner in LO206 Cadet this afternoon.
Well, we'll be cutting to an interview here shortly. I think Charles is back, so I'll hand the mic back to him here.
Okay.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks for coming in and joining us, Mikey. It was interesting to see when Lincoln Massey got up out of his cart. He just sort of threw his hands up and said, "What could I do?" almost. That Nibert just had the measure this afternoon. So I see Will Rigdon down in victory lane. And with that, we're going to send things down to get a word from our winners in our LO206 Cadet class. Will Rigdon, take it away. Okay, Will's not ready. So, Charles, you get to slide in for a moment. You got to sit back. What do you think of that opening final here this afternoon?
Well, it was good to see Oliver Nibert get the win, and in quite a convincing fashion. We've seen that this afternoon in a lot of things. By the way, thanks to Mikey for sitting in. Enjoyed listening to his commentary along with yours during that little timeout that I took. And it's just, you know, the day has just it has not increased in temperature or in humidity. It's just kind of one of those gray winter days. I was expecting the sun to come out today. Of course, you're the resident weather expert.
I am.
So
well, tomorrow, and the sun's not coming out tomorrow either. I can guarantee you that. But we
colder, warmer. What's tomorrow hold?
It's a few degrees colder, but rain.
Wow.
We get a good rain. So we'll see how that impacts the program for tomorrow. We're scheduled to start broadcasting around 11:30, and would love to have you join us. But now we see him down in victory lane, so we're going to throw things down to Will Rigdon with our LO206 Cadet winner.
All right, thank you, John. I am down here with your LO206 winner, Oliver Nabert. Oliver, second place in the pre-final. You pulled it out in the final. Take us through that.
And then I tried to pass Lincoln at turn 2. And then something happened in the rear and it just snapped and I just caught up to him. And then like a lap later, I got him down on the straight and got a really good gap after that.
It was definitely much. You got any plans for tomorrow? You going to do anything different? We got the last race coming up tomorrow.
We'll see. We'll see.
Well, you hit it here first. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, let's go ahead to second place. Lincoln Massey. Tough break. You were on the podium in the pre-final. What happened there?
Well, I caught and more speed, so it got me on the straightaway. But other than that,
Well, we got one more race left in the season tomorrow. Are you going to do anything different when you come back out?
just try to beat Oliver.
Well, you heard it here. We're going to send it back up to you. It sounds like the race is already underway.
All right. Thank you, Will. So race underway, race number 2, our final. It's the tag senior master final. Charles, you could really see Oliver seemed coy about his win today, about what he's going to do tomorrow.
Yeah, we've heard that from several drivers today. They've said, well, I got something up my sleeve. I don't want to give it all away, but may make some changes as we go into the final, so we'll see how that goes.
It might be a kayak for tomorrow. They're going to have to pack the rain tires for tomorrow. So here we go, stepping up the speed chart with our tag senior master. Once again, these tags are 2-stroke engines, water-cooled, and these are the second fastest karts that we see here, second only to shifters.
Yeah, making almost those 1-minute laps as they bring them off turn 16 right now. We'll see our first drivers out of 17 actually coming up on the screen. You'll see what those times are.
Leonardo Oliveira is the early leader. Sam Machado and Mike Conrad rounding out your top 3. Conrad in the master class here. Will had a word with him earlier this afternoon, so Conrad is in a race of his own, so to speak, but Oliveira in that 340 kart already cruising down the back straightaway, looking to repeat. I believe he was running up front in the pre-final, but Charles, didn't he end up falling out, and then I think Sam Machado won the pre-final?
I believe that is correct. Nybert was in second in that first race. Of course, we watched them just a minute ago as they flip-flop positions with Nybert getting the win and Lincoln Massey in second spot. So some of these drivers are having a little different final than they had pre-final. So we'll see if that holds true during the day today. Right now, you've got Oliveira up front in our tag senior division in the number 340.
And he has already gone up the hill. Machado and Conrad, your closest battle on the track. They had a pretty good duel in the pre-final. Once again, race fans, we're getting 2 extra laps here. 14 laps the distance. Charles, normally we just get 12. And as Mikey said earlier, we've always wondered what would happen if we got, just a couple more laps. We will find out this afternoon.
Well, there's a lot of things that happen on those last couple of laps. That's the reason, if you notice, that the start-finish line at Talladega is located down in turn 1.
That's right.
Rather than I've seen so many passes go on between what would normally be the start-finish line and that turn 1 spot at Talladega.
1981, Ron Bouchard able to get by, was it Terry Labonte and Darrell Waltrip? It really is his first and only NASCAR Cup win because he was not the leader in the Tri-Oval.
So many of those guys, that was their first win at Talladega. Dick Brooks got a big win at Talladega in the year that the drivers thought that the cars were unsafe, and so many of the drivers pulled off, and other drivers said, hey, we're going to run this thing, and Dick Brooks got the win that day.
Was that late 60s?
Yeah, that was when they started a drivers' union of some kind, and it really teed Bill France off, and he didn't like that fact, and there was a little bit of tension going on between the sanctioning body and the drivers at that point.
More than a little bit, Charles,
yeah.
that afternoon.
That's when NASCAR became the benevolent dictatorship that they call it today. Our drivers right now, we're a different discipline here. Let's talk about road course racing.
All right. So, Charles, you were talking sometimes these drivers running as low as 50-second laps. Leonardo Oliveira, the quickest time so far.
Wow.
50.
That's almost shifter kart.
Shifter karts are just a couple of seconds quicker. These tags run a 125 cc engine. When we have the KAs out later, they're 100 cc's. We're under a local caution through this section of the track. We'll have to look and see exactly why. But 125 cc's, water cooled, they're going to make a decent amount of horsepower. The only thing they don't have is that gearbox to allow them to maximize the power curve.
Over my announcing career, I've done a lot of different things. Motocross racing was one of those, and the 125cc motorcycles that would be out on track were always fast, but you bring the 250s out, man, the 250s, they sounded like a completely different animal and were way, way faster than the 125s.
Don't they still, and weren't there 500s? Or I thought there was one class higher than the 250s even.
No, the tracks I raced at, the 250 was the highest class that they had. But those guys would I mean, they would go over the tabletop and they would grab air and just be in for second after second after second before they would land again. Amazing things to watch those guys.
Right now on track, this is Sam Machado and Mike Conrad, our battle for second and third. They're not really battling each other. Conrad is in the master class. Everyone else is in there. Excuse me. Conrad's leading the master class. James Schumann is also running in the master class.
Yeah, but if you're running behind somebody, it doesn't matter if you're first in class. You want to beat them.
Absolutely right. Now, as Mike said, though, the Masters weighing a little more really struggle, especially off the exit of turn 2 up the hill. So that's where we would expect Machado to open that gap a little bit further.
Yeah, certainly every lap is going to be a little bit of an advantage to any of the seniors over the Masters when they come up turn number 2. You're seeing that right now. You should see Oliveira be able to gain a little bit.
Well, that's Machado there.
Or Machado, yeah, and Conrad. That's the battle that's going on right there is Machado and Conrad.
Oliveira, an 8-second lead already,
he's
6
gone.
laps in. So he's getting his Uber Eats arranged for Victory Lane at this point.
See, there he comes. You see him in the S's already, and they're just now into turn number 9.
Yeah. So this time around, they'll be getting the crossed flags indicating halfway through the race. There we see Machado just carving a nice groove through the S's, and then he goes uphill through 13 and 14. Opened up a pretty good, comfortable gap over Conrad for second place.
We saw Machado come through the S's a moment ago, and you saw his tires getting up over the curbing. Some drivers decide to avoid the curbing, and then some drivers just use it as an advantage. So everybody has sort of a different take on how they view the curbing.
And it might be how you're handling. I've heard it could be a gearing thing, you know, if you're got the wrong gear in, if you need the cart to really turn a little bit, if you need to keep your RPMs up, you'd want to avoid the curb. But if you know, at times you might want to hit the curb to almost help hook the car around. So we've seen similar in NASCAR when a driver gets their tires down low on the track where the banking flattens out. I think it tightens up the car when you do that. That if you're struggling one way or the other, you can put your left front tire down there, and it helps the rest of the car handle better. So maybe similar here. I do know for a fact, though, if you hit the curbs too hard, eventually the curb will hit back, and you will have suspension parts breaking.
Right now we're at the halfway point. Cross flags are out, so Oliveira is still your leader. He is in the senior. Of course, Machado is also a senior. Now, the first car back in the Masters is Mike Conrad. He's in that 19 car. They work their way through. I think that's Machado that you see in your screen, and then Conrad behind him as they head down the hill. Again, quite an elevation change from turn 4 down into turn 7. We're at the bottom of the kink right there that they go through, so quite a bit of elevation change just down that hill.
And the kink is the lowest point on the course. I believe the highest is when they sweep right here up 13 to 14. I believe that's the highest point on this complex.
John, you talked about your experience in turn 14. Number one, you can't see around the corner. It's a blind corner. Number two, you feel the cart unload as you get to the top of the hill. So you feel like the wheel's kind of going to come off the thing, really.
A little bit, or you're going to float up out of the seat, which might be worse than the wheels coming off if you come out of the cart.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of things that you don't see when you're just watching on TV or on YouTube or Facebook Live is the way that loading and unloading. Sometimes it's going to push you down into the seat. Sometimes you're going to float up. And when you float up, it's not just the driver kind of coming up out of the seat, but the cart gets lighter on the track, and you can very quickly lose control at that point.
Yeah, the first time I went through one of the NASCAR driving experiences, the Richard Petty driving experience, it didn't ever dawn on me how the G-forces, how much G-forces there are on a track like Atlanta or Charlotte, and how you're pushed against the side of that seat, and how you're pushed down in the seat by the G-forces. Never thought of that.
I did the Dale Jarrett driving experience at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and I knew there'd be side forces, but really once you're at speed and you feel the first time how much you feel the G-forces pushing you straight down into the seat. Because of the banking, some of the force vector is going to push you down into the track. And really that caught me off guard, how how heavy your legs feel, how heavy your arms feel as you're basically being pushed straight down to the bottom of the car.
You mentioned Dale Jarrett. I have to tell you this story. I was at the chapel service before a NASCAR race one day, and I was standing between Dale Jarrett and Michael Waltrip, and I felt as though I was a one-story building standing between skyscrapers. Those two guys are so tall, you don't realize it.
Well, what's Waltrip? 6'4". He had the roof hatch installed on the restrictor plate track, so he could get in and out of the car. He didn't use it to get in and out, except when he won that one time.
He just used it to have fun. I think,
yeah. Popped out the hatch.
All right, they come by right now to complete another lap. We have 11 laps in the books out of 14 for these drivers as our race is winding down right now for the Tag Senior and Tag Masters. They come in front of us in turn 4. Now, again, this is Machado and Conrad. Oliveira has just checked out on the field. He is way past these guys. You don't even see him in the S's yet, or still. He is way past them. And here comes Conrad and Machado as they work their way through the S's. Machado will come up through turn 12, head up into 13, and that blind corner into 14. Meanwhile, Oliveira, do we see him at all? He's not even in the shot. He is already gone.
Shot. He was scored as not finishing in the pre-final. I don't know if something changed or if the scoring might have been a miss or Machado did win the pre-final, but Oliveira has clearly righted that ship. As you said, he is out of the shot and headed home at this point, just about headed to victory by saying headed home.
12 laps complete. We've got we're in the middle of 2 to go, so we're like a lap and a half or so to go. We should see Oliveira come by in just a moment as he will trip the 13 laps complete.
Yeah, 19-second lead right now for Oliveira as we see the 2 sticks in the air and the white flag coming out. That's Oliveira. So he has just 17 turns between himself and victory. Right now coming up on a slower car. I believe that's the 6th place running Oz Cheek.
Ooh, and he's got some problems right now. I believe he's trying to head to the pit area. If he makes it there, that car getting awfully slow. Did not make it.
And that was Cheek there, so that's going to bring out at least a local caution as we're riding along with Leonardo Oliveira, our leader from the get-go here in our Tag Senior Master Final, dominating the field today, clear by 21 seconds on the last lap. And you can see 21 seconds would be about a second and a half.
Well, if you're running
every time around
50-second laps and he's 21 seconds, almost a half track ahead of the second place car. So here comes Oliveira off turn 15.
Ooh.
Wow. I think he's celebrating a little early there.
Leonardo Oliveira making a show for the fans, taking home the checkers in our Tag Senior. I just was hoping we wouldn't see a Leon Lett moment there, Charles.
Yeah, well.
Where he'd spin the thing out. So, and as you said, this is just an indication of the size of his victory. Machado finally comes through turn 16 and 17. So Sam Machado comes home in second. And I believe this is Mike Conrad. A brief wave. Mike Conrad comes home third, but he will score the victory in the Tag Master class.
You know, Machado and Conrad had a good race going on there for a period of time. It finally got to the point where Machado was able to pull away a little bit, and Conrad about 4 or 5 seconds behind him when they finally came to the checkered flag. But there was no doubt who was out in front and who was the class of the field as Leonardo Oliveira was able to claim the top spot. There you see him still working on Cheek's machine. Some kind of mechanical problem. Here's you see the replay. Oh, let's see what he does. Yeah, well, I'm heading toward the pits. No, I'm heading toward start-finish. Man, I thought he was going to be in the wall there for a while.
Just a little drifting there to the finale. Well, we saw Cheek looking at his car. That's the engine is on that right rear side, but most of these guys are coming back tomorrow. So if there's a problem, they need to get it addressed pretty quickly to be able to be in competition tomorrow. And already we can see as our second place comes through, our winner, Oliveira, has already got the helmet off, just about cracked open a cold one here. he's had enough time to go down to the pool room and put his order in.
We'll be down to talk with him in just a moment, find out his ideas on what's going on. Kid karts just about ready to come out. Last time, kid karts were like 3 laps in by the time that we got to them because there's just a few in that field today. And if they get a clean start, I think that's the key to kid karts. If they get a clean standing start and get to go in that first time around, we're in good shape.
Well, and it was, Charles, you were saying we were having all good starts, and then we did sort of curse ourselves. The LO206 cadets took a couple attempts to get around. So now I see our intrepid reporter, Will Rigdon, down in victory lane with our winner. Take it away, Will.
All right, I am down here with your race winner, Leo Oliveira. Leo, take us through that race.
It was pretty smooth. I found a good rhythm and was able to stay consistent and just build the gap lap by lap.
Well, is there anything you're going to be doing different coming into tomorrow?
I might not race tomorrow, actually.
Oh, how many races have you done so far in the winner's shootout?
3, and I've won 3.
So you're pretty much a shoo-in.
I'd hope so. I hope so for sure.
Well, is anything, I mean, if you were to show up, anything you're going to do different tomorrow?
Yeah, wet setup. Very, very wet setup.
Well, that's what a lot of guys are saying because they're watching the forecast. And we're anxious to see what happens tomorrow. We're anxious to see the conclusion of this series. Congratulations on the win today. Anybody you want to thank?
Everyone at DCT. I want to thank Miguel, Danilo at D2 Motors, my dad, my whole family, everyone that supports us. We couldn't appreciate you guys more.
Well, it's always fun to watch you race. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you up on the podium later.
Thank you.
And let's see if we can get Mike Conrad over here. Here's your winner in the Master class. All right, he's coming over here real quick. Mike, you won the pre-final. You managed to keep it in there. You won the final race. Take us through that last 14 laps.
Well, it was a bit of a challenge. We tried some changes and didn't seem to work too well in the go-kart, so we'll go back and regroup for tomorrow because that's going to be a completely different game tomorrow.
I was going to say, you got any strategies for the wet track tomorrow?
No, not yet. We'll figure it out tomorrow.
I'll say a prayer, do a little dance, hope for some clear skies.
Yep, some dry track.
Well, it was some awesome action. Congratulations on the win today. We'll see you up on the podium later, and we'll send it back up to you, Charles.
All right, thanks, Will. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a whole different bird. You heard Mike talking about that. Tomorrow, we're expecting a wet track. We're expecting a little different situation. So everything that you had in your plan for today and all of the great notes that you took today, you might as well rip them up when it comes to tomorrow.
And, Charles, I don't think wet is the right term. Soaked tomorrow. I think with rain coming down, this is where drivers might be dealing with spray. It's not a question of will I be on dries or will I be on wet tires. You're going to be on wets. You're going to be dealing with spray. You're going to be trying to figure out lap by lap as the rain maybe gets more intense or gets easier what type of line you need. And we could also see sometimes this happens on road courses. When it's dry, you want to be on the line. Sometimes when it's wet, the last place you want to be is on the line. So maybe you have to take different turns, different lines, even down the straightaway. You want to get offline to get out of that where the rubber and the oil tends to be all deposited.
John, you were pointing out during that interview with Sam, it was very obvious. You could see those that rib pad, the rib constraints, whatever you call those things, the rib protectors that he had on that really give you a lot of support for the jostling around that you do in the seats of these karts.
Absolutely. He had it under his fire suit, but a lot of drivers, might have them over the top as well. Just something that those short ribs, the sides there, really can be tender areas if they get banged around. On track right now, the kid karts set up for their final. They will be running from a standing start, and they'll be on the jelly bean. Let's see when they're able to get started. Normally, Charles, since they're at a standing start, they're able to do pretty good.
I have seen them not complete the start, though, from a standing start. We have had difficulty in times past, but today they get the green, and so we're heading up, ready to go through the jelly bean right now. So we'll get these 14 laps from these three drivers underway as they make that little cutoff right there. Bo Stowers up front, along with Hunter McBride and Jackson McNeely. We'll see how they shake it down after lap number 1 is complete. They're all pretty much evenly spaced out through the field right now as they come off turn number 17. So our scoring and timing will update, and we'll find out who's in the lead. It is Stowers.
So once again, a great drone shot. We can actually see the entire facility from this drone. As long as the drone's here, we'll see the entire race. They said that they've told us the drone is parked, so
Okay.
it's got its one spot. It ain't moving, basically. Charles Mikey did let us know that earlier today the drone, they were trying to get a wide shot. They were backing it up, and that's when it went into the tree. We thought it was pole cam falling over. It was
that was the drone. Oh,
that was
my.
the drone taking a abrupt turn towards the ground.
Oh, goodness. Well, it has
They said
it
it's
has had its
okay.
moments. Oh, we got a spin. We had some contact. It got
Oh.
a spin. We're able to hang on to it. Now we got another one that's not sure if that. I think that was McBride, and now I believe he finds himself at the end. Has he got a problem that can be fixed? Does he need to restart it, or what's the situation?
We don't know how these start, if it's a push start or
Yeah, he's pulling on it now, yeah.
There. It's going to bring out a local yellow, so Stowers slides by. Close call there. Now we see some local yellow caution flags out here. So heady action here in our kid kart race. Charles, at every turn, something can happen here where McNeely and McBride made contact really off turn 1, made contact again, and that caused a stall for McBride.
Well, they're working their way now. We've completed 4 laps with Stowers. The others trailing back just a little bit, but you see Stowers noticeably faster than the others on the track and way out front as he heads into turn 16 right now. You get a good spot of how that track configuration is going into 16. It's more than a 180-degree turn because of the way that the leg juts out and takes you into turn number 16.
That's right, but it is a sweeping. Oh, we got one around in turn 16. Was facing backwards and is able to get straightened back out. So that was McNeely having a episode off turn 16. But you're right, Charles. It's a sweeping corner, though. You can see that the drivers get close to the inside curbs in 16, and really from there, they're swinging out wide through the remainder of 17, trying to maintain the momentum down the front straight.
From that shot, as we go back to that shot in just a moment, you'll see that shot. You see the main track. You see the carousel there. Not that much difference to what we might have a little mini carousel over here in 16 and 17.
Quite possible.
Got one slowing right now again.
Yeah, I think that's McBride, who had problems earlier. Let's hope he's able to get out of the way. He's even rolling backwards down the track. So that's a good indication there, Charles, just how uphill turn 1 is from the set shot, where about the start-finish line is the low point in that area, and then the drivers are heading up the hill. Looks like McBride was able to get on the brakes. How often do we hear about NASCAR? A driver will not be on the brakes, and he'll slide down the banking.
Right.
And in this case, they're going to be even side by side, all kind of caution flags out, trying to get McNeely and Stowers slowed down. Now Stowers looks like he's trying to find his way around McNeely, and McBride trying to get him refired. There he goes.
There we go. We got him rolling again. Yeah, you talk about the track, rolling down the track. Buddy Baker was always one of my favorite NASCAR guys, and he would stop in and talk with us in the announcing booth on occasion. And Buddy always talked about Delaware, the Monster Mile at Dover, Delaware, being a self-cleaning racetrack. That's what he called it. He said no matter what happens up top, it always winds up at the bottom, so a self-cleaning track.
Dover's the only real track where I've truly seen the big one happen, not on a restrictor plate track, where they had a restart. Going down into turn 3, I think they had a 20-car pileup. Because, again, it's concrete walls on both sides.
Right.
And like you said, it's self-cleaning. And something happened, and they all just another stall here.
Still troubles. Not happening for him today. It's not been the banner day that he was hoping for.
So he's going to call from help, and a marshal's on his way over. Lost in this, Bo Stowers, 10 laps on the board. So he is just extended his lead from the get-go, about 25-second laps as McBride gets a push start and is back underway.
Now the question is, why does that kart, if it's under power, why does it continue to go dead with him? I wonder what the situation is there. Is it an electrical problem, or is it a gas problem, or what's the situation, why it quits running right in midstream?
Yeah, you don't know. I don't think there's much in the way of electrics on this. So they have a small console on the karts. Other than that, what, do they have a small battery for power? I think.
Well, they got to have something to fire the coil, you would think. I'm not sure, some magneto or something.
Outlaws use a magneto. Maybe these guys have a battery, so we've seen this happen before. Maybe someone forgot to charge the battery, or there's a short in the system and the battery drains. As 2 laps to go has been signaled to Bo Stowers, our leader. And Jackson McNeely is running in second, but he is a lap down. So the white flag comes out for Bo Stowers. He was the winner in the pre-final, and he is carving his path to victory here in round 3 of our winter shootout series. So he's going to head down what we'll call the back straightaway, really. It's turn 15 on the brakes through turn 16. Now here we see, I think that's McNeely coming around to put lap 12 on the board. And coming to the checkers, Bo Stowers, your winner in Kid Kart this afternoon. Looks like McBride having some difficulties. He's just going to glide. Oh, heartbreaking, Charles. Timing and scoring had him pip in, but he just didn't quite make it. So tough day mechanically for McBride. He was able to get to just didn't quite finish there. And Jackson McNeely comes around to finish in second place. Now McBride's able to get started. A very Talladega Nights-like finish there, just getting stopped right at the line.
It is a bittersweet day for him. He finished the race, but barely. That's a tough one to have to finish up right there. But congratulations to Bo Stowers, who gets the win in Kid Karts. We'll be talking with him in just a few moments as we get set for our next group to come out. They'll be out on the track in just a minute as we work through our finals here this afternoon at Atlanta Motorsports Park for the first race of the Winter Series. The second race will continue tomorrow as we extend the laps, 14 laps in each of these now for the finals.
Well, Charles, it should be a completely different challenge, as we've talked about. A lot of rain in the forecast. And we'll see. Some drivers love the rain. You take a Formula One driver, Ayrton Senna was just seemingly a master in the rain. Michael Schumacher loved the rain. Some drivers, it's not their cup of tea. So we will see how things go as we're getting set. Our next group of karts, they're in the clubhouse, ready to roll out our LO206 Junior Senior Master. We'll see what they get in their 14 laps. They had a great show earlier today. Alyssa Vasquez was the early leader, was running second for a while, passed Annie Mae, then had some mechanical issues and did not finish the race. So lots in store for this LO206 Senior Master race.
Well, Alyssa had such problems in the first race. I'm sure whatever the mechanical issue was, they got that fixed. So we will find out what she's going to have for this crowd. And you know what? I got a feeling that for Alyssa, this makes her a little more hungry than she was first time out. So we may see her battling very, very hard in this race to try to get the win.
Once again, race fans, we're located here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and we're going to go down to Victory Lane for the winner of our Kid Kart. Take it away, Will Rigdon.
All right, John, I am down here with your Kid Kart winner, Bo Stowers. Bo, take us through that race.
It was pretty easy. I've never raced against these kids. My cart, it's helping me a lot. It's doing everything it can for me. I'm driving as hard as I can to win this race.
Now, you said you got one more race coming up. Which race is that?
Micro Swift.
So you're going to be in the Micro Swift later today? You going to do anything different?
Yes. I will be going on the big track.
Well, that's awesome. You're going to be back out here tomorrow for the final race of the season?
No, I won't.
Well, we're going to miss you, but congratulations on the win today in Kid Kart. We'll see you up at the podiums later. We'll send it back up to you, John.
All right. Thank you, Will, with an excited Bo Stowers, our winner in Kid Kart this afternoon. So now we're set up for our LO206 Senior Master Race. It's going to be 14 laps the distance. Danny Mae, Alyssa Vasquez, just some of the names that we'll see. Brant Estes had a great run earlier and some great battling through the pack. So they're sitting in the clubhouse. They'll fire up momentarily, and this entire building will start to shake. Those four-cylinder Briggs & Stratton engines have a refreshing sound to them, Charles. Really sounds almost like a big muscle car.
Well, the sound of power, you can't get past that. Anybody who's involved in racing, they like the sound of power. That's why, John, I am a little concerned about electric car racing when we start doing that. The Teslas and all the electric cars that are coming out from the various companies, I'm not sure that I want to be able just to have a normal conversation sitting beside someone when I'm at a race with all electric cars.
Well, there is a Formula One group. No, I don't want to say Formula One, but one of the Formula groups has an electric car race, and it is It's just different. You're not really going to pit for gas. Not that Formula One does now. But you're right. You don't have that sound. The one advantage of an electric car, though, that instant torque. When they've done social events here and they take over a paddock and put in those autocross tracks, the Tesla just about wins every time. Because 0 to 30, you can't beat a Tesla. Even though they have all those batteries and they weigh so much, an engine has to spin up to max horsepower.
That's right.
A motor is
electric motor can go.
Instant power, and you literally hear a Tesla like ripping the tires on the ground that they're just immediately there. So we have Will Rigdon.
Will's got some insight into this.
Yeah, I was running back up the tower and I heard you guys talking about racing electric cars. Well, we're putting together next season's schedule, and a company called Unplugged Performance is actually going to be sponsoring a Tesla class next year. So
are these the guys that did the DeLorean?
No, it's a different company.
Okay.
So
Okay.
That's Ampere EV. That's another on-site company, but they're going to be putting in more Tesla superchargers so that hopefully we can actually run the race. They can get charged up and then run the next race, because that's kind of one of the big issues with them is they deplete the batteries. You got to get them charged.
So
back
how
up.
many laps or how many minutes are we going to be able to run them before they have to go? Do we know yet?
No, we don't even know yet. This is a totally new thing for us, and so I'm not really supposed to say anything about it. It kind of got excited hearing you guys talking about it. But keep that in the back of your minds. We're going to be looking to get an electric field going next year at the main track Summer Series.
Well, and Will, while we have you here, something you can talk about. What are some of the gift cards that people could go to AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com and buy? I've looked, and you can get different cart packages, but what else could somebody get to be the ultimate stocking stuffer for the adrenaline junkie in their life?
Right now, probably the 10-pack of karting sessions. That's our best deal. $200, you get 10 karting sessions. That's probably the ultimate stocking stuffer for any kart fanatic. But if you want to get onto the bigger track, we actually have gift cards for the Primal Racing School. We've got them for the Teen Driving School. They have the AMP it's the AMP Track Time. It's the Taste of Amp Track Time gift card. And right now that's on sale too. It used to be $7.99. We're selling it for $4.99 right now.
Wow.
So that's a big discount, and that's it's a half-day package where you come out in your own car. We'll put an instructor with you. You'll get to do some paddock exercises. You'll do some time on the skid pad. And then we open it up. You get about 2 or 3 sessions on the big track, and that wraps up your half day. But it's only $499, and that's very comparable to any HPDE event. But with this, you're by yourself. You're not out there with a group of 20 other cars. It's you, an instructor, and an open track.
All right, now, Will, Charles and I really have shown that because we're announcers, we're not good at racing. What if we wanted that Bobby Orr stunt driving school? Are there gift cards for that as well?
Believe it or not, there are gift cards for the Bobby Orr stunt school. So if you're actually looking to get your certification to go be a Hollywood stunt driver, that's the starting point. That's where a lot of the guys go get their initial training, and then they go interview for the movies or audition for the movies just like the actors do, except it's, you get about 10 stunt drivers all vying for
See, Charles,
a couple spots.
we could do that. We can't race for time, but we could probably go crash some cars up with the best of them.
Yeah, I think I could handle that part of it.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. If somebody wanted to find a go-kart under their Christmas tree this year, about what are they going to have to spend?
So depending on where they're starting, if it's a kid kart, you're probably around $3,000, $3,500. That's ready to race. And if you want the big boys, the fast ones, the shifter karts, they start about mid-teens, about 15, 16 grand. But sky's the limit in terms of how much money you can put in these things to make them race ready and faster than everybody else. But in general, most classes that we're looking at right now, they're in between the $5,000 to $10,000 range, and that's for a brand new setup ready to go. But obviously, through the course of a season, your consumables are going to be a little bit more than that. So don't think that's all you're going to spend. But compared to what we see at the big track, this is a bargain.
Yeah, so for 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds, you could ask Santa Claus to bring you a kid cart, and you might find one under the tree.
You might find one, Charles. They'd be back out here next March racing with us.
That would be cool. We hear the thunderous sound of those great LO206 drivers underneath us right now as the building roars to life, and they roar to life on the racetrack. John, what a great group.
Well, Charles, so are you basically hoping that your wife was listening to that segment there, asking about a cart? For all I want for Christmas is a car. You're right. This absolutely great group rolling onto the track. Danny May, we could see him in that number 9 car, and alongside him, the number 88, Harrison Browning, ran third, fell back to fourth, but was able to come up to second late in that race. So he's going to start on the outside pole. There we see Alyssa Vasquez had mechanical issues. She's going to be starting scratch on the field.
We're going to see her pass a lot of carts.
Absolutely what's going to happen. Earlier, I believe this was the race, they split the Masters up and had them back. So we're going to see what happens here and who starts where. And all the drivers weaving back and forth, trying to get temperature and heat into those tires so they'll have more grip. But right now, I mean, we're looking at about 53 degrees. So Charles continues to be just a raw, damp day. Let's see what happens as they come around, if we'll get a green flag this time.
Yeah, and I misled us a little bit early in the going. I said you'll see the track completely dry up during the racing action today. Well, that's not really happened.
Well, just a little bit. So, and tomorrow it's not even going to be wet. It's just going to be raining here. So bring a kayak. You know, you might need a pontoon on the side of your cart by the end of the day.
Choose if you have an opportunity for red tires or yellow tires, choose the yellow slicker,
grooves,
right? Wear the yellow slicker tomorrow.
So there you can see the back four. Those are our Masters. They're going to have a race within a race, and the front group is our seniors with Alyssa Vasquez, the only junior running in the field. But, Charles, she's starting scratch in that group, so we might be in for a show of shows here this afternoon.
I got a feeling Alyssa's not going to stay back there long. We're going green right now. We got a good green flag start. They go 2 by 2 as they head up into turn number 1.
Oh.
And, oh, wow, some contact there. One gets out of line, but they're thundering down into turn number 2 right now, and they'll all be, as you say, bobsledding up through turn 2.
Stampede, a water buffalo. They're going to be 3 wide up the hill, and that's not going to work through turn 3 and 4. Let's see if they file down, and as they come past our vantage point,
one out of whack.
We're trying to see the 102 has some issues. I think that's down at the bottom of the hill.
David Fusco not able to get past there, so he's going to take that cart maybe to the pit area. Not sure exactly where he's going to go with that. Anyway, there's your leader off of turn number, that's Danny May. Yeah, Danny May in turn number 10 right now. Danny's working up toward the S's, up in toward turn 13.
And behind them, we're going to wait for the rest of timing and scoring to settle out. I don't see that 88 machine of Harrison Browning in the mix, but we'll see as they're pretty much single file now. Real tight grouping there from about 2nd back to 10th. Danny May, the only cart with some breathing room. He's your leader. Then Carson Craig jumps up to 2nd. Brant Estes, Elijah Skaggs, Jarvis Lee rounding out your top 5. Harrison Browning started on the outside pole. He slid back to 7th on that first lap.
Carson Craig wound up 5th in the first race in the pre-final earlier today. Right now he's got things going his way as he is 2nd, but he's got a pretty tough battle going on.
Only driver not in a tough battle is Danny May, about a 5 cart length lead. There's some side-by-side action, some hand signals for the drivers. Looks like they're going to allow the pass to happen. Maybe a thank you much back as Brant Estes gets by Carson Craig for 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Charles, all bumper to bumper.
Yeah, another driver taking a quick look out onto the side of Carson Craig right now is Elijah Skaggs. Skaggs trying to take that spot away. They work into turn number 14, down into 15. And again, they go side by side. Somebody getting an advantage there. I believe that was Craig trying to take that spot back. Let's see as they come across the line. It's going to be Estes now in 2nd spot, and then Craig is in 3rd. Craig is actually in 4th. Skaggs got 3rd away from him as well. Got one cart slowing. That's Danny May.
That was Fusco. Fusco was about to go a lap down. He's just letting the field go by. So really, he spun early on.
I saw the fairing on the front of that car, and it looked like Danny May's car for the moment.
Almost some contact. As one more car trying to get by Fusco. Charles, we do have confirmation that Alyssa Vasquez is running the junior slide in the engine. That's basically a blocker in the carburetor that only lets the throttle body open so much on the machine. So she'd have a little less power, but then there's a weight brake as well. So right now, Alyssa is running in this race, and she has scored in 12th place.
Yeah, I know you and I had, I believe it was Raiden Nichols' dad. We asked about that slide and what the difference was, and he was able to show us exactly what they talk about in there. More of a restrictor plate kind of thing, if you want to talk about it in what we know as the racing world is like a restrictor plate.
So Danny May, your leader. Then it's Skaggs, Estes, Craig, and Lee rounding out your top 5. They're going to be side by side for 2nd between Skaggs and Estes there. So really some tough competition in our LO206 Senior Master Final. Charles, once again, this class lives up to its billing as really the most competitive class on track.
Yeah, Skaggs' fastest car on the track that last time by. He's trying to chase down Danny May right now. Danny won the pre-final and is out in front at the moment, but Skaggs right on his bumper as they come through turn number 10.
Where did Skaggs find this power? He struggled in the pre-final earlier today, so they must have done something when they went back to the hauler, and now we're seeing Skaggs trying to battle for the win.
Well, now Danny May has about a 6-kart length lead as they go into turn 15, but it seems like Skaggs at any moment can just pull right up against him if he decides to. So we'll find out how that will play out as this race goes on. We will complete 4 laps this time by as the drivers work across start-finish. It's Danny May, it's Skaggs in second. Carson Craig now has moved back up to third over Estes, who is in fourth, and Jarvis Lee rounds out our top 5 in the 992.
Skaggs ran 5th in the pre-final earlier today, so really must have gone to work on that card as well as had some things go their way. He's running in second. And then, as you said, Carson Craig and Estes pairing up in third. Charles, we're almost seeing the grouping that we saw earlier where our top 6 were all paired up.
Yeah, they did 2 by 2 by 2, and now we're starting to see that once again, pairing up front. Danny May has got Skaggs right behind him. Skaggs takes a quick look out to the inside. He tried to cut that corner to get him on the inside going into turn number 12, but he couldn't do it, and now he's still in his tire tracks as they go through 15.
So great battle for first and second. And then Carson Craig and Brant Estes right
up,
there
up.
as we see Skaggs move to the inside, but then May's able to get by as well. So a little bit of a swap there. May still holds on by about 1 kart length. And there you can see Craig and Estes not going anywhere. Now we see Skaggs down to the inside for the lead. May back to second. Our top 4 right there on the center of your camera with May pushing Skaggs up to the top of the hill.
Well, that's impressive to get enough power coming up through 2 that you're able to push the guy in front of you. That was an impressive move Danny May made.
If you have a lower gear, you'd be a little quicker up the hill, but you'd struggle on the straightaway. So wasn't it May that was talking about a gear change? We see Skaggs move to the inside of 1 slower kart. Now here comes May along with Craig and Estes. So the slower kart just giving way to our top 4 who are still tightly bunched as they head to turn 13.
Yeah, that was a good thing that kart got out of the way because it was Skaggs caught him at just the right time and eased around him, but he could have made it difficult on Danny May and the rest of those guys, but he pulled out of the way, and now they're able to still be in that tight bunch of 1 through 4 as they come off turn number 17. We'll complete 6 laps out of the 14 this time by.
Nobody steps out that time. You can really see Skaggs loose into turn number 1, trying an interesting line. Then they'll drop down that death-defying hill into turn 2. For now, they all stay in line. Now, once again, May pulls right in on Skaggs. Maybe May has set his kart up for the lower speed corners, maybe sacrificing a little speed down the back straightaway. Something to watch in the second half of this race.
You know, I believe you're correct. I believe he's gone down a gear in order to be able to do that. However, he doesn't seem to get pulled that far down the straightaways. I think Danny's done a good job in setting his kart up. Now, is that going to translate to another victory? Not sure, because Skaggs still has a sharp race car. Right now, Carson Craig, our fastest driver on that last lap. You see him there in third spot. You see him jumping up right on the back of Danny May's car.
And then it's a gap back to 5th, 6th, and 7th, Harrison Browning, Jarvis Lee, and Juan Pablo Garcia. And then joining that trio, Alyssa Vasquez, who's about to get scored in 8th place. So Vasquez, excuse me, that was Philip Tidwell. So Vasquez currently running in 9th after starting 15th.
Yeah, we expected Alyssa to work up through the field, and we're just at the halfway point. She's gained about 8 spots on the track, 7 spots on the track. It's going to be interesting to see if she has anything for this 4 group driver up front, if she's able to get up and contend. Oh,
Danny May got pinned up by that slower kart, and you could see Carson Craig and Brant Estes shoot right to the inside. So, Charles, we had talked about cars catching lap traffic at a good time. Danny May caught at the worst time there. Down into the kink.
Just a blip off the accelerator, and 2 guys are by him. It's amazing what just one little thing like that will cause in the long haul. So Carson Craig now runs in 2nd spot, and Brant Estes is 3rd as they follow Elijah Skaggs, who is our leader. He'll be coming off turn 17, and we'll check this running order as they come by to make sure we're correct on that.
So there we go. Skaggs in first. Then it is Carson Craig, Brant Estes, Danny May. Then it's a bit of a gap back to our next quartet, Harrison Browning, Jarvis Lee, Philip Tidwell, and Juan Pablo Garcia. Now we see some side-by-side action for second up the hill. Danny May is going to push Brant Estes, but neither can get around Carson Craig.
Carson Craig hanging tough right there in that second spot right now. He's trying to chase down Elijah Skaggs. Skaggs has been the fastest kart on the track for several laps. Carson Craig was 1 lap the fastest. So now there's still some work to do for Carson Craig and that group or that trio that he's with as he leads them behind Skaggs up through the S's.
Yeah, rare to see someone pull much of a lead in this LO206 class, but there we see Skaggs about 6 kart lengths ahead as we see Estes move to the inside of Craig. Danny May tried to follow along, and he cannot, but that puts Craig down on the inside through the braking area. So they're going to come off this corner. All this battling probably just means that Skaggs is going to open up a bigger lead.
And Estes will go to second spot now as Carson Craig goes back to third. Meanwhile, it's going to be Danny May. He's kind of lost the draft at this point. He's not even with those guys in second and third spot, but he tightens it up a bit as they go up the hill.
One slower kart that they're working around, so we see second, third, and fourth pretty close together, and then it's a gap back to fifth now. That's Jarvis Lee running in fifth, but there we see Skaggs once again about a 7 kart length lead down that back straightaway. Estes and Craig will probably have to work, Charles, together in that co-opetition, as Darrell Waltrip said, to try to work together to get Skaggs.
Well, Skaggs takes a quick look behind him to see how everybody is faring behind him, and there is a little bit of distance between his kart and that of Brant Estes, but those 3 guys trying to close in as the laps start to wind down. It'll be 10 laps complete this time by, only 4 left to go.
So just 4 laps left on their afternoon. Top 4 seem to be content to be single file for the moment. The gap for back to Brant Estes, 0.45 seconds, so not quite half a second between first and second. But there we can see Estes reel in Skaggs up the hill. Estes is there, takes a peek to the outside through 3. We have a 2-car battle for the lead.
Wow, Brant Estes really coming on strong. He got back as far as 4th at one point in this race, has worked his way back up to second, and now making a valiant charge to try to take over this race in his kart. Let's see if he's able to do so.
So that driver in the black 17 with the blue fire suit, that's Brant Estes running in second, closing in millimeter by millimeter on Elijah Skaggs after Skaggs took the lead early from Danny May, who won the pre-final. Our top 2 and then our second pairing, Charles, once again, they've paired up. We've seen pairs form, and then they somehow do something, and they're all together again as Estes took a quick peek to the inside through 17, but Skaggs holds him off for now.
It was just a lap or so ago we were talking about the distance between all 4 of those were about equal. Now we see them joined up in pairs, and it looks like the Skaggs is going to do what he can to pull away from Estes, because Estes was really giving him some tight racing room there for a moment. Now they start to tighten up again into 2 pairs of 2 as they work off turn number 4.
Well, Danny May and Carson Craig have been running in line, so they're just waiting for our front duo to make some sort of mistake. So this can become a 4-car dance for the win. There's just 3 laps remaining as they come around turn number 9. For now, Skaggs with Estes right behind him. Charles, I think we're going to see a move coming up the hill here because they're awfully close right now.
Yeah, if he doesn't do it this lap, I think he will next lap. Skaggs is trying to hold off Estes. Estes, I believe, sees he's got a possibility of doing something. He may just be trying something out. Now, Skaggs took a look down to the inside. Here comes Estes on the inside, trying to hold Skaggs off to the high side. It's going to be Estes who takes this lap. He's going to be our leader right now with 2 laps to go.
That's right, 2 to go. You could see Skaggs almost block on the braking entry through 16. That allowed Estes to get by. Now they're going to go side by side. Skaggs makes the pass at the bottom of turn 2, but Charles, top 4 together once again with Danny May trying to run on the outside.
Man, Danny May trying to make a bid for it. Then all of a sudden, Danny loses power. So now it's Carson Craig right there in 3rd spot as May tries to track him down once again. But up front, Brant Estes lost the lead to Elijah Skaggs once again.
In
Skaggs,
turn 2. And rarely do you see turn 2.
Crazy do you see that.
Area.
So Skaggs up front. He goes through the S's. Everybody's still in straight line right now. Got a feeling we'll see some more passing action try to go through. Here's Estes. What's he going to try to do with him?
Well, we'll see if Skaggs might block. That's what he did the last time. One eye forward, one eye back. You can see Skaggs playing defensive down the inside, trying to hold off Estes. For now, Estes swings wide, can't make it happen. So our top three on your screen with the white flag in the air.
Yeah, he didn't give up the inside like he did last time to him. Carson Craig on the move now. Craig trying to take over second spot. Here's
Estes
another one of those
didn't lift
passes.
down the inside, though. He's not quitting.
Wow.
And you can see Skaggs taking a look back, has a couple of cart lengths. Wow, you thought for sure Carson Craig was going to pass Estes on the inside of turn one, and Estes just didn't lift down into that heavy braking area in turn two. So there's our top trio, and then it's a gap back to Danny May. So it's a three-driver battle for the podium here in round 3 of our Winter Shootout Series.
Well, Skaggs has led quite a bit of this race right now. Of course, it was Estes who got by him over there in turn number 16 and then held the lead for just a little while. Skaggs back into it. Now Estes looks inside him again. It's the final lap.
Oh,
What's
he got
gonna happen?
loose.
Oh, he got loose, lost the rear end of the cart, not able to get the pass completed. It's going to be Skaggs off of turn 17. Is there one more chance for Estes?
He comes right down the middle of the block. Estes goes further inside to the line.
Wow.
Elijah Skaggs, your winner by about a half cart length over Brant Estes. Carson Craig in third. Then it's Danny May. Philip Tidwell is in fifth. On Pablo Garcia, 6th, and Jarvis Lee, 7th. And then here comes our final little bunching on the track. I see Alyssa Vasquez in that group, and that was 8th, 9th, and 10th. Harrison Browning, Luke Kondrowski, and I believe Alyssa Vasquez. So, wow, Charles, exciting right to the last foot of the track. I thought Estes had it until he got loose right in turn 14, and you could see him wiggle, and he just gave up so much momentum at that point on the track.
He had the perfect idea and the perfect alignment coming through 14 or through 15 to be able to make that pass. Then at the last second, the rear end just stepped out on him a little bit, and he lost that momentum, and that allowed Skaggs to go on for the win. So congratulations to Elijah Skaggs as he gets the win in what is always exciting, the LO206 Senior and Masters.
And we got those 2 extra laps. Almost makes you want 2 more the way that they raced out there. So we got extra distance here in our Winter Shootout, and boy, they made it worth it.
And
there you see the finale.
Wow.
I'd say about 2 feet was the distance. From there you can see it, a little less than half a cart length.
Just the fairing, the front bumper cover, the fairing on the front of the car was the only difference there. Estes really had his foot in the gas as they came off turn number 17, trying to make that inside. I guess at that point it's the inside. I never know what's inside and what's outside at this racetrack, but at any rate, the inside line, I think, is where he was at, trying to make that work. So we're getting set up now as we get our winner. There's Elijah Skaggs down there. You see Will Rigdon with him.
He checked his hair in the reflection of the glass.
Yeah,
there,
congratulations to him. Before we get this interview underway, I was in the helmet room a minute ago, and something that you wouldn't see 5 years ago. They have a helmet sanitizer. Back in the old days, you might just wipe it out, and you might not for another guy to get in. Now we have the sanitizer machine that has to sanitize all the helmets. Anyway, let's go down to Will Rigdon. He's with Elijah Skaggs.
Hey, Charles, I am down here with your race winner, Elijah Skaggs. Elijah, you weren't on the podium starting the race, but you managed to work your way up. Take us through that race.
Repeat that again.
I said you weren't in first to start that race from the pre-final. You managed to work your way up to the lead. Sorry, guys going by. It's hard to hear down here. I said you worked your way up to the lead. Take us through that race.
Yeah, I had so much more power down the straightaway. We going up the hill was one of our biggest problems. So we adjusted that with the gear, and it gave us more momentum down the straightaway. So we also had something wrong with one side of our cart, which was actually killing us down the straightaway. So yeah, we fixed that, and then we got a lot of straightaway speed, so we were able to pull them down the straightaway and keep our position.
So Brant Estes passed you there towards the end, and you got right back around him. What was going through your head when that happened?
I felt like I was still fast enough to win, even though he kind of caught up to me. But yeah, I somehow just overtook him like right out of the turn. He made a mistake, so I went right by him.
Well, it was an exciting race to watch. You going to be back here tomorrow?
I unfortunately won't.
Oh, well, we appreciate you coming out today. Congratulations on the win. And let's see if we can get second or third place over here.
While waiting on Will to get hold of him, Elijah Skaggs, what a great race he had. It was it's certainly not without some not controversy, but not without being contested. He had some up front, then back to second, then back up front once again. Let's go back down to Will.
All right, Charles, I am down here with second and third place. Got Brant Estes, you took second place. You and Carson, man, y'all were going back and forth all race and with Skaggs up front. Take us through that.
Well, that was a little crazy. I think we both did a good job of racing and staying off of each other. It was a little bit, it was a little slick, so sometimes it was a little bit hard to get inside of somebody and not slide into them, but we all made it to the finish line, so hey.
Now, what was that like getting around Danny May there at the start? Because he won the pre-final, but y'all made quick work of him there.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure. I don't remember getting by him, just to be honest with you. I know we did at some point, but, yeah, he's usually pretty quick. I don't know what happened to him there towards the end, but he's definitely one of the top guys out here, and it's always good to get by him. So.
Well, it was definitely exciting to watch. Carson, I got a question for you. I know you love being up here on the podium. Take us through that race. What was your best part of that race?
I'd have to say when Brant and I went through David's Bend, and we were too wide, running just neck to neck, literally to the point where my two inside tires were right on that white line, and the other half of my cart was off in the rumbles. And we were just, probably my favorite part of the lap was all of it. Just the constant back and forth, back and forth. It was amazing.
Well, that's awesome. We're about to get this next race going. Congratulations to both of you guys, second and third place. We'll see you up on the podiums later today. Charles, we'll send it back up to you.
All right, thank you, Will. Congratulations to all of our drivers, those top three that were able to talk today. And, man, just what a great race that was. As we have talked about before, LO206 just brings out the best in everybody. A little bit of difficulty there. What's going on?
Yeah, it looks like some heady moments here. We're getting our tag cadet rookie race on track. Charles, something we hadn't thought about. We said that Brant Estes got loose right in the middle of turn 14 on the final lap, where he said at points the track would be a little wet, and that would cause you to get loose. You go in figuring you're going to have full grip, as we have one around in turn 9. So some heady moments here in the warm-up for our tag cadet and rookie. But Charles, quite a can't tell if we're under green or not here.
Yeah, I think we are. If it hadn't been, they would have taken the cutoff and come back through to restart.
Well, they did take the cutoff once, though.
But so somebody wound up on the wall in turn 9.
They did take the cutoff. So we're us announcers last to know. We're going to figure it out for you. But Brant Estes must have caught just a little bit of moisture on the track, and that must have been what caused him to get loose in turn 14. And how about what Elijah Skaggs said? They found something wrong with the cart, and it really helped their straightaway speed. And then he changed the gear to help him up the hill. And, boy, I thought when he said he found straightaway speed, he would have been slow up the hill because of the gearing, and he said it wasn't the gearing. They found some speed in the engine, and then with the right gearing, it helped him on that uphill part. So
yeah,
really
found something else wrong in the cart. We thought Danny May had done the same thing, maybe changed gear in order to be able to go up the hill.
Well, Estes forgot how he got by Danny May. That's where May got picked off by that slower car and lost 2 quick spots.
That's exactly right, and that was an unusual situation.
It really seems like whatever adjustments May had were not what he needed, though, where he was very powerful in the pre-final, and he had talked about a gear change. Maybe he made a gear change, and really it went the wrong way on him.
Well, we are not having any luck whatsoever in getting this race started. KA100's trying to start. Are we at KA100?
Tag cadet rookie.
Tag cadet and rookie. Sorry about that.
The exuberance of youth here on display. Yeah. trying to get a start going. Even here, they're at a quick pace on these caution the parade laps. And another false start. So they're eager. They're eager to get going here in this 14-lap race. Coming up after this, we'll have our KA100s, and then race fans, the shifter carts, will take to the track for the finale this afternoon.
All right, let's see if we do something different. You know, we've looked the same every time coming out of turn 4, and it's been a no start. Let's see if we can do something a little different this time. And maybe get us a clean start. Okay, now are we going to get together side by side?
We might need the restart cone out here, Charles. And finally, we got a green flag after a couple attempts. We're underway in our tag rookie cadet final.
It was touch and go there for a moment, John.
Yeah, exactly. That is what tag stands for. 125 cc engines. Oh, so we got one going around coming off turn 2. That is the number 77 Kart's able to spin that around. That is Francisco Porta taking it at a really difficult time. He's lost all his momentum going up the hill. So Porta has a lot of work ahead of him to get back with the field up front. We're going to follow on the battle as they're side-by-side for first and second, almost side-by-side for third and fourth as well. So that leader in the 825 car, Gabriel Lopez Velarde, is your early leader.
Velarde just made a pass going into turn number 9, and that put him up at the top spot.
Did Lopez Velarde win I think he won the pre-final going away, and then it was Adam Durst and a group of karts in second, I believe.
Right now it's Velarde. Yeah, Velarde was well ahead of the field. Remember how far above the field. He was like 8 seconds before the second place finisher. Right. So Durst is now in second spot in that 81. And Maton Fanian in the number 99 runs third. Callan Berghofer in the 26 is fourth. And Ryan Perez in the 12 runs fifth. So that's the way they line them up right now.
So Lopez Velarde able to get back to the front. Tough break there for Porta, spinning on the opening lap, coming up out of turn 2. Looks like he got spun by the kart that was behind him. So, Charles, that's one of those that the stewards take a look at sometimes after the race, which can adjust the finishing order. But up front, there's no question right now. Lopez Velarde starting to stretch his legs on the second lap of this race and open up a pretty good-sized lead.
He has had a great day. The first race was just an outstanding day as he opened up the big lead. He's doing the same thing in this race, at least at the current spot. We've got 14 laps in this one. 2 are on the boards right now. But Velarde looking really strong already.
Kart, I do want to mention he's about to go a lap down, and there he does. Bo Stowers, he was excited coming out of Kid Kart that he was going to be on the big track, as he said. He just went down a lap early here in the tag rookie cadet level of racing. Bo, you can imagine for a 6-year-old to be up in a tag kart, that's a pretty big jump.
Yeah, and he's going to be great at this at some point. Right now, he's just getting seat time, learning what it's like to be on the big track. He's even learning the turns and so forth on the big track.
Right.
He's having a John moment.
Yeah, and I can't imagine the amount of power a tag has. One of the 125 cc 2-stroke as Stowers getting sort of swamped on both sides there by some of the cars further back in the pack. Lopez Velarde continues to lead, and you see him just cross the start-finish line there, and then Adam Durst in second. Fanian and Berghofer, maybe the closest battle for third and fourth. Then we see Perez and Greer really having a good go.
Yeah, Berghofer actually Callan Berghofer actually gained a spot there, so he went up to third. Fanian back in fourth right now as this race continues on. 3 laps complete right now out of the 14 as we continue with our drivers in the tag racing. So they are working their way now. You see that battle going on in turn 4 down into turn 5 and through the kink.
Yeah, Charles, it's quite a jump to go from, let alone a rental to one of these, but from a kid kart. That's quite a jump that Stowers is making.
Especially at that age.
Yeah, so very encouraging for that young man and his racing development that these tags, you're literally going to about 30. Well, maybe not with the slide, but if you didn't have the slide, they'd be about 30 horsepower out there. And, it's water-cooled. It's full-on power for these. The only main difference between this and a shifter is just these don't have a transmission in them.
And he's going to get such good experience in this one race. His confidence level is just going to shoot through the roof. He's going to be familiar with the track. Then when we come back, even tomorrow and, of course, next season, you can expect a lot out of him at this racetrack.
Interesting from this camera angle, you can see one of our viewing areas right down the middle of sort of turn number 2. You can see a lot of excited parents in there, Charles, moving from one side to the other to watch as the cars sweep by down through the U-turn, and then they'll come up and they'll the parents moved to the other side of the viewing area to watch.
John, you and I were here back. We were at the main track, but we came over here to watch some things. They were doing a photo shoot this back sometime, maybe last year. And I think Rayton Nickel and Carson Craig were two of the drivers that were here, and they were doing a photo shoot with them catching air.
That's right.
Coming off turn number 2 and going into the air and taking a shot of that. And we were down in that viewing area watching it. Pretty amazing to see that.
And the sound of it, when they leave the track, it doesn't really do much, but when they come back to earth, I mean, that screeching sound that you
it's
get,
like an
that
airplane
grinding
hitting the
sound.
tarmac again.
Because literally it's just the underside, that I'll say steel, but the underside of whatever the kart's made of is just smashing along the track when that happens.
We're down into turn number 2 right now. That's a big elevation change, 30 feet down, 3 stories back up as they get toward turn 4. Everybody always wants to take a look back behind them and see, since that's such a horseshoe, they want to take a look back behind them and see who they've got trailing them and how far behind they are. So right now you have Velarde, who is checked out on the field. Durst and Berghofer have got a pretty good race going for 2nd and 3rd.
And I believe that is Berghofer moving to the inside of Durst, but spins out right in the middle of turn number 9 and 10. So tough break there, able to get things going again, but that's going to cost a couple of spots. Charles, I think that was Berghofer moved to the inside of Durst, and then right in the middle of the corner, just the back end snapped around.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we'll check that out next time we go by timing and scoring and get the loop back in place. Velarde has already gone by. Durst, Berghofer's still good, yeah. Fanian and Perez, let's see if it's either of those. They still remain 4th and 5th, so I'm not sure who that was.
I think it was Greer. I think it was the 20 or Ruben Greer. Greer might have gone down a spot. It was exciting, whoever it was, to have a sudden snap around.
Yeah,
right
Nahapedian is up into 6th spot right now, so it's the first time we've had a chance to call Arthur's name today. He is up in 6th. Nahapedian works his way now to 6th spot. Ruben Greer is the one that lost so much. He is back in 7th in the 20 car. Meanwhile, Velarde, fastest car on the track that time by, and of course he is checked out on the field, and faster just makes him even further away from 2nd place.
Yeah, the gap just keeps opening there. We see Velarde come by and get the cross flag, so 7 down, 7 to go. Durst and Berghofer were just on the brakes to get into turn 16, so a sizable advantage for Velarde as he is backing up his performance from the pre-final this morning.
Yeah, they're doing a fine job in the tags as we continue this race along. We don't have that many more races left in the afternoon. We're going to be taking place again tomorrow here as we have the 2nd event of the Winter Series. So we're looking forward to that. So, John, we've had an interesting day, even though the weather has pretty much remained the same throughout the entire day.
Yeah, interesting. I wouldn't say it's Chamber of Commerce weather out there by any means, but low 50s. I think the wind has settled down from this morning, but still just a damp feel in the air. The temperature's starting to say it's getting to be wintertime here in the south. Now, Charles, here's a question that Mikey and I had earlier when we were talking. With all the leaves off the trees here, when would they run shine in this area? I thought they did it in the winter, but maybe the winter when there's no leaves on the trees would give away the location of the still from the smoke. So what time of year did they run shine?
Well, most of the time that was a summertime event. For one thing, that's when the outdoor parties were being held, and that's when they seemed to use it all. There were so many of those. Remember, so many of the moonshiners were in cahoots with the law enforcement agencies in the area. And so many times the law enforcement and the revenuers would turn the other cheek or turn the other eye away from where they knew stills were.
Battle on the track here. Bo Stowers, a slower kart, was able to sort of pick off Adam Durst. So that's let Berghofer get up to the 2nd place overall. And Durst was not able to navigate Stowers in that 21. So Durst is going to fade back to 3rd. Let's see if he is able to recover. And, of course, all of this just means a bigger lead for Lopez Velarde. He was clear by 11 seconds, but he's already crossed the start-finish line. So let's see what his lead is. Stowers had gone a 2nd lap down there. Again, Charles, no mirrors in these. It's hard to know on a lap car where to go. You could see that Durst tried to go to the outside of turn 5, and it didn't work. With that, it's a 14-second lead for Lopez Velarde, turning this tag rookie cadet race into his own personal playground.
Man, I tell you what, Velarde has just really been on his game both races so far today. Again, we mentioned the fact that mechanics and driver fatigue and all those kind of things can play into this as we get down toward the end of the race. But right now, Velarde's just on a roll.
Again, 2 groups running in this. We have cadets and rookie. Berghofer is in second place overall, but he is our top scored rookie. So those would actually be younger than the cadet drivers out there. Might mean a slightly slower car, but maybe a weight break as well.
We'll talk to Callan earlier in the day since he was the top finishing rookie. He also talked with Gabriel, and both of those were in victory lane earlier today, and it was interesting their perspective on this race. Of course, you don't want to be following anyone. You want to be the leader overall, but for Berghofer, he is the leading rookie right now, and you see that car again as he comes through turn number 1. You see the rear end of that car just dig out a little bit on him. No matter what the age of the driver, no matter how much power they've got, they always seem to get that cart set up loose so they've got enough speed in the cart to take them where they need to go.
Loose is fast, but on the edge of out of control. Charles, it's taken us almost 3.5 hours to get our first Days of Thunder quote in there, which is a little long for us if you're betting the over-under.
We're slipping, John.
Yeah, but so you were saying that a lot of the moonshining was done in the summer, and if I'm correct, the moonshiners bought protection from the revenuers. Is what it sounded like.
Somewhat. There was some quid pro quo that went on somehow or another. It was interesting when I taught the course for Now University on from moonshine to NASCAR. I had several of the moonshiners from the day who've now all passed away, but I had several of them that were in that course telling their stories, and they gave me a revenue agent who was a former revenue agent from back in the 30s and 40s as the guy who kept the roll book and all of that. And it was very interesting, their different perspectives on what they were going from, remembering those days 40, 50, 60 years ago.
Were the names changed to protect the innocent out of that, Charles? I got to imagine you're getting close to, people aren't going to be teaching the class; they're going to be taking the fifth.
Well, good one, John. They asked me to come back and repeat that class, and I said no. I think one and done because so many of the guys had, as we said, passed away, and it just didn't seem something that was. Even though the stories were very interesting, the relevancy of actually having the guys there that did it was so important. I wish we'd videoed it. We didn't video it back in those days.
That would have been good, put it on YouTube kind of thing.
Yeah, that would have been great. We had such fun doing that. Here they come down to 2 laps to go. Velarde has already passed this long ago. Berghofer comes by. Durst comes by. Fanian comes by. Perez will be in 5th spot right now. As the laps start to wind down, we've got 2 to go. So lap and 3/4 left in this one for Gabriel Lopez Velarde and the rest of our field.
18 seconds the gap from our leader back to
he's
second
just gaining
place.
more and more.
He's going to be filming a TikTok reel after he finishes before second and third will at this point. So
don't you know? Wow.
That battle for second, and already Lopez Velarde's already going the other way out of the shot. So just a humongous lead. Great drive for Berghofer. He was able to get by Durst when Durst was held up by the slower cart of Stowers. And now we really can see Berghofer starting to stretch that advantage. It was a 1.5 seconds last time, but really seems to be opening up as the white flag was briefly in the air there. Lopez Velarde has just one more circuit to claim victory this afternoon.
Well, Lopez Velarde, he can just take a Sunday afternoon drive or, as it were, a Saturday afternoon drive and take it down into turn number 9 as he gets ready to complete this win here this afternoon. The 825 is on cruise control.
Now, remember in an earlier race today, Leonardo Oliveira had a big lead and did some showboating on the finale. Maybe Lopez Velarde is going to try to match that. Let's see as we focus in on him. He sweeps through turn 14, and he will work downhill towards that braking area at turn 16.
Kind of hard to cut donuts with a solid axle, I think.
Yeah,
I don't think that
might
would
be able to do some 360s at this point, but he comes off turn 17. Lopez Velarde sees the checkered flag. He wins the Tag Cadet Final this afternoon in round 3 of the Winter Shootout Series. And that was Francisco Porta able to recover from his earlier spin. He was 1 lap down in 9th. And here we can see the gap as Callan Berghofer comes around. And actually, Berghofer was the rear car there. And there's Durst coming home in 3rd place overall with Mateen Fanian coming home in 4th. So really a dominating performance once again for Gabriel Lopez Velarde. Congratulations to him on the win. One more battle right to the line here with Perez. Greer was able to get by Nahapatean at the line, so Greer able to get the 6th place finish.
Yeah, it's been a great afternoon of racing for these tag cadets and tag rookies, and so we'll be talking to both of those. We'll have Velarde and Berghofer as he'll be talking to them once again in just a moment. We'll go down to him. And, John, it's been a great day so far. We still got some racing left to go.
It has. I also want to say this is today and tomorrow is the Georgia Racing Podcast Race of the Week, and that is something that I do. If you want to follow me, I'm on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Just search for Georgia Racing Podcast. Different events that are happening, news, notes, as well as sometimes some race updates from races across the Peach State. Once again, that's Georgia Racing Podcast. So our tag cadet rookie race is in the books. 2 more races remain, the KA100 race, and then we'll step things up for the finale with our shifter carts. Now we're at drone cam here, and we're slowly isolating in on Will Rigdon, and he has Lopez Velarde down in victory lane, so we're going to send it down to Will Rigdon for some interviews. Take it away, Will.
Hey, John, I am down here with Gabriel Lopez Velarde. Gabriel, we were here with you during the pre-final. You made it back here. What does this mean to you winning the 14-lap final race?
Well, I really don't know.
How are you feeling right now?
Well, I'm feeling, like, really good. Yeah.
So is this your first victory this season, or have you won any more?
Well, I did win the 2 races from last week. Well, not last week, but the last 2 races from the Winter Series.
So are you going to be here tomorrow?
We don't know because, like, now with this, probably we have the championship, and tomorrow it might rain, so it's not really worth it. So.
Well, hopefully we'll see you out here. Hopefully the weather behaves. We'll see more guys out here because you're not the first person to tell us that today. But congratulations on the victory today, and we'll hopefully get to see you out here tomorrow. And if not, congratulations on hopefully a podium in the 2022 Winter Shootout Series. And we're going to see if we can get Callan Berghofer over here real quick. You're good. Thank you. And we've got your other winner from that last race, Callan Berghofer. Callan, take us through that race. You were up here during the pre-final. You made your way back up here. What was the best part of that race for you?
So the best part of the race definitely was the first couple of laps because we were all bunched up. It really gave us opportunities to pass.
Did you have any specific strategies coming into that final race today?
I did set it up for the last corner. I always get more speed coming down the hill into the last corner, so I take that to my advantage to pass.
Well, it was definitely fun to watch. Are you going to be back out here tomorrow?
Yes, sir. I'm going to get a podium.
Well, we look forward to it. We look forward to seeing you on the podium later today. Congratulations on the win. And, Charles, we're going to send it back up to you.
All right, well, you know, it's amazing. We talk about these drivers, and we expect somebody, John, in our world, normally race car drivers are in their 20s or 30s or whatever. We expect tall guys to step out of a cart, and it's amazing when we look down there and see a little fellow who's a winner and doing well.
As we got some action already in our KA final here, the green flag came out on the first attempt. Charles, you're right. Really, these are first and second graders with one around down at the bottom of the hill. And we see that green fire suit and red fire suit. I believe the red is Martin Siminoff. So action aplenty already in this KA finale as we're going to get underway here and try to figure out who's what. I believe this is the one Zach Frank won earlier, but we'll get settled out with the scoring as we got some side-by-side action through the S's.
You know, we look at some of these names. We did not call Banu Yedla's name earlier in today's action. He's on the track right now. We see Spencer Mast, who had such difficulty in that last race. He had such a good race going, wound up in 5th spot last time. And so Mast in the 41 is there. Of course, Simonov, you mentioned him in the 4. Sam Machado, what a great race he had. And he was in 3rd spot there for a moment ago. But Zach Frank is now back up front in the 98 after one lap is complete.
Right, so Frank looking to build on his pre-final victory. It was Machado and Siminoff who were battling on lap number 1. You can see right there on screen, Machado got a little loose into turn 4 he's the driver with the green fire suit. Siminoff in the red fire suit. So Charles, they finished together in the pre-final. It looks like they're just going to go at it 14 more laps here this afternoon as we have a battle for second shaping up. Mast trying to get to the inside of Jacob Hughes. A little bit of hand signaling there. I don't know if they're saying let's work together or what are you doing there, buddy? I can't quite tell yet.
Well, Spencer Mast had a fast kart in that first race. He just had a move that took him out of contention there toward the end. So let's see if Spencer's going to be able to capitalize on that. He's right now following Jacob Hughes, who finished second in the pre-final. They worked their way down the hill in turn number 2, but that's a battle to keep your eye on throughout this race.
Zach Frank, once again, like he did in the pre-final, just going out the front door here, leaving the battle behind him. So we really see a good 2-car battle, and then a 3-car battle behind that. Hughes and Mast battling for second. Then it's Machado, Simonoff, and Trachtenberg all getting into it for 4th place.
We have seen this so many times today, especially, John, more than usual. Somebody just hits on the exact right setup. They hit on exactly what they need, and they check out on the field. We've not seen that so much in the past like this.
Well, great battling there in 4th place. Simonoff got to the inside of Machado through turn 9, but he swung wide. Machado was able to go to the crossover move as, again, they're going at it again, but you can see Machado covering the inside of Simonoff there, so he's going to hold on to 4th. So great battling in the middle of that pack. Trachtenberg sitting in 6th, just waiting for one of those 2 drivers to make a mistake.
Oh, they're heading up the hill right now into turn number 2.
Contact. Almost Simonoff going off track there and some side-to-side contact. And all of this is really letting Vincent Capetillo get in the mix, making it a 4-car battle for 4th.
Wow, look at those guys heading down into turn number 9 side by side. Once again, they pull back in single file, but it looked like that Hughes and Mast, now they're going at it. Look at this. Mast has made the pass. He has gotten by Hughes, so put Spencer Mast now up to 2nd spot.
Boy, they're you know it's getting to the end of the season because they're not holding anything back at this point. Charles Mast in 2nd with Hughes in 3rd, and then Machado, Simonoff, Trachtenberg, and Capetillo making up 4th through 7th. The name we're not mentioning much of, Zach Frank, out to a 2.2-second lead.
Yeah, Frank has just gone again on the field. He's already up through turn number 2 right now. He's at the top of the hill, and they're just now starting up the hill. And those carts look so slow going up that hill. My goodness. Mast now with about a 3-cart length advantage over Jacob Hughes. Machado and Simonoff still in that hunt as well.
Well, Charles, you say these look slow. They were doing about 53-second laps, which is a lot quicker than it's those lumbering LO206s that really seem slow there. But even here you can see a couple of seconds up that hill just for the driver to quickly reset, refocus, and then get ready for the more quick action parts when you get to turn 4, the kink, turn 9, where you really have to be working quickly in the kart.
They come off 17 right now. There's Frank, who comes by as your leader. Mast and Hughes, Machado, Simonoff, Trachtenberg, those guys are really battling strong, and they've got a good battle going on. You've got those 2nd and 3rd place carts, but then you got 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th that are all just right there ready to make a move.
Yeah, ready to go at it. That time, Spencer Mast was a little bit quicker than our leader, Zach Frank, but Frank still has a hearty 2.1-second lead. So at the rate Mast is gaining, he'd need about 20 more laps, Charles. So for now, Mast is hopefully just going to consolidate his hold on 2nd place.
Well, after the first race, the pre-final today, when Mast got shuffled back to 5th, coming off turn 4, there was some kind of an issue, and he went wide, and the rest of them got underneath him. I think he's not happy, but he's content, I guess you'd say, to be at least running in 2nd spot right now. He can see the leader. He's not lost track of him. The chances of him getting up and passing Zach Frank are slim unless there's some kind of an issue at Frank's machine. But for Mast, at least it's better than it was in first race.
Best battle again, the red and green drivers. Simonoff moved to the inside of Machado. Machado tries to battle back on the outside, and Simonoff almost throws the block off turn 2. And again, that lets Trachtenberg and Capetillo get right back into it. So Simonoff and Machado are going at it all day long. Now let's see if Machado's going to look to the inside. He doesn't now. But boy, Simonoff takes some wide lines at points. And maybe almost got hooked on the front bumper there of Machado for a second. You really see Simonoff take some wide lines. This last time, through turn 14. He was way out in that striped area. So these two drivers, they're going to – I have a feeling we're coming up to lap 7. We're going to get 7 more laps of these two dueling here.
Oh, my. Look at this now. It looks like that Trachtenberg has gotten into the deal right now, and Trachtenberg moves ahead of Machado. He just had maybe half the cart ahead of him. Now they battle again.
Machado shoots it down into turn 2, late on the brakes to get back into that spot as we have one car around. That is the Fortune Banu Jedla coming to a stop on that access road between turns 2 and 13. So that's a tough end for Jedla. Charles, you had said we haven't called his name much, and that's not the way a driver wants their name called at all.
Not at all. Another side-by-side at battle going on. This is still that same thing happening with Trachtenberg and Machado. Actually, that's...
The green driver is definitely Machado, so it might be Capetillo that's battling.
Maybe Capetillo, yeah. I don't know where Machado got to. I'm looking for his red fire suit up there.
Oh, that's Simonov's in the red, so he's running right in 4th place, and he's coming to the line now.
Yeah, there's Simonov. Yeah, I see him now. Okay.
Then we see Trachtenberg, so we'll have to see if Machado can regain back up to 4th. But, boy, they've been putting on, swapping some paint out there off these carts this afternoon.
We've got a great shot of our leader, Zach Frank, who's down into turn number 8 right now. He's getting ready to go into that lead spot into turn number 9. And trying to chase him down is Spencer Mast. And you see him still. Boy, he is just letting the rear end hang out on that cart. He's doing everything he can to keep speed up and keep going. And Spencer Mast is trying to track him down.
Mast is gaining the distance that time around 1.7 seconds. So a couple laps ago, it was 2.1 seconds. We may see a battle as we get to the end of this race, as that might be the best battle on the track right now, as 4th through 7th has had a slight calming right now. An entente has formed in the middle of the pack.
For a while.
Simonov is able to get enough of a buffer between him and either Trachtenberg or Machado. So we're following along with Frank, and now you're really seeing Mast is in the shot. He's about 15 cart lengths back, but at least he is within striking distance now.
Yeah, so many times today we did not see the leader in the shot at all because they were just gone. But right now Spencer Mast is closing in enough to where he's in that shot with Frank as they work up the hill. So we have 4 more times for them to pass our area. Is that enough time for Spencer Mast to close in? I don't know. We'll have to see how it plays out. Into turn number 16 they go. It's Frank and Spencer Mast right behind him. He's starting to really gain. You can see a visible gain on the racetrack.
Charles, in the dirt track racing world that we're more familiar with, we'd see the signal sticks coming out, and you have to wonder if someone on Frank's crew might want some signal sticks to let them know that Spencer Mast is closing in. And again, you can see a couple of car lengths chiseling in. The distance that time around, 1.1 seconds. So Mast slowly reeling in Frank, but will he have enough time? Because there's just 4 laps remaining.
Speaking of signal sticks, most of the tracks I work at now, they have outlawed those. They're not allowing them to stand near the fence with signal sticks anymore.
That's probably an insurance thing of having fans or a crew standing near the fence. I believe the World of Outlaws just doesn't allow them.
No.
But other series like Ray Cook's Southern National Series allows them. So, yeah, it's always interesting to see them out there.
Right now that lead is starting to close once again as here comes Frank by. It'll be 1 more lap to go. Is that correct? 11 laps to go. 3 more laps to go.
We got the two bonus
I forgot about the 2 bonus laps.
And I'll tell you, Spencer Mast, Zach Frank may be the only driver not wanting the bonus laps today.
Wow.
But Spencer Mast is thankful he has them. And that time around, the difference, 0.72 seconds. So Mast is gaining
closing
about a quarter second a lap. So in theory, he'll be there when they come to the checkers. Let's see if maybe Mast can get close enough. He might start to put a thought into the back of Frank's mind. You know, Frank might start to hear some footsteps behind him.
Well, I think Frank can certainly hear the roar of an engine coming behind him, which he hasn't heard often today. So Spencer Mast is trying to close in right now. Mast using all the racetrack. You see him get way over on the rumble strips. He is using as much of that track as possible. He is as fast as possible. It'd be interesting to see. Look at him. He is right behind him right now. Maybe 2 cart lengths separate those guys, and he closes in more as they go into turn number 2. Mast is on the prowl now.
Well, absolutely. About a kart length up the hill, so it's going to be a battle for 2 more laps. Spencer Mast has cut a 2-second gap down to 2 kart lengths.
Wow.
And he is pressuring Zach Frank. Frank has not felt the hot breath of another driver all day. Now we see Mast looking to the outside to turn 9. Who's going to break later? Through that, they're going to go side by side through 9. That's tough sledding through 10. And for now, Zach Frank just barely holds off Spencer Mast as they're going to go up the hill to 14.
He's got to be thinking, where'd you come from? I thought I put you in the weeds long ago.
Well, they were side by side all the way through 9 and 10. So now Frank plays defense down the inside of 16. Let's see if that opens up the inside. Here comes Spencer Mast to the white flag. They're side by side into turn 1. Neither driver lifting, but Frank washes out wide. What's going to happen into turn 2, Charles?
Here they come down into turn 2. It's Spencer Mast trying to work on the, into the grass. A pass in the grass for Spencer Mast. He makes it. He's ahead of Frank as they come by in turn 4. Can Spencer Mast hold on to this thing?
So it's taken about 10 laps for Mast to get to second, carve into the lead, and make it to the front. Frank has a couple of last shots to make a move to recapture the lead as they go through turn 9 and 10. Frank right to the rear bumper of Mast as they head out of the S's to turn 13.
That was one of those passing zones. They come up to the top of the hill. Here's another passing zone right here. Can Frank make anything happen? No. He's got one more passing zone. That's in 16 and 17. He's trying to set him up right now. He's going to go low. He's going to try to outcut him down to the inside. Who's going to win it? They come off of turn number 17.
To the line.
Spencer Mast takes it by half a kart length. Wow, what a race. Best race of the day as Spencer Mast comes back from a 5th place start to beat out Zach Frank. What a tremendous race.
You could see Mast play defense going into turn 16 down the inside. That allowed the crossover that Zach Frank tried, and he came up just short. As here we're seeing the replay to the stretch with the checkers in the air.
Oh, wow. A foot and a half at the most, a foot and a half.
And according to timing and scoring, Charles, 56 1,000ths of a second was the gap. So like you're saying, probably about a foot on there. Boy, Spencer Mast, like you said, he was in 5th. He worked his way up to 2nd and then had to cut into at least a 2.1 second lead to make it count, taking the win. He made that pass on that last lap.
I can't believe how quickly he recovered on those last 2 laps to take it over. It didn't look like there was a prayer with 3 laps to go. And then with 2 laps to go, it's like, maybe. And then with a lap to go, is this for real? And then all of a sudden he gets by him in the most unbelievable area coming up through 2, through 3, and through 4.
Well, he was inside of him in turn 1. And then you could see that Frank didn't lift going down into turn 2, but then Mast didn't lift on the outside of turn 2 really either. So I have a feeling not much brake was used on that turn 2 that last time through. Each driver hungry for the victory, and Spencer Mast came home with the meal.
How do you continue to power down through turn 2 and still make that turn back up? It's willpower. That's all I know.
Wow. Hey, and we're not done yet. We got one more race, the shifter finale here, and it looks like all the drivers might have been out enjoying that KA100 appetizer.
John, you know how you talk about getting behind the wheel and the adrenaline pumping and so forth. Man, mine's pumping, and I wasn't even in a cart. That's good stuff right there.
If we play our cards right, maybe we can get our executive producer, Will Rigdon, to have us out in some of not the rental cart, but the school carts out there.
Well, they were talking about having a broadcaster's day earlier and getting everybody that's on the camera crew and me, the old guy, and you, the young upstart, coming in and seeing what we can do on the track.
Most mornings I don't feel like a young upstart. I'll put it that way to you.
Well, I feel like the old man most days, so that works out well. We have that going on.
You know, almost looks like from the camera angle as well as looking out the window, almost looks like it's getting brighter out there, like maybe a hint of sunshine or at the clouds thinning. So we're going to go down to victory lane with our winner in our KA100 race. Take it away, Will Rigdon.
Thank you, John. I am down here with your race winner, Spencer Mast. Spencer, you started 5th, made the pass in the grass, got up to 1st place. Man, take us through that race.
So off the start, I kind of went back a little bit so I can get the jump on the start and get past Sam and a couple of the other guys.
I was behind Jacob for a good bit. He made a little bit of a mistake going into the double left. I was able to capitalize on that, and then it was just catching up to Zach from there on.
Now take us through, I believe that was lap 11 or lap 12. You made the pass on Zach. What was going through your head when you made that pass?
I was just trying to get the win, doing everything I can, trying to put it all out there. I mean, just trying to get it.
Well, it was definitely an exciting race to watch. I was up in the booth screaming the whole time. That was great to watch. You going to be back here tomorrow? We're going to get to see this again tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Well, that's awesome. Congratulations on the win today. Good job. We'll see you up on the podium later. Charles, we're going to send it back up to you.
Yeah, thank you, Will. Congratulations to Spencer Mast. Man, what a great race that was. It was a fun race to watch. I can't imagine what it was like holding onto the steering wheel and doing that yourself on those final laps for Spencer Mast. What a great job he did this afternoon and coming home with the win. We've got shifter carts coming up to close out our day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Remember, we'll be back tomorrow, so if you're not here in person, make sure you check us out on YouTube and on Facebook and on whatever social media or telepathic way you have of bringing this broadcast and this telecast into you.
That would be Facebook Live or YouTube is how you can
Or
watch
stand in the
us.
backyard with a piece of aluminum foil like we used to do back in the old days.
So we see our shifter carts down in the clubhouse, just getting the final briefing and getting settled in. They're going to race 14 laps to conclude our program this afternoon.
Well, they'll be bringing them out on the track in just a moment. Remember, they'll start from a standing start, so we don't have to worry about having a restart or a misfire on this. We'll bring them out, put them in the boxes down there, and they will turn the lights on, and that will be their indication. The green lights on will be the indication for them to go at it. We'll see them rev those engines up. We'll see all those plumes of blue smoke.
But you know what? We'll get to watch them push start here. Shifter carts have to be, well, that's rolling up, but shifter carts don't have a way to start themselves. Those LO206s, they just reach over and pull the cord like they're starting a lawnmower. And I think the KAs have a little push button to start them, but here they're in first gear with the clutch in, and they push them a little bit, and they just pop the clutch, and then that'll get the engine turning over, starting them a lot more like a sprint car or a super modified than
or a 69 Mustang, as I had. I had a dead battery for a long time. I couldn't afford a new battery, so I just always park it on a hill, and that way I could roll off, pop it in second gear, and pull the clutch out.
We already got one off in the
Well, that is
dirt
unusual.
there. Very much reminiscent of, I think it was Roberto Guerrero in Indy 500 one year. That is Eric Hugh getting off course right away.
He's got to get in the seat, and let's see if
now
they can
watch,
get him going
he'll
back.
run in neutral, get in the car, and then he can pop it and get started. So you can self-start, but more like starting in a luge or a bobsled there, where you put it in neutral, run along with it, and then you hop in the seat, and you have to be quick enough before it stops. Then you
or have a big enough hill, one or the other.
Grab the clutch, throw it into first, and pop the clutch, and that should get you started.
All right, he'll catch up. Of course, there's no field to catch up with. He'll just bring it around and line up in the starting position with the rest of the drivers. So we'll wait on him to make that turn off 17, and he'll pull into his starting position. We'll be ready to roll. Several other of the carts also coming in a little behind these others. And now, John, we mentioned it earlier. You will watch them. They'll rev these engines up, and they'll be ready to go. So all they have to do is pop the clutch as soon as the green light comes out. It's almost like a drag strip waiting on the tree to come down.
Or you had talked about Supercross or motocross earlier when they start, except they're all side by side, and they sort of time things down, and they have that gate that's going to fall in front of them.
Yeah, they drop the gate,
but they're revving the engines with it with the clutch engaged.
It's interesting to parents especially will find something to complain about with their kids racing, it seems like. And one of the problems that we had at the motocross track was they said that the long gate that had the holes where everybody's front wheel is sitting in, it was so floppy.
Now maybe we have an issue here. The number 4 cart at the back frantically waving his hands, trying to get this stopped. So he might have stalled it there. So we're just going to wait a little bit.
Is he going to be able to get enough running go to get that cart started before we get ready to race?
I don't know if that might have been. That's Tyler Witt in the number 4. Let's see if he was able to get. No, he's
still waving off.
Waving that something's wrong. So, Charles, we were saying it should have been an easy start, and we talked ourselves out of that one here. So we're going to try to get them all with engines running lined up. So once again, we'll see the lights come on near the top of the screen, a very Formula One-like start. Let's see if Tyler's able to get going. They're going to back him up a little further. Maybe they're saying they're going to get him push started. Maybe it's just not his day. This is not how you want the race to start.
He's rolling now. Yeah, we see the smoke coming out, so he's in good shape. All right, so we are ready to, we got the, you see the red lights still down there. In just a moment, that will go green. There we go. And everybody takes off, except for number 4.
And
He's still got an issue.
Again. The rest of them are fast underway, working up through the gearbox. We'll have to see if Daniel Perez can repeat his dominant performance from earlier this afternoon. Some side-by-side action up the hill. Once again, Charles, look at how quickly these shifter carts launch up that steep 3-story hill.
And they work their way now. We've got them going down the hill. That's down to the lowest point on the race course, which is in the kink. That's in turn number 7. And they work their way now to what's one of the greatest passing zones here, turn number 9, depending on how you get in and get out of that. We'll see if there's anybody that's capable of being in that passing zone or getting some work done in the passing zone as we continue on. We'll find out who's going to lead lap number 1.
Taylor Witt was the one in scoring. He was the one having the problems.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be in first spot.
Probably going to be Daniel Perez as the leader once scoring updates, and he is on our scoring. Daniel Perez, your leader. Then in second place, the 223, Eric Huey, and then Owsley Cheek in third.
Well, it's going to be Perez who steps out early once again. He has got an advantage, and just like he did in race number 1 in the pre-final today, he is taking it to the streets. He is gone. Look at him already in turn 9.
Yeah, these carts make things happen quick, as again we'll be seeing 48 to 49 second laps, soft tires, and about 32 horsepower propelling these carts up through a 6-gear sequential gearbox. So we're setting up for a good battle for second as Perez is checked out. Then it's Huey with Cheek looking down to the inside. Maybe a little contact there. They're going to be side by side down the front straightaway, and that front straightaway goes by in a hurry. So Cheek was able to just get by Huey for a second there, but let's see what happens as they go down the hill and get on the brakes.
Well, they're working their way up right now. It's still Daniel Perez, your race leader, but we got that good battle going on for second, third, and fourth right behind him.
I think Campbell's in the second car in that group. So recapping, we have Daniel Perez in first, then Owsley Cheek, Robbie Campbell with Eric Huey in fourth, and running in fifth is Finn Heidenreich. So they're going to quickly clip off the laps here, already working on lap number 3. And we're focusing on this great battle for second because out front, Daniel Perez starting to lay the wood to this field.
Yeah, Heidenreich, so we've got 2 of them in the field. I'm guessing they're brothers. I'm not sure, but Heinz and Finn. So we will try to check that out and get a little further information on them. I don't remember them being here before.
Seems like out of all the classes, the shifter cards sort of had the more of a carousel of names than we've seen in other classes. A lot of drivers would step up. A lot of new drivers would come in just for 1 or 2 races.
Last time we were here, and they had a sponsored race, and they had a lot of guys visiting that were world-class drivers who were here in shifter carts. It was a very, very special event the last time we were here.
Was Carson joining us for that call that he knew some of the names?
Somebody else. It was somebody else who was here, but they were. It was I've forgotten exactly who it was.
But they knew a lot of the
names.
They
knew a lot of them. Sure knew a lot more information than we did.
Yeah, and some of those drivers were using that. I think, was there a championship race out in Las Vegas?
Yeah.
I think they were using this as somewhat of a tune-up. As, again, we see out by about a straightaway length lead. Daniel Perez, your leader. Then it's Owsley Cheek, Robbie Campbell with Eric Huey in fourth. So there you see second, third, and fourth pretty closely bunched for shifter carts. Normally we see them get spaced out. Not happening here as we have 4 laps already on the board. Daniel Perez's last lap time, 49.363 seconds.
Wow. I tell you, Perez is just really continuing to pull away as he did in the first race.
Now we got some battles. Campbell was able to get by Cheek off the exit of turn number 10 there. So we'll have to see if Campbell has anything for Perez. But right now, Campbell's pulled clear by about 10 cart lengths from third place Cheek. So that's 5 laps on the board. Perez leads by 2.7 seconds back to Robbie Campbell. Then some side-by-side action for third there. Owsley Cheek coming under pressure from Eric Hugh, and then it's Finn Heidenreich waiting in the wings in 5th place.
Yeah, Robbie Campbell, I don't remember his name. I know a Robbie Campbell that races dirt track racing, so I would recognize had we had that name before. But today's the first time I've seen him on the track in the 412 machine, and he was consistent in the first race, running in second. He's running in second again right now with Owsley Cheek right behind him in the 77 car.
You can see the drivers almost taking some bumps down that straightaway going up to turn number 13. Again, no suspension on these machines. Whatever the car hits pretty much is going to come up right up into the driver. So Daniel Perez last time around led by 2.7 seconds. Now it's 2.6. So Robbie Campbell at least holding steady over Daniel Perez for first and second. And then again, that good battle for third there, Owsley Cheek and Eric Hugh.
John, you mentioned a moment ago, and you mentioned earlier in the day about no suspension and about how your body takes a beating in these cars. And I noticed that in one of the tight shots that we had coming through turns 10 and 11 earlier, you saw those drivers. You saw the head bobbling up and down as they came through there, the actual tension that your body goes through coming through that little area of S's.
And I don't know if it's the camera shot or if that part of the track might have some more bumps, but it really seems like off the exit of 12, as they're coming to that camera in 13, you really see the driver, the helmet going up and down. Because already we're halfway through our shifter finale.
Well, these guys
here.
are fast.
They absolutely are. 49 seconds aplenty. Quickest on that lap was Robbie Campbell again, 2.4 seconds. So he's whittling into the lead of Daniel Perez. Does not seem like he's doing it quick enough to get up with Perez, but Charles, never say never here. Things can always happen at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well, it doesn't seem like it was with Spencer Mast. He doesn't appear to be closing like Mast was closing at this point in the race to come back and get the win in the last race we were at. But at least he's consistently running in second spot and consistently having fast laps. Just doesn't seem to be closing in on Perez.
Or you can see as Campbell was tiptoeing out of 14 down to 15, how the kart always seems edgy. These shifter karts always seem like they're, Charles, we talked about being on the edge, and the shifter karts push harder to the edge of that knife, harder than any other class we have here.
Well, they're faster. They've got more technology in them, and with that being said, they've got to be just an ultimate driving machine as far as karts are concerned.
That is 100% true. The apex predators of the karting world. So we're watching Daniel Perez in the lead. 2.3 seconds was the gap that time over Robbie Campbell. Campbell starting to open up a little bit over Owsley Cheek, who's about another 3/4 of a second back. So we'll see what happens as they're coming around to put lap number 9 on the board. Once again, race fans, we will be having the 4th and final round of the Winter Shootout Series coming to you live at about 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. And we'd love to have you join us, whether it's on Facebook Live or on YouTube. We'd love to have you join the broadcast. We hope it's a good weather day, Charles, but right now the forecast is saying drivers better pack their wet weather gear.
Well, if anybody's got any insight into that, it is weatherman John Matthews, who sits beside me. He is your full-time gig as a weather guy, so you pretty much know this stuff.
Yeah, the forecast it looks really damp. But we'll see. You never know, because I've gotten a lot of flack thrown my way every time the forecast is wrong, which I will say is frequent as well. So 2 seconds was the gap that time around. Let's see what happens as Perez comes to put lap number 10 on the board. He had a nice 49.3-second lead. Campbell 1.8 seconds. So, Charles, we're seeing, as we see one driver off, might have made some contact with one of those tire barriers there. That's Eric Huey in that 223. Oh, yeah, you can see some heavy contact.
Boy, he looks a little bewildered as well.
Yeah, maybe just trying to find a spot out of the way. But the way that car is under some of the tire or the outer tire barrier there, looks like he made some contact.
Yeah, right now we're seeing Daniel Perez continue to lead with Robbie Campbell there. They were working their way up the hill, and you watch them as they go up the hill. They almost clear a little air coming up that hill. That's a taller hill than you think it is when you come up through there. You were talking about how not only is it a tall hill, but you're coming into that blind curve as well in 14.
1.7 seconds the gap with 3 laps to go. So Perez losing about a 10th each lap. That time, if I'm doing it right, about 1,500. So We'll have to see if Perez is able to hold on. Campbell maybe can just get close enough to start forcing Perez to make some mistakes. Next thing up on Perez's list, though, there is one slower car that might be Heinz Heidenreich. We'll have to see, Charles. We've seen it already today as the sun starting to come out on that back part of the straightaway and some blue sky in that picture shot. We've seen how some slower karts have really caused some havoc for some of our front runners. Let's see what happens this time around. Should be popsicle sticks in the air. Two laps to go for our shifters.
All right, we're ready to finish up this one today. As you see, the track has dried out somewhat. There's still a few areas of moisture on the track, but mostly where these drivers run now is dry. Only thing we may have to worry about, as you mentioned, is some slower karts that they'll have to negotiate around.
1.2 seconds the difference that time, so Perez maybe starting to come a bit unglued here as the laps go on. They haven't raced this far. The pre-final would have already been over, but here we see Perez in the shot, the slower kart ahead of him, but behind him, Robbie Campbell, who's been on the hunt for really the last 6 laps. So let's see how Perez does getting by Heinz Heidenreich. He's going to look to the outside, and that puts him on the inside for the braking zone down into 16. So now look at Campbell. He's just a few kart lengths back. That break went his way. 1 lap to go. Charles, looks like we're going to have a dandy in our shifter finale.
I tell you what, John, it's come down to these last 2 races being some of the best races of the day. Right now, we've got Perez and Campbell as they go up the hill. Campbell is closing in. They're coming by us here in turn number 4 with Campbell keeping the pressure on Perez.
Perez about a 3 kart length lead as they shoot down the back straightaway for one final time. They'll be hard on the brakes into turn number 9. For now, Perez is able to hold on the lead, but Campbell, 1 kart length back, is right there as they're going to head up the hill to turn 13.
Can you believe Campbell has come back from the deficit that he was in? He's got a passing zone coming up. What's Campbell going to do? Robbie Campbell follows Perez into turn 14. They've got 2 more shots to see if something will happen.
Defensive line by Perez. Let's see if that forces him wide. Campbell looks up the inside. They come to the line. Daniel Perez holds on by just about a kart length over a hard-charging Robbie Campbell to win round 3 of the Winter Shootout Series in our shifter division. Whew, Charles, those 2 extra laps really made for an entertaining race here in the shifter class.
Well, they made the difference for Spencer Mast at the end of the previous race in the KA100s, and now they almost made the difference here as Robbie Campbell just about passed Daniel Perez. With 4 laps to go, I didn't think he had nearly what it took to get up there and even get close to him. At the very end, he was right there on the bumper and had a chance to look to the inside, just couldn't pull off a move to make it to the top spot.
So Tyler Witt comes around as the final car on track to round out the top 5. So your top 5, Daniel Perez in first, then Robbie Campbell, Owsley Cheek in third, Finn Heidenreich in fourth, with Tyler Witt coming home in fifth after some difficulties he had on the starting line.
It's good to see him finish the race because when you start out bad like that, you hope that the thing's going to stay together, and it did. So good for him that he was able to complete that race.
So Daniel Perez, maybe on faltering legs, was able to just hold off a hard-charging Robbie Campbell. As you said, Charles, once Campbell got by Cheek, there was a pretty good gap there, and he slowly started melting into it until he really started to get a couple of good quarter-second chunks down to the stretch, but really just ran out of time.
Yeah, Owsley tried to hold him off and was doing a pretty good job of that for quite a while till Robbie was able to get by him. And then Robbie just came on strong and worked really hard to try to see if he could catch Daniel, and did, just could not make the pass.
So I imagine we'll go to Will Rigdon down in Victory Lane for one more driver interview. But look at that, Charles. The sun has come out here on this Saturday. So a beautiful afternoon here in December as we wrap up round number 3.
We were seeing some of the shots earlier from above, and there's a new area that's being formulated over near the condo area where there's going to be some extra parking. So that's going to be a good thing. So we'll have, as you know, it's tight coming in here. They're parked all the way to the condos. And so there's a spot over to the right of the shot that you see right now that they're going to develop that's going to be extra parking for the folks here at the kart track, and that's going to help us out a good bit. I think Will has located our winner, Daniel Perez. So let's go down to Will Rigdon in Victory Lane.
All right, Charles, I am down here with your race winner, Danny Perez. Danny, You won the pre-final. You managed to get it again in the final. Take us through that last race.
I mean, it was amazing. I'm really proud of the progress we have done through the season. Of course, with Robbie, it was a great race. He had really good pace. He had me on my nerve. It was a great race. Really excited about it. Really proud of the progress we have made with Robbie and me. It was amazing, actually.
Well, it was definitely exciting and fun to watch up in the booth. Are you going to be back out here tomorrow?
Yes, sir. We're going to be back here tomorrow. It's going to be amazing.
Well, we are definitely looking forward to seeing the show again. And, folks, if you enjoyed what you saw today, make sure you tune back in. It is your race winner in shifter class, Danny Perez. And we're going to go ahead and send it back up to you, Charles.
All right, thank you, Will. Yeah, great job today. It was an outstanding day. Tomorrow going to be a whole different deal. It's going to be brand new racing in every division. We'll have the pre-finals. We'll have the finals. May have some rain coming in tomorrow to be an extra actor in our play tomorrow. So we'll see how that goes. John, it's always a pleasure to work with you. Thanks to Will Rigdon and Michaela Denny and all the folks, Mikey Lane and all the folks that are involved with our production here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We're back to see you tomorrow morning. 11:30 is race time, so make sure you tune in to Facebook and YouTube Live and any other area of social media that you might catch us on. Go to AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com. Check out all of those things that you can purchase for your stocking stuffers for Christmas. We'll see you back again tomorrow.
My name's Alyssa Vasquez, and I race LO206 Jr. in the 07 cart.
I'm Wesley Bacon, and LO206 Junior, number 06.
My name is Luke Giglio. I'm in LO206 and Tag Cadet, and my number is 68.
My name is Spencer Mass. I race KA100 Senior, and my number is 41.
My name is Gabe Spencer, and I race KA100 Senior, and my number is 240.
My season's been really well, although being that we're the end of the season, I've had parts breaks, so that I've had to fix those. But other than that, I've been really well.
It's been all right. I've been a lot of improvement, winning a whole lot more. Not a whole lot, but more. It's been good overall, I think. Yeah.
So I'm in front of Wesley Bacon right now, and I just have to see how well I do in this race and see how the points fall out.
So I need to win first place, my class, and I think I need Alyssa to get P5, I believe.
I love beating the boys. I really just love the competitiveness of every track and the height differences of say this track, you have a big hill on it. I just love racing all over the place.
I really have no competition except for Joseph Saddington because my friend Kai Mars and Bowen Green, they're never really here, but Kai is here today. So yeah, I have a little bit more competition. All I need to do is to just not wreck out and just probably stay behind the guy in first and then pass him on the last lap. And to win the championship, I just need to finish in the top 5.
It's been going pretty good. Couple wins, going first in the championship right now. So it's going great. So I need to place directly in front of my rival or right behind him in order to win the championship.
So for me, it would take first place and Spencer finishing 3rd or below, but that might not happen today.
In the beginning of my race, I was behind a slower cart, so that kind of put me back a couple spots.
My start was fine. I had a good start, pulled away, leading for the first lap.
2 or 3 laps in, I passed 5 carts.
I was coming up turn 2, and I just felt her bumper, she hit me, bump dropped me, obviously, but she bumped me, and I was like, oh crap, I knew she was there, and I knew she was gonna pass me. So coming up the hill, turn 2. Then the second lap, Alyssa caught up to me, and from there, it was just, she dusted me. I mean, I knew I wasn't gonna win the championship anyway, but it's a little saddening to see her just pull away with nothing you can do about it, so. But I mean, it's all right, I got next season. I'm not giving up or anything like that.
Winning this race got me first place in the championship, and this will be my 3rd championship here.
I finished second championship overall. It was a good drive from Alyssa. She's a really good driver, and she definitely deserves that.
All right, right now we've got Giglio right up on the back of Mars. Once again, they're down in that deep, deep turn into turn number 2, working their way up the hill.
All I need to do is not wreck out and just probably stay behind the guy in first and then pass him on the last lap.
He's trying to make up some distance right now. He's got to look to the inside. Oh, he pulls back in single file. It's single file right now through 15. Now they go to the inside. What's Giglio going to do? He outbreaks him coming off turn number 17. Look at this. Giglio may take this win. It's going to be a photo finish. He and Kai Mars. Giglio gets it by just the nose of his cart over Kai Mars. What a great finish. And yes, Giglio had what it took.
We were wondering when Giglio was going to take his shot, and he waited all the way until the braking area in 16. He almost didn't leave enough time to make that move, but Giglio comes home as the winner.
The youngster has a lot more patience than I have.
I got it by this much, and that means I won the championship.
So I started P1 in the final, and we had a great start, and I started off in first.
So I had a pretty good start, went from 4th to 3rd off the start. The guy who had passed came back in turn 2. Then another guy who was behind me passed the same spot, and I was in 5th for a while.
And I pulled I think a 3-second gap on the rest of the pack, and I was just cruising from there the rest of the race.
And then on 2 laps to go, he spun himself in the last turn, and I came up to 4th.
So for the championship standings, after the drop races, we're both tied in points for the championship.
We basically tied on points after running it through. So we're just waiting on the marshal's decision on how it comes out to figure out who actually won.
Next year, I'm definitely looking forward to it. I don't know if I'll still be here, but probably not as often as I was for the past 4 years, and I'll probably like move out to Indianapolis and race different series. Love all my fans.
Shout out to my dad. He kind of did everything for my mechanic this season. He supported me, my grandpa, my mom, all my friends that came out to watch me race. Super appreciative of all of them.
All righty, now my drivers, start making your way to the podiums. All drivers, start making your way to the podium. We're going to have our podium ceremony in about 5 minutes. All right, time for some podiums. Who is excited? That was a good day of racing, guys. We appreciate everybody coming out here. Round number 3 of the winter shootout series. We got one more day left tomorrow, but we're going to go ahead and get into the podiums for today. And we're going to go ahead and start with LO206 Cadet. LO206 Cadet. In third place, Ruben Greer. In second place, Giacchino Vino Figueroa. And your winner in LO206 Cadet, Lincoln Massey. Yeah. Yeah, good job, good job. Good job, guys. Up next, Tag Senior. Tag Senior. We're not going in any particular order. It's how they're written on the sheet, guys. Tag Senior. In third place, Karsten Gregory. In second place, Sam Machado. And your winner in Tag Senior, Leonardo Oliveira. Good job, guys. Good job. Yeah. Good job. Oh, there's more left. Gonna teach him not to stand too close to the podium. All right, up next, Tag Master. In third place, Milko Simonov. In second place, James Schumann. And he is on his way home. Your winner and Tag Master, Mike Conrad. And it looks like the entire podium carpooled together because they are all on their way home. Up next, Kid Kart. In third place, Hunter McBride. In third place, Jackson McNeely. And your winner in Kid Kart, Bo Stowers. Yeah. Yeah. Good job. Make sure you save some for the car ride home. Good job. There's always tomorrow, guys. Good job. Up next, LO206 Senior. And this was quite the barn burner. In third place, Danny May. In second place, Carson Craig. And your winner in LO206 Senior, Brant Estes. Yeah! Give you a preview of racing conditions for tomorrow. Good job, guys. Good job. Up next, LO206 Master. In third place, David Fusco. In second place, Chris Oritzia. And your winner in LO206 Master, Al Edwards. Yeah. Good job, good job. All right, up next, Tag Cadet. Tag Cadet. In third place, Mateen Fanian. Mateen got third. In second place, Adam Durst. And your winner in Tag Cadet, Gabriel Lopez Velarde. All right, up next, LO206 Junior. LO206 Junior. And we only had one driver competing in LO206 Junior today, but we're going to give a special call out here because she was leading all the boys for the first half of the pre-final before getting into some trouble. Wasn't able to finish due to mechanical, but since she is the only one in her class, first place, LO206 Junior, Alyssa Vasquez. And I believe she is on the road home. Up next, Tag Rookie. Tag Rookie. In third place, Ruben Greer. In second place, Ryan Perez. And your winner in Tag Rookie, Callan Berghofer. Yeah. Good job. Up next, KA100 Junior. KA100 Junior. In third place, Will Franklin. In second place, Sam Avrutsky. And your winner in KA100 Junior, Andrew Hamill. Yeah. Good job. Good job. Up next, KA100 Senior. KA100 Senior. In third place, Jacob Hughes. In second place, Zach Frank. And your winner in KA100 Senior with that thrilling pass in the grass up turn 2, Spitzer Mast. That side-by-side finish. Hey, we got to pay for that if you hit the drone. Good job, good job. And our final podium of the day for shifter class. In third place, Oz Cheek. In second place, Robbie Campbell. And your winner in shifter class, Danny Perez. Yeah. Good job, good job. Thank you to everybody, all our drivers, all our parents, all the fans. We appreciate you coming out today. Round 3 is in the books. We will be back here, same bat time, same bat channel tomorrow. We are going to close out the 2022 Winter Shootout Series. We will see you tomorrow. Have a safe drive home. So long, everybody.